Losing a loved one will always be tough, so we understand how bad it is for Saren, who not only lost Erin, her elder sister, but also her mother. Due to her losses, she had become very thin, and no one can blame her. After all, she was very close to her late mother and sister. So close that even at her mother's funeral, she is with her late sister's son. The little guy's name is Hyung, and Saren wants to take him in. No one feels that's a good idea, however, due to the boy's illness and the fact that Saren has yet to pay off all her mother's debts. Rumors have it that there's also more to Saren, as she sits there, listening to the people gossip about her and her situation. She hates listening to their gossip, along with the sound of the rain pouring down today. Fast forward to a few days after her mother's funeral, Saren is on a flight heading to an undisclosed. During the flight, she remembers her sister always telling her she always chooses the worst option in any situation. She also warned Saren to avoid a certain man no matter what, but she has to disobey her sister's dying wish. She has to allow her to protect Hyung. What she doesn't know is that this decision she has made will lead her to a very intimate future. Finally, she arrives at her destination, Eden City. It is a place covered in drugs, prostitution, and gambling. There's this saying that goes around there that once you enter this vile city, there's no way out. Yet Saren came here, ignoring her safety and putting her nephew first. For strength, she pulls out a picture of her late sister and Hyung, viewing it as she wonders if she is being too careless. All of a sudden, a doorman approaches her and informs her that she can't just stand outside the building. He seeks to know if she is here for the hotel or the casino, but Saren just apologizes to him and leaves. As she disappears into the cold night, another doorman points out that she had been coming and doing the same thing she did today for 3 days. Nonetheless, the other doorman thinks that she is either a gambler or a drug user, or maybe she is here to see their boss. All this happens while Saren staggers away in the blistering cold. Suddenly, she spots an old man begging for alms who distracts her. As a result of the distraction, she misses her step and slips. Nevertheless, to prevent herself from falling, she holds on to a light pole. She just dodged a bullet back there, so she relaxes and catches her breath, intending to continue her walk afterwards. If only it would have been that simple. She, unfortunately, gets her hand stuck to the frozen light pole and scolds herself for making such a costly mistake. As she complains to herself, a lavish car closes in on her, with its passenger staring at her. His eyes glow ember as he watches closely, right before his car passes by her and soaks her with snow. To Saren, her bad day just got worse. She is not only stuck, but now soaked and cold. This makes her think about her decision to come to Eden City. It turns out that she spent her entire budget blindly just to get here. Now she begins to wonder what she is doing here. She is still thinking deeply when a man in corporate clothing and a cold tone approaches her and asks her if she is okay. It's a shady city, so we can't blame Saren for immediately increasing her guard and claiming she is okay. She even struggles to get unstuck from the light pole, while the man watches her with a dark grin on his face. It's obviously the man who was watching her earlier, and he offers to pay for her to launder her clothes he just messed up. Immediately, Saren knows she has to get out of this helpless position she is in, and forcefully pulls her hand off the light pole. Although she ends up hurting her hand, she maintains her claim that she is fine and asks the man to leave. The creepy guy refuses, still watching Saren closely, when she decides to peep and see who the man pestering her is. To her surprise, she realizes that this villain-like person is Owen, the man she has been hoping to see since she got here. She can't believe she is meeting him this easily and stands there frightened, only for him to pull out some dollar notes. He claims it's for her laundry, urging her to take it before he changes his mind, but she stands there, unsure of what to do. Her late sister had recorded in her diary that Owen should be avoided at all cost, and she was right. As he keeps pressuring her to take the money, she is overwhelmed by his immense pressure, comparing him to a devil she can't resist. Still, she needs the money, which is why she stretches her uninjured hand for him to give it to her. When Owen sees this, he pulls back the money. His actions confuse Saren at first, but then she understands what he is trying to tell her. Since she is desperate, she stares at her trembling, injured hand for a bit and stretches it. This is a sinister thing to do, but Owen just smiles gladly, before dropping the money on her injured palm. To her, he speaks like a coaxing animal and has Eden City under his thumb. She sees him as a devil who is able to control this dark city and buy people's pleasures as he walks back to his car. The man is already a lot as he is, yet that's not all to him. There is also this rumor that he feeds his victims to his hounds. Because those hounds are Dobermans, he got the nickname Doberman Owen. Saren is still taken aback by her encounter with this ruthless man. She knows he is bad news, but still he is her reason for coming to Eden City. Sadly, now that she has met him, she doesn't know what to do next. Obviously, she didn't come all the way here for such a brief introductionless interaction, but she has always made the wrong choices until now. However, to prevent herself from making any further mistakes, Saren decides to put her life in the hands of fate. She does this the only way possible, determined to try her luck while she walks past the doorman at Owen's casino. She wants to give gambling a shot and test her luck once more in this cursed city. With that in mind, she takes the blood-stained dollar notes, slams them at the counter, and demands a chip worth $500. She is putting all the cash she has left on the line, while wondering if it's best for her to go back home or for her to try and meet Owen again. Well, if she is fortunate, she will get to run into him again. But for now, she has to focus on her game of roulette. Before the game starts, one of the casino's staff asks the players to place their bets. The request leaves Serene confused about the number she should bet on. She is still thinking about this when a large man bumps into her, causing her chip to fall on the number 11. When she looks to the person who bumped into her, she sees a huge kingpin-like man staring down at her and decides to let it slide. Nevertheless, she cannot take back her bet, because he plays his and the staff goes on to spin the wheel. Saren watches cautiously, praying under her breath that this goes her way, and luckily for her, it does. This is the first time since her arrival at Eden City that something goes her way and she is about to celebrate her win when the man the size of Kingpin starts celebrating. At first, Saren is confused, but then the man gathers all the chips, causing her to argue that she bet on number 11. The man just scoffs at her, claiming he bet on that, before coldly accusing her of being foolish enough to drop her chip while trying to place a bet. Still, it's clear from the evil smile he has on that he knows he just swindled her. However, Saren doesn't get it yet, until she down and spots a $500 chip similar to hers. The casino staff also sees the chip, so Saren knows she is about to lose all she just won. To prevent that, she argues that the man swapped the chip, meaning it's his that's on the floor. She also argues that the CCTV camera must have captured everything and wants to pursue the argument when one of the customers stops her. According to him, if Saren didn't want to be found in the street with a bullet in her, she should drop the case. Another customer supports him, informing her that the kingpin-sized man belongs to the Red Mafia. In other words, he is dangerous and should be avoided at all costs, but the man just laughs mockingly, suggesting Saren place a bet with the chip she found on the floor. With no other choice left, she squeezes her palm tightly, hurting herself even more as tears fall from her eyes. It was a straight bet. She was going to make a lot of money, and with that money, she would have done a lot to help herself and Hayoung. Now, as she stays fixed on the floor, staring at the unused chip, she scolds herself for visiting a place like this when she should have known better. Who would have thought that even her decision to let fate decide was the wrong decision? Even so, she is still thinking of her losses when she hears a loud noise from behind her that stuns her so much that she freezes for a second. Yet, out of curiosity, she checks to see the cause of the noise. To her astonishment, it's Owen. It looks like he just murdered someone, but no one is saying anything or apprehending him. Apparently, his victim had tried to manipulate one of the casino games and he did it clumsily. Nevertheless, as he delivers his ruthless judgment on the customer, his ember-glowing eyes lock on Saren. He can see she looks flustered and the man behind her looks uneasy, prompting him to suspect something is wrong. In that light, he approaches them and frostily asks if there is an issue. The kingpin-sized man, knowing who Owen is and what he is capable of, mixed with the fact that he knows what he has done, starts panicking. While panicking, however, he tries to explain to him that all is well. During this time, Owen's staff are taking out the collapsed customer and the fat man doesn't want to be next. Unfortunately for him, there is a blood stain on one of the chips and the Doberman spots it immediately. He then picks up the chip and announces that there is blood on it before going to check the kingpin-sized man's palms. At this point, he can tell he is in serious trouble. Yet after close inspection and realizing that the man's palms are both stainless, Owen smiles at him. The confused man weakly smiles back before the Doberman signals for a knife, stretches out the man's hand, and runs it through his hand. All this happens right in front of Saren, who watches in horror as the man cries out in pain. Owen, unmoved and in a sinister tone, tells the man that it looks like he won because there is blood on his hand now. He then lets them help the kingpin-sized man out before handing over the clean $500 chip to Saren. He wants her to place her bet, but she declines, claiming it isn't hers. Upon her claims, he insists, so she takes the devil's gift and turns to the table. The casino staff then asks Saren to make her bet. She just freezes due to panicking, but that makes Owen press her further. Even when she tries to tell him she'll lose, he firmly asks her if that wasn't her initial plan. His patience is wearing thin as his tone grows colder when he asks her how she can waste his kindness the way she did. Obviously, he is talking about Saren using the money he gave her to gamble. He also reveals to her that he has been keeping an eye on her, which is shocking, but right now, all he wants her to do is place her bet. In the end, due to the intense pressure he is putting on her now, she cracks and chooses to bet on number 11 again. It's a bold move, and even she knows the same number cannot appear twice. Nonetheless, if it does, things will be good for her and Hayoung, which is why she prays with tear-filled eyes that this goes her way. Unfortunately for her, it doesn't and lands on number 32, a number away from 11. She is lost, but that's not what scares her. What scares her is Owen, and although he looks calm now, casually taking a glass of wine, making her feel it's over for her now. To her shock, he just uses the wine to wash his hands and glares at her before admitting this encounter was interesting. He had wondered the kind of idiot she was, but now he knows. Saren doesn't get why this man is just silently going to leave. Sure, she lost at roulette, but she considers herself lucky to have run into Owen. We all know he is the reason why she came here, which is why she makes up her mind to catch him this time. It's with this determination that she charges towards him. Her boldness, nevertheless, is one he doesn't understand, so he smiles and walks away, allowing her to follow. Surprisingly, she tails him until they get to the elevator. It's at the elevator Owen stops, with his henchman on standby, when he asks Saren if she will stand there silently after following him so far. On hearing this, she attempts to say something but recalls what her sister told her a while back. She had admonished her to be more careful because she tended to make bad decisions. That statement keeps repeating in her mind, as well as the warning lights that her mind flashes at her. Finally, Saren concludes that talking to Owen is a bad idea, and wants to turn back. Unfortunately for her, before she can leave, he tries convincing her to talk, since now is the best time and he is in a good mood. This is her cue to make a run for it. Instead, she nods her head, unwilling to speak. Her response only angers the Doberman, and the second he glares at her. Before she knows it, Owen's henchman is behind her and shoves her into the elevator. Her situation gets worse when Owen's calm look disappears completely, replaced by a villainous one. He tells her that he had politely asked her to speak up, but since she refused, no one can say what's going to happen now. Still, with the way his henchman handles her, deaf to her demands that he let her go, we know her fate is far from good. Even so, Saren keeps demanding to be released, only going quiet when they get to Owen's office. She is taken aback by how luxurious it is, soaking in the view of the mood until she hears loud barks from behind her that frighten her. Luckily for her, the dogs just run past her to welcome their owner. These are the dogs he gets his nickname from, but what matters at the moment is how Saren will get out of this. At the moment, there is no escape for her, so Owen sits comfortably on his chair with his Dobermans by his side. He then glares at her again before sending signals to his henchman, who forcefully takes Saren's bag from her. She tries to tell him to stop, but he refuses to listen, pouring out the contents of her bag. Before her eyes, like he is deaf to all her cries, the henchman takes her international passport and hands it to Owen. After the exchange, she goes quiet, watching Owen in horror while he goes through her passport. He can see that she came from Korea, which is very far from here, and asks her where her phone is. Now, it's almost as if she is being mind-controlled, with the way she responds that her phone was stolen at the airport immediately after she arrived. When he hears this, he shows a little sympathy for her before his attention goes to her late sister's diary. He is about to open it to read through when Saren informs him that it'll be impossible for him to read since it is in Korean. At first, he doesn't listen, confirming for himself, after which he sets the diary aside and asks her and repeats his question, demanding to know what she wants to say to him. Yet, even after everything, she refuses to speak. Seeing how stubborn she is being, Owen offers to satisfy her curiosity first. He gets up, taking her by the hair, while she demands that he unhand her. As usual, he refuses to listen to her, taking her to his fancy lavatory, where he places her before a mirror with a small blade held out. He then asks her to stay still, which she does. Although she is afraid, she closes her eyes, not knowing what his intentions are, as she prays to her sister to help her. Finally, she summons up the courage to beg Owen to let her go with tears rolling down her cheeks, but he doesn't respond immediately. When he does, he asks her to open her eyes, which she does. Turns out all he did was give her a trim that leaves her stunned, but he sees it as pretty. She really hates him for this torture. Meanwhile, he sees her as someone who knows her place. Because of that, he decides to make her an offer to work for him. He wants to know if she likes dogs, explaining that he needs a new dog walker because the old one quit. It's not like she has a choice here. Even so, she wants to know what'll happen if she refuses the offer. He responds by telling her that he loves smart dogs, which is short for obey me or you're finished. He then asks her again if she likes dogs while drying her tears with his finger. She knows that the only way she is getting out of this alive is to agree with him, which she does. Owen is happy with her response, letting her go immediately and informing her that he will leave his dogs to her. After this, he exits the lavatory, leaving Saren to soak in the weight of her response. She believes this is the worst possible thing that could happen to her. After some time, she is at Owen's home, where his henchman returns her diary to her. Saren, noticing that he hasn't returned her passport and wallet, asks about them. Unfortunately for her, he tells her that his boss will hold on to those things for her. He doesn't tell her how long Owen will keep them, but offers to direct her to her room. When he asks her to follow him, it becomes clear to her that they want her to stay here. No one had told her this, so she complained, only for her complaints to be ignored as usual. He directs her to the designated room, ordering her to go in, which she does. Upon entering the room, she slumps by the door, heaving a long sigh, before concluding that Owen is truly insane. Not only did he force her into an elevator, he messed up her hair, took her passport, and now he got her locked in a room. From her point of view, he is kidnapping her, making him even crazier. Eventually, she decides to go through her sister's diary again. From the contents of the diary, it looks like her sister was in Eden City before she passed, as she wrote that she had made it there. Aaron was Saren's other half, and now Saren knows she has to be cautious, like Aaron warned. She sits there soberly, certain that if her sister had written even a tenth of what she knew about Owen in her diary, she would never have gotten on the plane to Eden City. Since she did, she again sees herself as cursed to always make the wrong decisions. Yeah, it's her fault she is in this mess after all. Nevertheless, these are dangerous times, which is why she has to ensure that until she is absolutely safe, she doesn't get caught. From her little time here, she knows that Owen is too dangerous. He probably knew Aaron, or even why she met her untimely end. That's why Saren has to ensure she isn't found out. Elsewhere, Owen's henchman questions him about what he wants to do with her. He suspects she is just pretending to be innocent, making him unsure that the best course of action is to keep her by his side like this. He adds that Saren might have been sent by the Russians, prompting Owen to remind his henchman that he was sent by the Russians and ended up working for him. When the man tries to vindicate himself, he interrupts him, replaying every second he spends with Saren and stating that if she is acting, he will like to give her an award. Just to be safe, he tosses her passport to his henchman, who assures him that he will see what he can dig up on her and heads off to start right away. Now that Owen is alone with his dogs, he begins to wonder if he is keeping Saren around due to curiosity or caution. He doesn't even know his true reason, which annoys him. In the end, he hopes she has a reason for what she is doing, and the longer she holds on to that reason, the more interesting it gets. Whatever the said reason might be, if it turns out to be harmful, he will deal with it accordingly. The following day, Saren realizes her door is unlocked, so she peeps to see if Owen is around. As soon as she's certain the coast is clear, she steps out of the room intending to search for her passport now she has the chance. At the beginning of her search, she realizes her passport isn't in any obvious place, but she doesn't give up. In no time, her search takes her to a door she feels leads to Owen's room. She goes to open it, but before she can, a spooky maid asks her if she'd like something to eat. The way the maid popped up from out of nowhere scares Saren. Still, she maintains her cool. She then asks the maid if the Doberman is home, but the maid just smiles at her. She is trying to look as normal as possible, yet Saren can tell she is being very cautious. It's not just her, but everyone else in the room, so she can't go into the room now. After a bit, the dogs follow suit, keenly observing her until she feels a pat on her head. It's Owen, and he politely greets her while she silently stares at him, trying to figure out whether he just came from the gym. Well, he is dressed in gym clothes and covered in sweat, so it's easy to understand why she feels that way. Nevertheless, what's hard to understand is the way Saren observes him in awe as he gulps water. Maybe it's because a part of her feels like the atmosphere at the moment isn't like he just worked out, but like he just finished an intimate moment with someone. She can't really tell, but applauds his physical appearance. To Saren, Owen has a nice physical appearance, but his personality is the worst. Unfortunately for her, he catches her staring at him and asks her why she is doing so. He also wants to know if she'll just keep standing there like that before he fathers courage to ask him when he'll return her passport. She claims that she had left some stuff at the hotel and needed her passport to get it, but he retorts that his henchman will help her with that. Saren argues that his idea is impossible since he doesn't know where she is staying, but he replies that Eden City is too little for him not to figure out something so trivial. Yet again, he glares at her with his pupils glowing amber, making her feel that since he has already found out where she is staying, he might know about Haiyang, back in Korea. However, as his maids serve him breakfast, Serene observes him and concludes he doesn't know that much about her yet. If he did, he would have brought it up by now, right? Nevertheless, she is still thinking about this when Owen signals her to come to him. She is annoyed with the way he is calling to her, warning him not to call her like a dog. At first, he acts like he doesn't know what he did just now before stating that she is not his dog but his dog walker. At the moment, tensions in the room are rising, even though it doesn't look that way, pushing Saren to confess to Owen that she had an older sister and she used to work in Eden City. She includes the part where she had died not too long ago, but he is more focused on the claim that he worked in the city. Saren then explains to him that her sister was a casino dealer, but lies that she came here to honor her memory. Owen doesn't buy her story, accusing her of being a terrible liar, but she doesn't get it until he ragingly calls her a ridiculously bad liar. He then orders his henchman, who he addresses as Yuri, to look into Saren's claims. It's then she notices he is in the room, but before she can do anything else, Owen, without a drop of emotion, orders her to sit down. Initially, she doesn't know where he wants her to sit, but because of the pressure, she just sits on the floor. That's exactly what he wanted, so he calls her a good girl. He then returns to Saren's story, confirming that what she is trying to say is that she came here on behalf of her sister, but wants to know why she is so focused on him. As usual, she doesn't respond, yet he doesn't push the issue. Instead, he points out the fact that she hasn't eaten since yesterday and offers her a chunk of meat, which she doesn't refuse. She actually attempts to take it, stretching out her hand to take it, but he just shoves it into her mouth, hurting her in the process. While she coughs in pain, Owen tells her that she wouldn't have been in this mess if she left when she had the chance. She already knows this, but as he dabs her lips with a handkerchief, she wonders why her sister would love a man like Owen. Whatever Aaron's reason was, Saren just wants to get out of this place as soon as possible. For that, she needs her passport and asks for it again, claiming that her flight back is soon. Her excuse is futile in the end, as Owen assures her it's not his problem. Even after she warns him that keeping her here can be considered as imprisonment and kidnapping, he is still unmoved. He even admonishes her to go to the police and ask them for help, but warns her that they are on his payroll. This makes it clear to her that the whole city is corrupt, meaning if she is getting out of there, it'll only be when Owen says she can go. For that reason, she asks what she has to do to get her passport back. As soon as she asks him this, the maid brings leashes and Owen tells her that all she has to do is work hard for her freedom. Earlier, when he talked about making her the dog walker, she didn't believe it. Nevertheless, this will be good for her, giving her hope that she will be able to somehow ask for help with the little opportunity she has to leave his house. Although he doesn't know her plan, it's very unlikely that he'd care if he did, and he tells her he will see her later. Soon, the shifts to Saren's first day as a dog walker. However, it looks more like the dogs are walking her, not the other way around. They are going so fast that it's hard for her to keep up, but she refuses to give up, begging the dogs to stop until she eventually trips and falls. Everyone around her feels sorry for her right now, yet the dogs don't even notice and keep running at full speed. In the end, Saren can no longer hold on and lets go of the leashes. The dogs notice this immediately, stopping to see what's wrong with her. They can see she is exhausted and go to console her, to her surprise. Nevertheless, she uses this opportunity to beg the dogs to go a little slower. They then return the leash to her one by one before they continue their walk. She notices that the dogs are now walking at her pace, concluding they are actually nice, unlike their owner. Since they are calm, she considers tying their collars to a tree and running to the embassy, but then the dogs get all excited again. Before she knows it, a black luxury. Saren starts praying that it's not one of Owen's cars, but it actually is. He's currently in the back seat, from where he commends her for not trying to run away. Well, she did expect him to follow her, so she isn't surprised, but she is shocked when he tells her she looks like a beggar. Indeed she does, with the coat she had on since yesterday all soiled now and the fact that she hasn't taken a shower yet. Still, she stands there, feeling bad about the comment until Yuri walks over to her and requests for the leashes. Immediately, she handed them over to him. She is even about to go with Yuri when Owen opens his car door and signals her to come in. She doesn't want to get into the car, but she does. During the drive, he observes a piece of paper before pointing out that Saren and Aaron don't look that alike. Seeing that he has discovered this much about her, Saren suspects he got Yuri to investigate her. Nevertheless, she tells Owen that she and her sister are fraternal twins, which is why they don't look alike. After her response, the car goes quiet, but then she gets the courage to ask him if he remembers Aaron. Unfortunately, he doesn't, and blames it on the fact that remembering an employee out of his many employees is hard. This doesn't surprise Saren at all. She could tell her sister was a momentary thing for him. She also foresaw her time with Owen going this way, and still mingled with him. Soon, he glances at her and notices that she is lost in thought. So he calmly grabs her face and tells her that he too understands how it feels to look different from a sibling. He informs her that he has brothers he grew up with, and they all looked alike, until when they grew older and he started looking different from them. Apart from their physical differences, he believes they also differ because their eyes aren't as clear as his. Their eyes started to become clouded and murky, but even after noticing this, he couldn't do anything. Suddenly, an image of young Owen and his dogs flashes. Saren is confused. She didn't know this guy had any brothers, but then he tells her he is talking about the dogs. He explains that just narrated a story of his mother and brothers, stunning Saren, who doesn't get why he is calling dogs his brothers. Away from that, he wants to discuss with her about the little English he heard her speak earlier. He wants to know if she learnt it before coming to Eden City, but she didn't. Actually, she learned English back when she was younger. She had learned it with Aaron because they planned on traveling abroad. They believed that was the only way they'd get out of the hell they were in. That hell was her violent and abusive stepfather. Her mother suffered most of it, which was why she begged the sisters not to live like her and to hurry and get out of the hell they were in as soon as possible. With their mother's blessing and a lot of determination, the sisters tried to run away very many times, yet their stepfather always caught up with them. It wasn't until their mother fell sick and they had to settle her hospital bills that they had no other choice than to go abroad. However, From the time they came up with the plan until they executed it, they desperately learned English. It looked like all their hard work paid off when, one day, Erin came home with the news that she got hired to work overseas. They were both happy about the news and celebrated Erin going to work at a hotel in Eden City that pays well. She will never forget the joyous look on Erin's face that day when she assured her they wouldn't have to worry about their mother's hospital bills anymore. She also will never forget that her late sister urged her to wait for her and promised to make sure she made a lot of money. Now that she thinks about it, back then, they were so happy about getting out of the hell they lived in. They had no idea they were walking into a different type of hell. Nevertheless, Saren's deep thinking is cut short when Owen's car halts at a luxury shopping district. Soon, she starts to feel uncomfortable, recalling how filthy she is. She curses him silently for bringing her here to belittle her when he, on the other hand, is dressed perfectly for the occasion. Again, she ends up admiring his good looks, wondering how someone so handsome wouldn't even bat an eye if someone died right in front of him. Everything is going great until Owen starts suspecting Saren. He knows this is a perfect opportunity for her to scream and call for help, but he warns her to stop overthinking things. He assures her it will be best if she doesn't make things difficult for him and promises her that if she behaves, she can get whatever she wants. Obviously, for now, all she wanted at the start was her passport. But an offer like this gives her ideas. She wants to know if money is amongst the things he is offering her, prompting her to confess she needs a whole lot of money. Owen can see from Saren's response that she is desperate, so he asks her why she sat there and said nothing when the kingpin-sized guy gambled with her chip. She simply states that she didn't cause a fuss back then because she just can't die yet. A response that convinces Owen that he has hired an expensive dog walker. Still, he decides to use her desperation to his advantage, assuring her that all she has to do is behave nicely without funny ideas. If she does, there is nothing that can't be achieved in Eden City, especially when it comes to money. Here, money makes everything go round, which is why Owen is so powerful. All this talk about money pushes Saren to repeat that he will have to give her lots of money. From his warm smile, we can tell that's no problem for him, but she suspects that the second she submits, he will throw her in the dirt and mock her. Once more, he notices Saren is thinking deeply and beckons on her. Although she has made up her mind that she will not be submitting, Saren plays cool for now, following Owen into one of the stores. At first, she can't tell what type of store they walk into, and doesn't even pay attention to Owen's conversation with one of the attendants. She stays distracted until she hears someone direct her to some place in the store. Before doing as the attendant requests, however, she expresses how shocked she is that the attendant is talking to her. Upon that, before she leaves, Owen advises her to make this worth it. And then she goes with the attendant, still confused about what is happening. Turns out he brought her here to get her a change of clothes and accessories that the attendant had prearranged. She instructs Saren to check them out and see if they are fitting, after which she will send them to the hotel for her. It's a plan she is cool with, so she thanks the attendant right before she gets curious to know where she is and asks the attendant. She responds that she is at Orbis, a place that provides all services tailored to customer preferences. Truly, this place is class, as Saren can tell, even without a price tag, that one of those clothes should be worth several months of a dog walker's salary. Unfortunately, she notices she has stained it and starts to panic, apologizing to the attendant who assures her that she doesn't have to worry. She can see that Saren is filthy, and informs her that they run showers for clients that are going out right after changing. In that vein, she offers to take her to one of their shower rooms. Nonetheless, she is about to decline but accepts after a quick look in the mirror. Luckily for her, the showers go beyond showers to helping her get dressed up to the point that she comes out looking like a completely different person. When Owen sees her, he says nothing, which is unlike him. Even Saren notices how strange his silence is while standing there awkwardly, waiting for his remark. Suddenly, he asks her why she is standing before him and instructs her to kneel, reminding her that she agreed to do as she is told. Right now, she sees him as a man who can bend both her will and money at the same time. But that's okay. She abandoned her pride long ago. Actually, she can't tell if she ever had pride to begin with. She experienced bad times, like the time she wanted to end her life and the time her mother fell ill. Everything ended up breaking her, putting her through worse conditions than just kneeling. In the end, as Owen takes off her hat and wears her necklace, Saren thinks about how she is so broken that she cannot tell whether the damage is from her mind or her head. Nevertheless, she concludes that there is no pride for her to hold on to left, as she is already too shattered. Owen, on the other hand, is focused on taunting her, telling her that now she looks pretty. Well, luckily for her, Yuri distracts him, handing over his phone to him because he has a call from a man named Boris. Obviously, he takes the call, switching to a different language as he tells Boris that in 10 days, something will enter South Africa under Orbis's name, and the commission will be the same. Soon, he remembers Saren, treating her like some puppy while he continues his call, leaving her confused about what is going on. It doesn't take her too long to conclude that there's no way out of this, and it looks like the conversation with Owen and Boris is just getting started. They discuss some runaway subordinate and possible ways he should have been punished when he was caught. Away from the phone call and back to Saren, she starts feeling very uncomfortable. She feels like she can't breathe, when luckily for her, Boris decides to end the call, promising to see him when he gets to Eden City. Yuri, noticing the call has ended, reaches to take the phone from Owen, but he refuses, placing it in Saren's coat pocket. He warns her to answer the phone whenever he calls, but she doesn't even understand what he is talking about. He then reminds her that she told him she lost her phone, and this was a replacement before declaring, "It's time for them to head home." To humiliate her the more, he pulls on the necklace, even though she warns him that it will snap if he doesn't stop. Suddenly, she feels nausea which she can't control, and vomits on the floor. Instead of consoling her, Owen acts strict, warning her that before she vomited, she should have known it would put her in trouble. Yet, when he notices she's sobbing, he switches his mood, calmly patting Saren on the back while he pleads with her to stop crying. According to him, he hasn't even done anything yet, and she is already tearing up, but she blames her reaction on the fact that she is feeling a bit unwell. The worst mistake she made today was telling that to Owen, who can now see that he isn't the cause of her tears, and goes back to making her feel like a servant. Because of the aisle treatment, the tears continue to flow, leaving Saren hurt until they get home. Immediately they arrive. She just hurries to her room and collapses on her bed. She is about to doze off when she remembers something that seems important. By the looks of things, she wants to make a phone call, but she can't tell whether Owen is as jobless as checking the call log or not. It's a risky move, but she takes it, contacting a certain Miss Hong immediately. When the lady picks up, she greets her, only to get scolded loudly by her, as she demands to know why Saren waited this long to call. She informs her that Hayoung has been wanting to speak with her, so she apologizes and asks about him. It's only been 5 days since she came to Eden City, but according to Miss Hong, Hayoung has been waiting for her call all day. Right now, he is asleep. The old lady, without waiting for a response, adds that she had this little mistrust that Saren wanted to abandon Hayoung with her. She began to feel this way after Saren left the child with her and ghosted them. On the other hand, a part of her had faith that she wasn't that type of person. Although she has been able to confirm that, she reminds Saren that the kid isn't even hers. It's her way of trying to get her to abandon the little boy, but she refuses, declaring that she cannot abandon him since she lives for him. Miss Hong already knows this, but the condition Serene is in made her come up with this suggestion. She also suggested this because she fears that Saren always puts others first and neglects herself. She fears that one day it will all come crashing down on her. Although she isn't okay right now, Saren claims to be fine before informing Miss Hong that she has found Hayoung's father. On hearing this, the old lady asks if he agreed to give her money, and it seems like he will. Sure, he did say something like that earlier, but she isn't certain he'll let her leave after giving her the money. Miss Hong is happy about the news, believing now Saren will be able to pay off the loan for Hayoung's hospital bills. It's urgent because the doctor said he needs the scan next week, pushing her to throw a flood of questions at her to confirm the kid is okay. She just tells Saren that the doctor keeps giving the same report. According to her, Hayoung is better off with his father, as aside from the hospital bills, Serene has a lot of debt to settle. Again, she refuses, declaring that she will raise Hayoung herself when she hears Hayoung on the other end of the phone. Miss Hong doesn't hesitate to let Hayoung speak with her. Firstly, the boy wants to know why it took Sarin so long to call him. She doesn't respond to that, instead asking him if he woke up just to talk to her. Hayoung affirms that he did, explaining that he is a light sleeper like his mother. Before she knows it, the boy wants to know about his father and if he is coming to see him or not. The question shakes Sarin because of the type of man Hayoung's father is. Sure, her sister loved him, but she wouldn't have known the man if she didn't read her sister's diary after she passed away. It was still in that diary that she discovered he was the reason why she fled from Eden City and returned to Korea. Since she met him, she understood her sister's decision and knows she can't tell him about Hayoung's existence. Even though the child wants to see him, she knows that will only bring the poor kid harm. Her journey here was to find his father since she couldn't bring herself to lie to him that he didn't have one. Sadly, she can't tell what he will do when he finds out about Hayoung, and he doesn't understand this, so he starts crying. Hayoung fears that his father does not want to see him, but she tries to console him, pleading with him not to cry, because if he does, she can't comfort him. She also reminds him of the promise he made to her that he will not cry while she is away, so he dries his tears. Sarin commends him for this, praising him for being brave before she asks him to put Miss Hong on the phone. The boy immediately does as he is told, allowing the grown-ups to finish their conversation. Now that he isn't listening anymore, she opens up to Miss Hong that she might delay a bit. The old lady has no issue with this, stating that it must have been hard for the man after he heard he had a son. While she is handling him, she admonishes her to eat well as she is there, and she smiles warmly. Although they don't know what she is going through, it's really nice for her to have this type of support. She is really grateful and intends to repay Miss Hong for this good deed when she gets back. She also knows she has to start thinking of a plan, just in case Owen, Hayoung's father, goes after Hayoung or the old lady. For now, she starts by warning the old lady to be wary of any calls she gets from abroad about her when she hears a knock on the door. She starts panicking, wondering what she will do now if they ask. Owen hadn't told her he had anything for her to do. Nevertheless, she is most worried about whether or not the person at the door overheard her conversation. Luckily for her, it's someone from Orbis who brought her stuff and wants to bring them in. She is glad it's an employee and welcomes the person in. She is shocked, however, to see that it's more than one person and more than one package. She doesn't get why they are arranging the room for her and spots the luggage she left at the hotel among the new stuff. The sight of it scares her, making her feel they might have kept it there to taunt her. This makes her believe he wasn't lying when he said he knows everything going on, but her attention shifts to the many luxury items in the room. Selling a few of them can get her a decent payday and ease her from worrying about Hayoung's hospital bills. Sadly, there's no way she can do that because all this isn't hers. The following day, just like her first day walking the dogs, they run wildly, leaving her to try to maintain balance until she begs them to wait, which they do. Sarin is taken aback because of this, glad that she is getting the hang of this, and the dogs are being obedient. She recalls her first day on the job and how it was so bad that they dragged her on the floor. Owen even had to gift her this new coat, just to save her from shame, and threw out the old one. Somehow she misses that coat, but then starts getting the feeling that someone is watching them right now. Nevertheless, she has to ensure all this to help her get the money, which is all that matters. Aside from that, she knows she can't run away. As if she does, Hayoung will probably suffer for it. One of the Dobermans looks like it feels for her, but assures it that it's okay. Still, deep down, she fears that if she loses Hayoung after all this, she will be severely hurt. However, before she knows it, the dogs get excited again, barking at something and running towards it, dragging Sarin on the floor in the process. Initially, she believed they understood her, but now she feels otherwise, eventually letting go of the dogs. She can see they are heading somewhere, but doesn't know where exactly. They are smart dogs, and she knows nothing will happen to them. But if anything does, she'll have to answer to Owen. No one wants that, which is why she is chasing after them. Eventually, she gets lost, not knowing which way the dogs went. She ends up at a shady alley right before some hoodlums, reminding her of the warning she was given about this area. It's a criminal zone, leaving her to fear for her safety. She would have turned back, but she fears for the dogs and decides to go in and find them with a brick in hand. If only it would be that easy. Saren gets stopped by one of the shady men, who mockingly asks her what she is looking for. He then claims to have almost everything she needs, but she refuses the offer, warning him to stay away from her. She has a brick and is not afraid to use it, but he laughs, telling her that many of them in the area carry guns, so a brick is nothing to them. Gladly, he calls his associates, informing them he has found a beautiful lady in their area, Lux Street, and mocks Saren for coming here with just brick. Nevertheless, she doesn't wish to die in a place like this. She cooks up a plan to toss the brick at one of the men and make a run for it, backpedaling as she looks for the right opportunity. Suddenly, she bumps into a man that leaves the others in fear. In no time, they run off, leaving Saren and her savior, who turns out to be Yuri. As soon as their eyes meet, he sternly asks her why she is in this part of town. She explains that she came here to find the dogs, but he tells her they have already returned to their owner. She is happy to hear this, and for future purposes, he instructs her to head back to the hotel if something like this happens next time. According to him, they are smart dogs and will always find their way back. Saren still believes something could happen to the dogs, but Yuri assures her they are the safest living thing in the city. In other words, no one would dare touch Owen's dogs. She remains concerned, stating that the dogs are so gentle, and she fears someone who doesn't know them will hurt them. He is shocked to hear this, recalling how the dogs drag him about during walks. Wow, I thought they respected him. That's why Yuri wants to know how she can call them gentle, even after what the dogs did to her. She informs him that the dogs stopped for a second, and it was her who panicked after letting go of their leashes. This information gives Yuri a lot to think about. He knows the dogs don't stop just like that, and they probably like how quiet Serene is. The same could not have been said for the other dog walkers, as they bullied them thoroughly, causing them to come back crawling sometimes. Surprisingly, Yuri decides to be nice and helps Serene back to the hotel, but she hears a familiar back that catches her attention. It's actually one of Owen's dogs, and even though he asks her to ignore it, she asks the dog to come with her. After a bit, she notices the dog isn't coming to them and asks why. The way Yuri sees it, Owen had sent the dog to bring Saren to him, so he advises her to follow it. Shockingly, she doesn't, resulting in her getting dragged all the way there, as usual. It's probably because she is scared, not knowing where she is being taken to. It's an abandoned building after all. Although she can't tell why he brought her here, she notices the smell in the air and the sound, like when the people in the city were preparing to eat pig. Suddenly, she sees something that frightens her. It's Owen, his dogs, and a person with a bag over his head. She can't say who the captive is, but Owen is excited to see her, sadistically smiling at her when he tells her he wants to show her something. Enjoying this recap so far? Comment Doberman below. Also, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Ciao! And she wonders what it is. But before she can ask, he gestures for her to step inside the room, and the sight makes her stomach drop. The man she met at the casino is barely recognizable, beaten to a pulp, his face swollen and bloodied, barely able to lift his head. Owen smirks as he says the guy made a solid attempt to escape to Russia that day, thinking he could slip away. But there's nowhere in the world he can't track down. No place far enough to hide. He admits he was so distracted by the ridiculousness of the situation that he forgot about it. But eventually, he figured he should reward his dog walker. He tells her not to be scared, saying the man won't be doing anything soon, won't be moving, won't be talking, won't be breathing, because he'll be dead anyway. And then he asks if she wants that, or if she'd rather he spare him. But isn't it better this way? The guy deserved it for trying to claim her chips that day, for thinking he could take what wasn't his and walk away untouched. So as a reward for all her hard work walking his dog, he's giving her this, letting her see the result of what happens to people who step out of line. Saren immediately says she never asked for anything like that, her voice sharp, but Owen tilts his head and asks if she'd rather he let the man go, because if he does, then she's the one who will be in danger, and that wouldn't be ideal. Would it? She demands to know what he means, because even if the man was released, he wouldn't be able to lay a finger on her. So who does Owen think he'd take revenge on? Owen chuckles and calls her weak, saying it's easy to make a small woman like her disappear without a trace. She grits her teeth because that wouldn't solve anything. But Owen leans in and tells her that's exactly why it's better to deal with the man now while he's right in front of her. Saren clenches her fists because she doesn't care much about her own life. But if she's gone, then what about Hyung? That poor kid. No, she won't let that happen. She says she doesn't want anyone getting hurt, and Owen raises an eyebrow, asking if she understands the consequences of that. She knows he's just playing with her, trying to get a reaction, and she can't let herself be provoked. She's just another toy to him, something he'll toss aside when he gets bored. But she repeats that she doesn't want this. Owen laughs and says that for someone so sloppy, she sure doesn't hesitate when it comes to other people's lives. Well, enough chit-chat. He grabs a brick and she flinches. He smirks, asking if she thought he was going to hit her with it. Then, without hesitation, he slams it down on the man. She gasps, wondering if he's still alive, and Owen shrugs. Probably not. Saren can't believe what she just saw because he didn't even hesitate, and Owen casually says it's become a habit since he's the type to act before thinking. He tells her he gave her time to think, but there's nothing she can't do in this city, so there's no need to hesitate because good people don't last here. Next time she holds a brick, she better make sure to hit first, since that's how things work in Eden City. Back in her room, she lays there, wondering if he wants her to live or die, and what he even wants from her because how much more does he plan to take when it already feels like more than she has. She wants to hear Hyung's voice and wonders if he's awake, but before she can do anything, a knock on the door makes her tense because she doesn't want to see Owen right now. But then, a voice. Yuri. She hesitates before opening the door, and Yuri tells her not to leave her room for a few days. She frowns and asks why, but he sighs, saying Owen's nerves are all over the place and he's not in a good state. Just like before. Owen is never exactly nice, but once a year there's a period when he gets worse. And even though it passes until then, she needs to stay put because no cleaners will come. But there's food in the fridge, and she should lock her door and not step outside no matter what. She watches him leave, her heart pounding, because is that why Owen was acting like a lunatic? And she can't believe she's stuck in a house with him in that condition? So what is she supposed to do? Elsewhere, Yuri mutters that Owen should just go to his private villa because why does he insist on staying here and suffering if it's because of that woman? But Owen cuts him off, demanding the documents he asked for. A henchman hands them over and Owen then smirks, asking why Yuri is so curious about her, because that must be the reason, isn't it? Yuri frowns and asks what he expects him to do, but Owen shrugs. Catch her and kill her. Owen says if he interrogates a few workers or drug dealers, he can find her, and Yuri asks about the woman in the room. But Owen replies that he's not sure yet because he's still having fun playing with her and is curious to see how things turn out. He notes that she looked scared earlier, so he should be gentle. Owen says if that's the case, then she still hasn't realized how nice he's been since he hasn't even laid a single finger on her. Yuri doesn't say anything, but in his head, he's pretty sure that's exactly the problem. Saren hears a loud noise outside her room and remembers Yuri's warning not to come out under any circumstances. Was this what he meant? Is it Owen? Did he have one of those seizures again? She's curious, but curiosity is how people in horror movies die, so she decides to stay put. But even so, she can't sleep. Eventually, everything calms down, and she wonders if Owen has fallen asleep before finally opening the door. Glass is everywhere, and she expected this. But still, what a mess. There's even a trace of blood. Not surprising considering how reckless he is. And then she remembers that no one is coming to clean for a few days. If she doesn't do it, no one will. So she starts sweeping. She recalls seeing a first aid kit on a shelf because she wouldn't call herself human if she ignored someone who's hurt. But then again, the smart thing to do is not get involved. She hears a noise from Owen's room and freezes. Did he wake up? Instead, one of the dogs trots out, and she's relieved to see them. She peeks at Owen, and he seems to be sleeping. Good. She tells the dogs not to bother him and shuts the door, but they whine at her. She asks what's wrong, then realizes they must be hungry. After finishing the cleanup, she gets their food, and because there might still be glass around, she has them eat on the table and sofa. Not exactly proper dog manners, but at this point, who cares? She looks outside and sees that it's raining, so no walks today. She asks the dogs if they want to stay in her room since it's safer that way, especially if Owen wakes up before she can retreat. She opens her door and they all jump on her bed. They're so cute. She hopes Owen takes care of his wounds because she left the first aid kit nearby, but knowing him, he'll just leave everything dirty again. At night, another loud crash. Did he break something again? Guess she'll be cleaning the living room tomorrow. She asks the dogs if their owner is always this active at night, but they suddenly run to the door. She asks what's wrong. Did they sense something? Did something happen to Owen? She decides to check, and as soon as she cracks the door open, the dogs bolt. She can't see anything. It's dark, and the apartment is eerily silent. Did Owen already go back to his room? If so, this might be her chance. She steps out, and his voice startles her as he asks if she wasn't told not to leave her room. She turns and sees him on the floor with his dogs surrounding him, and she hesitates because she doesn't know what happened, and the dogs just ran out, so maybe she should go back. He thanks her for taking care of them and says she's doing a great job as a dog walker. She blinks because she didn't expect him to say thanks and didn't think he was the type. He asks for headache pills, and she remembers there were some in the first aid kit, which is outside his room. Looks like he kicked it. Nice. She needs to get water too, so she opens the fridge and sees he barely touched his food. If he keeps starving himself? For someone who always looks so perfect, it's strange seeing him like this. She puts everything on a tray and hands it to him from a safe distance. He tells her it's not like an infectious disease, but she thinks to herself, no, but he's definitely more dangerous than one. He suddenly pulls her closer and she stumbles, and the water spills all over his face. She stares in horror. Oh, she's so finished. Owen asks Saren if she thinks falling on him will help him maintain his composure, and she quickly says it was a mistake and demands to know why he grabbed her in the first place. She tells him to let go, but he just smirks and asks why, and he doesn't seem angry, so is he playing with her again? Either way, being this close, she has to admit he's ridiculously handsome, and no wonder her sister liked him since she was always into men with perfect faces. Owen narrows his eyes and asks what she's looking at and why she's making that face like she's expecting him to do something. Is she trying to seduce him? Saren scoffs because he's the one holding her. She pushes him away and tells him to stop, and he chuckles, saying she must have a daring side. Why else would she come out here just to tease him? She argues that she had no choice since he made her stay in his room when there are plenty of others in the hotel. And he shrugs, saying good point. But then why did she? Before he can finish, he suddenly holds his head again. She frowns because she's noticed his headaches get worse when the storm does. He grabs her hand and swallows his medication, then reminds her that she's scared of him, yet she still worries enough to give him medicine. She flatly says it's only because if he dies, she'll feel guilty. He chuckles, saying that must mean she's a good person. She admits she did consider not helping. Why care about someone who doesn't even care about himself? Owen starts to question what she means, but then glances down and finally notices his legs are bleeding, which explains the discomfort every time he walked. Saren, meanwhile, is thinking about how even his feet are annoyingly well-shaped. He lets out a bitter laugh and asks if she thinks it's funny seeing the man who murdered someone in cold blood sitting here like this. Must be a little amusing. She shakes her head and says she's not like the people around him. She wouldn't laugh at someone getting hurt because that's not who she is. Owen stares at her and asks if she's just worried about him then. But before she can answer, his headache flares up again, and he mutters that this weather is making it unbearable. She wonders if the medicine isn't working yet and thinks maybe it's because he hasn't eaten. He frowns, confused by the sudden topic change, and she explains that in her experience, people who are sensitive like this tend to feel better after a meal. One of the dogs runs over, and she takes them to eat elsewhere. Owen notes that she seems to be getting along with them. Saren agrees, saying it's easy since they're so smart. She figures she might as well eat too, after all the effort she put into preparing everything. He watches her and notices that she looks like she's enjoying it. She laughs and says, That's probably because for poor people like her, good meals like this were rare and meant everything. She offers him some, and to her shock, he actually takes it. She yelps as if she's just seen a monster, and he raises an eyebrow, asking if she was going to scream like that. Why did she offer it in the first place? She stammers that she just didn't expect him to actually take it. The truth is, after everything that happened, it feels surreal. And somehow, watching him eat makes her feel like she's being pulled into something she doesn't understand. She quietly mentions that her sister loved rainy days. Owen snorts and says, then she would have been a terrible match for him. Saren explains that heavy rain meant their stepfather would come home late. So she, her mother, and her sister could finally have a peaceful moment together just lying down and watching the storm. Listening to the raindrops hit the roof while pretending they were somewhere else. Somewhere better. But now she doesn't have her mother or sister anymore. And she can't go back to that. Owen tells her not to look at him like that. She says she doesn't like rainy days now because they're full of painful memories. He smirks and asks if she's saying that just to match with him, and if she would like to test that and see how well they match together. Saren glares, feeling a sharp sting of anger rise in her chest, thinking how dare he joke about that when he was involved with her sister. He tilts his head, studying her expression, and asks if he was, and how his sweet little sister knows that. Her heart stops because she didn't want him to find out this way. Owen eyes her carefully, his gaze sharp and unreadable, and asks if this means she came all this way just to find a man who is intimate with her sister, and why she would do that since that's strange. He leans back, watching her reaction closely, and says, the funny thing is, he doesn't even remember it. She tells him to let her go if he doesn't even remember, but he leans back with a smirk, saying she makes him hot. The headaches are already getting better and eating helped, but maybe satisfying another need will jog his memory too. She jumps up, begging him to stop. He stretches, deciding they should call it a day. He had fun thanks to her, since she shared a secret. He'll return the favor. He hates rain because he almost died in it. When he was weak and small, it rained a lot, the washing everything away. He remembers the cold water rushing into his mouth and nose, the weight of a hand shoving him down, the voice telling him to die. He was too weak to fight back. That helplessness still twists inside him, but now he sees the value in it. That day, past all the fear, what kept him alive wasn't luck. It was anger, a burning, ruthless rage and the urge to kill. But he needed strength. If he had been stronger, he wouldn't have been so powerless to survive. One has to be strong, able to force away anything that tries to suffocate them. And if someone tries to drown you, you better be ready to throw them into the water instead. He shakes off the thoughts, saying they should go to their separate rooms. She hesitates before asking who tried to kill him. He doesn't answer, then turns away as if the question isn't worth acknowledging. After that rainy day, his health spirals. At least she can rest knowing he won't die of hunger since he's raiding the fridge constantly. But the worse he gets, the more plates he breaks. There's only one bowl left now. There's still time before he wakes up, so she takes the chance to move around freely, the only time she feels like she has some control. But how long is she supposed to live like this? Trapped in this strange, suffocating routine? She can barely sleep because he always wakes up just as she's about to. And yet she still has to be there if he hurts himself again, because no one else will. She doesn't understand him at all. She wouldn't normally go near a guy like him, let alone live with him. But she has no choice. For Hyung, she tells herself it's just temporary. If what Owen said is true, then she remembers when he mentioned his mother trying to kill him. If that's who he meant, then she must not have loved her child at all. And if even a mother could be that cruel, then what about everyone else? Some people don't even care about blood ties. The thought disgusts her. How could anyone do that to their own child? And if that's possible, then even Hyung might not be safe. She has to escape before she's too deep in this world. Owen walks in asking if she slept well. His voice is casual, but there's something off about it, like he already knows the answer. It was time for her to go to sleep, yet she never went to her room. Was he listening for her? She forces a smile, saying she fell asleep outside. He doesn't comment, just mentions that Yuri is coming back tomorrow. She nods and asks if she can go home. She's been working as a dog walker for a while. She just needs her passport. It's a simple request, logical even. But he laughs. Is she really that desperate to leave? If he lets her go, who's going to take care of him? She suggests Yuri, but he refuses. Only she can do it. Didn't she know she doesn't respond? He's toying with her, isn't he? He doesn't actually care about keeping her around. He just enjoys pulling her strings. He had promised to pay her, but never said how much. She doubts he ever planned to. Fine. She doesn't want his money. Just let her go. He tilts his head, asking if she doesn't believe him. All right, since he's the one who hired her. It's only fair they discuss her payment. How much does she want? The directness catches her off guard. He asks so suddenly that she has no idea how much to say. Dog walking doesn't pay much, right? She hesitates, trying to gauge his reaction. He says it's not even half the worth of the things in the dressing room. She expected as much, but she was hoping he'd be generous. Considering how easily he spends money, he had paid her $500 just for doing laundry once. She throws out a number. 200. His reaction is immediate. He looks genuinely shocked. Is that too much? She was expecting dog walking wouldn't be worth much. He stares before asking if she's serious. That's way too low. Is she really okay with that? She hesitates before raising it to 300. He just shakes his head. What does she think his income is? He offers her $10,000 per week. Her brain short-circuits. He can't be serious. Even for him, that must be too much. A man willing to throw that kind of money at her. What exactly does he expect in return? But still, with that much money, she could pay off her debts in no time. She could afford every medical bill, every test, everything Hyung might need. He just watches her back, waiting for her answer. Owen already knows everything about Saren, her family, the environment she grew up in, the reason she came to Eden City, and why she desperately needs money. He should have complete control over her. But it's not enough. He wants to make her completely his. Saren asks if he really plans to give her that much money. Owen thinks he's been out of his mind for days, but today feels worse. He assures her he won't go back on his word. $10,000 a week is an amount she never imagined receiving, but she still hesitates. She confirms that all she has to do is walk the dogs and nothing else. Owen leans back, pretending to consider. Maybe the man accused of being intimate with her sister could ask her to eat with him sometimes. Would that be okay? She nods as long as he never asks her to do anything more. After what happened to her sister, she would never do that. Owen asks if she'd agree to be with him if he proves he wasn't involved with her sister. Saren stares at him. He's really the worst. Every time he opens his mouth, she's speechless. Why can't he speak like a normal person? He says he told her before. He doesn't remember being with her sister. She fires back. Her sister wrote about him in her diary. She trusts her. He must have met so many women that he doesn't even remember. Owen sighs. Does she know how many women have probably written about him in their diaries, fantasizing, he'll prove it next time? He leaves laughing like this is all a joke. Saren frowns. Is this really something to be so confident about? He's definitely hiding something, but no matter what tricks he tries, there's undeniable proof of what happened in Korea. Things return to normal in the house. Yuri comments that she's in better shape than expected and asks if anything strange happened. Saren mentions the broken dishes. Yuri shrugs. They can buy new ones. She also tells him Owen hurt his feet and was walking around like that. Yuri raises an eyebrow. Just his feet this time. Saren hesitates. Does that mean Owen usually gets hurt worse? Owen walks in. She hasn't seen him wearing a suit in a while. He looks better than usual. He grabs her hair in greeting. She immediately pulls away. He tells her not to be so wary. He was just saying hello. She stares at him. After everything he said yesterday. How can he act so normal? Does nothing affect him? He tells Yuri to hand something over. It's an envelope thick with cash. Owen says cash is probably more convenient for her. Yuri watches the exchange with mild interest, almost like he's wondering what happened these past few days. Saren holds the money. She's never had this much in her hands before. It doesn't feel real. She watches Owen and Yuri leave and stares at the envelope, realizing she was so distracted she forgot to say goodbye. 10,000 for a week of walking dogs. There's no way this is normal. There has to be a catch. She knows that. But at the same time, she can't refuse. She needs this money for Hyang. The dogs bring their leashes, eager to go outside. She sighs. It's still raining. Are they really okay with that? They haven't gone out in a while, so maybe a little rain won't hurt. Worrying won't change anything. Besides, her passport was taken. She's practically living here like a prisoner. If she thinks about it that way, maybe this insane payment makes sense. A door opens. The man from the casino is lying in bed, groaning about the noise. He rubs his head, still sore. Why did Owen hit him with a brick? He was just making money off stupid people. Normally he'd let it slide, but Saren was involved. He doesn't know what she said to Owen, but he won't forgive her. He has to kill her. Owen should have known better than to mess with him. His boss is Nikolai's right-hand man, but then again, Owen practically owns Eden City. Even so, he can't let this slide. The door swings open. A man walks in. The casino guy grumbles. Was he swearing out loud? The man, Pavel, smirks. Looks like his head got smashed in. Was it Owen? The casino guy glares. Pavel reeks of alcohol and women just like his father, an addict through and through. Pavel asks what he plans to do. The man grits his teeth if that woman hadn't interfered. Pavel tilts his head. What woman? Does Owen have a girlfriend now? Yeah. Pavel leans against the wall, eyes glinting. What's Owen planning? If Nikolai finds out, he demands details. The man explains. Pavel's lips twitch into a grin. So that's what happened. Fun things always happen when he's not around. The man growls. Because of that woman, Owen kidnapped him, massacred his brother and his subordinates all over a bit of money. It wasn't a big deal. Why did it have to go that far? Pavel shrugs. They're bad people anyway. The man agrees. Yes, it's all because of that woman. Pavel taps his fingers against the wall, thinking he was planning to visit Owen just to be nice. But this is an opportunity. If he plays it right, he can take Owen down. Maybe then he'll be the new king of Eden City. He lets out a quiet chuckle. Things are finally getting interesting. Owen doesn't come back for a few days after giving Saren the money. She hides it in her wardrobe, knowing she needs to find a way to send it to Korea. But first, she has to let them know. She calls Miss Hong, but instead of her, Hyang picks up. He says his nanny is sleeping. He was asleep too, but heard the phone ringing on his way to the bathroom. Saren realizes it must be late at night in Korea. He asks when she's coming back. She apologizes and tells him she has to stay a little longer. Then he asks about his father. Is he not there with her? She says his father is really busy and wanted her to tell him he was sorry for not being able to talk to him earlier. Hyang goes quiet for a moment, then accuses her of lying. He asks why she's lying to him. Does she hate him now too? Her heart sinks. She asks why he would think that. He says it's because she told him she was going to find his father. But now she doesn't want them to meet. Is that true? She grips the phone tighter. She read about this before. Children aren't as clueless as adults think. It seems that was right, but she can't tell him the truth. Not yet. His father is probably the last hope he has left, and she doesn't want to take that from him. If he loses his will to keep going, she could end up losing another family member. She can't cry now. Not in front of Hyang. Just like that day. The day her sister died. The day Hyang sobbed and begged his mother not to leave without him. That day, Saren vowed to protect him no matter what. No matter how much she had to lie. She steadies her voice and asks if he remembers what she always tells him. Who is he to her? He hesitates. Then quietly says an angel who fell from the sky. She smiles even though he can't see it. That's right. He's her angel, the most important person in her world. He apologizes. He says it's because he kept talking about wanting to see his father. He made her go look for him, and now he feels so lonely without her. Because of that, she cuts him off. She tells him she misses him too. She will definitely come back. He just has to wait a little longer. Miss Hong walks in asking if it's Sarin on the phone. Sarin confirms it and asks her to take care of Hyung a little longer. Miss Hong agrees, and Sarin promises to call again before ending the call. She sighs, staring at the phone. In the end, she's going to have to tell Hyung the truth, that she was wrong about his father. But how long can she keep up this act? The dogs suddenly rush into her room, snapping her out of her thoughts. She asks if they're hungry. Now that she thinks about it, she's thirsty too. She steps outside and stops in her tracks. Owen is there. She stares at him, wondering how long he has been standing there. He asks if she's done with her call. Her stomach twists. Did he hear anything? No. He doesn't know Korean. She tells herself it's fine. He watches her closely. Who was it? He heard something like Yan. She was talking real sweet. Someone important. She keeps her face blank. She doesn't know what he's talking about. He must have misheard. He smirks but doesn't argue. She quickly turns to leave, but just as she reaches her door, he calls her back. Her breath catches. Something about his voice feels off, but there's nothing she can do. Slowly, she turns around. He leans against the wall, watching her. She doesn't have to be so scared. How about a drink? She shakes her head. She doesn't drink. Besides, she thinks she might be coming down with a cold. He tilts his head, looking amused. Shame. Her fingers twitch on the doorknob. If that's all, can she go back to her room? The way he's looking at her makes her uneasy. Maybe it's the alcohol, but he feels more dangerous than usual. He chuckles. She looks like a terrified deer about to bolt. His eyes glint. He loves hunting those. Her blood runs cold. The more they try to run, the more exciting it gets, and when he finally catches them, when they start breaking down, she doesn't understand what he's saying. Then he steps forward slightly. Stay right there. She stiffens. He doesn't move any closer. He smiles. Relax. He's not going to touch her. He leans his head back against the wall. He just wants to watch her while he does it. She waits still as a statue until he's finished. The second he's done, she takes off like she just remembered an urgent appointment. He leans down, sniffs the chair, and sighs like a poet in love, saying even her scent belongs in a museum. She wonders why she even watched something like that. But what's worse is reacting like this after watching it. Maybe she really is crazy. She's never dated anyone before. All she knows about romance comes from her sister's stories, but she always thought that kind of thing wasn't for her. Still with a face as pretty as her sister's. She once dreamed of a love that was pure and beautiful. Yet here she is feeling this way over a man she doesn't even like. But no matter how much she tells herself that the feeling won't go away, her body is tense. Her face feels warm. Her skin is sticky and she hates it. Normally, she doesn't care if the maids do her laundry, but this time, no, she'll handle it herself. Later that night, she lies under her blanket, staring at the ceiling, trying to clear her mind when she feels something moving underneath. Is it the dogs? She lifts it up. It's Owen. He's way too close. Her breath catches, her heart pounds. Meanwhile, outside her room, Yuri stops in his tracks. Strange noises, muffled movements. Something feels off. She jolts awake, breathing heavily. Just a dream. Maybe it's the sweat, but that tingling sensation lingers. She shakes her head. How could she have a dream like that? People say dreams reflect desires, but does she really want something like that? Maybe after staying here so long, she started getting weird too. How did her sister last a whole year in a place like this? She steps out of her room and spots Owen heading into his. She calls out, asking what's wrong with him. How can he act so casual after showing her something so obscene yesterday? The dogs rush over leashes in their mouths, practically begging. She kneels, greeting them. Did they sleep well? Want to go for a walk? Should they head out earlier today? Animals express emotions through actions. But just like their owner, sometimes they're hard to understand. Come to think of it, she doesn't even know their names. Owen and Yuri just call them dogs. She's never heard their real names. Well, fine, she'll give them names herself. The eldest is Bluey, the calmest one is Yellowy, and the youngest, full of energy, is Pinky. That should be fine, right? The dogs wag their tails in approval, or maybe they just don't care either way. As she steps outside, Yuri spots her and asks if she's heading out already. She nods, saying she's taking the dogs for an early walk. He gives her a suspicious look and asks if she's sure she's in good condition to go out in this weather. She frowns, saying she's not sick or anything. He raises an eyebrow and says he's asking because of the strange noises he heard from her room last night. Her face heats up. Please tell her he's not talking about that dream. Yuri sighs, confirming his suspicions. She really doesn't seem well, and he already called a doctor to check on her this afternoon. She should go when she gets back. She insists she's fine, just a bad dream and a rough night. He says, if she pushes herself too hard, she'll regret it later. She insists again that she's fine. He thinks to himself. What a strange woman. While reviewing her investigation file, he found himself clicking his tongue. Even for someone like him who's been through life or death situations, it's hard not to pity her. She even lost her passport because of Owen. Right now, she's basically a toy. Yet she keeps acting like she's okay. He tells her he knows she's struggling because of Owen. She blinks in confusion. What? He quickly says nothing. And anyway, his job includes setting conditions and limitations on her. Seeing the doctor is non-negotiable. She thanks him for being considerate. He smirks and says, no, if she collapses, he'll be stuck walking those bad dogs. She gasps in offense. How dare he? These dogs are angels. Yuri silently notes how popular she is with eccentric creatures. He tells her to change her walking route since there was a shooting at dawn in Scandal District. And just to be safe, she should walk around Lavinia instead. He adds that it's best to keep the dogs away from the smell of gunpowder, because if they notice it, they'll want to investigate. Oh, and there's a really good tart shop in Lavinia. She should grab something while she's there. She asks if it's called JAM. He nods, surprised, and asks if she's been there before. She shakes her head and says, no, but her sister's diary mentioned it. Her sister wanted to take her there. Yuri shrugs, saying it's a famous place so she won't have trouble finding it. She nods. He says he's heading out since Owen needs new suits. She thanks him for everything. She watches him leave, wondering if Yuri is actually nice. Maybe he's friendlier than he seems. She walks with the dogs and spots a sign that says Jam, the tart place. It really does look popular. Yuri told her to buy something, but maybe she should just keep going. Before she can decide, the dogs yank her toward the line. She stumbles, looking down at them. Do they want her to buy something? She protests, saying, no, they should keep walking. They don't budge. People line up behind her. She sighs, accepting her fate. As she waits, she suddenly spots someone in the crowd. Her breath catches. That person looks just like her sister. Owen asks when she's coming back, but Saren stays with the lady who looks like her sister, though the lady calls her a liar. In her diary, she wrote that buying delicious tarts at Jam was something she only did on holidays. Yet here she is doing just that. She wanted her to come eat tarts with her too. She hesitates for a moment before stepping into the shop and ordering a peach tart, taking it outside to eat. The smell is amazing, warm and sweet. She remembers Aaron calling her over once to give her a peach from Hong Shang's grandma, saying they were really delicious. She had taken a bite and agreed. It was the best peach she ever had. If it wasn't for Hyung, she probably would have followed to the other side because they've always been together. She takes a bite of the tart, wondering if Aaron was thinking about her in Korea too. The dogs stare at her while she eats, their eyes round and expectant. She tells them it's okay, she'll stop crying soon, and thanks them. If not for them, she wouldn't have been able to do this today. Their presence kept her steady, even when she felt like crumbling. Hyung likes peaches too, doesn't he? She decides she'll bring him here to taste these tarts later. It'll be sweeter if he doesn't eat alone. Next time, they'll split one in half. She asks the dogs if they can keep going. If they head home now. Her legs ache. She can't believe she ended up walking for 4 hours. Honestly, most of the time she thinks they were just dragging her around. She takes their leashes off and notices their legs are shaking too, so they're just as tired, huh? Did they make her walk so much because they wanted her to cheer up? Maybe they understood more than she thought. It was tough. But thanks to them, she feels better. She walks into the house and the dogs run inside without waiting for her to clean their feet, which is strange since they usually wait for her to do it. She hasn't even taken her shoes off yet. She calls their nicknames, stepping further in, and then she sees Owen, sitting there like he's been waiting for her. Why is he back so early? She doesn't feel comfortable being alone with him right now. He greets her, and she responds. He suggests she sit too, but she refuses. She doesn't want to go through what happened last time. She reminds him that she already said if things like yesterday keep happening, she won't be able to work here anymore, so he should just give her passport back. He, or whoever this is, tilts his head, then says, "Oh, right, I usually keep important things on me. You should check my body for it." She stares. That would mean touching him even more. Yeah, no thanks. Now that she thinks about it, his clothes are different from this morning. She remembers Yuri mentioning something before she left. Did he change into the clothes Yuri gave him? The dogs are acting strange too. They usually stick close to Owen, but now they seem to be watching him instead. He asks how long she's going to act like this. Tells her to do as he says because he's not in a good mood today. Did something bad happen? He even started drinking early. Normally he drinks straight, but today it's different. And where's his ring? She's only ever seen him take it off when his hands might get dirty. He always wears it like it's something precious. Something about this feels off, but the person in front of her is definitely Owen. Right. She tells him to give back her passport. She'll also return the $500 he gave her. He waves it off, says it's an insignificant amount. No need to return it. She apologizes, says she's feeling sick, so she'll head to her room. The deal she made with Owen was $10,000 a week. This guy is lying. He's pretending to be Owen. Who is he? She turns to leave, but suddenly he grabs her hair, yanks her back, his voice low. "Where do you think you're going? I'm not done talking." A dog lunges at him. He scowls, mutters that these mutts have no manners, and kicks it away. She stares. This man absolutely cannot be Owen. She demands to know who he is. He smirks, says it's him. She scoffs. Owen would never hurt a dog. His gaze sharpens as he sees her eyes. Aaron once mentioned a sister with astigmatism. One eye, a beautiful ash gray. He tilts his head, so she's the younger sister from back then. Lee something, right? Her eyes really are as special as he heard. They remind him of an old dog on its last breath. She stiffens. This man. Who is he? She asks if he knows her sister. He grins, says of course they're very close, maybe even in a relationship, though one-sided. Her sister is the one pining. She snaps that he's lying. He chuckles. Even so, she's sharp. Unlike her sister, who was easy to deceive. Her stomach twists. What did he do to her sister? The realization slams into her. Owen didn't lie. Hae-young's biological father is this man, but the diary never mentioned anything like that. Then it clicks. Owen has a twin, identical. So why is this one pretending? Why is he here in Owen's place? His expression darkens. He orders her to shut up and tells the dogs to settle down. Her pulse pounds. She's been beaten before. She knows what happens when someone resists. The more they struggle, the harder the hits come. Says she shouldn't look so scared. She should talk a little. She stares. About what? He leans in. Owen is looking for him. It has something to do with her. She blinks. How would she know? She just found out he existed. Why ask her? He could ask Owen directly. A voice cuts in. Owen greets his twin brother, Pavel. The mood shifts. The male lead narrows his eyes. If Pavel came all this way, he should at least say hello properly. After all, weren't his guts just spilled out? Pavel forces a smile, apologizes, says he didn't mean to. The male lead's expression tightens. Then he sees Saren again, and his fury spikes. Pavel panics, begs for a chance to explain. The male lead doesn't listen. His fists do the talking. Pavel gasps, pleads, says he was wrong. The male lead scoffs. Does Pavel even understand what he's saying? Does he mean he broke their promise? If he scatters seeds carelessly, he'll die. That was the rule. What does he think about fixing things later? Owen sighs, shakes his head. Why is Pavel using his identity? That's just disappointing. Saren's mind races. Owen claimed he didn't know her sister, but then he said he discovered the truth himself. Did that include Hyang? Pavel swallows. His voice shakes as he asks if he has a child. His eyes flick to Saren. So that's why she's here. He thought she belonged to Owen. But no, this is why the male lead showed up. The woman, it was a little joke, right? Sending her sister to collect money for a child. Pavel exhales, mind scrambling. First, he needs to survive this mess. The rest can wait. Owen snorts. A guy like Pavel being a father. That's a real tragedy for the kid. Not that Pavel will live long enough to meet them. Pavel stiffens. He says Owen doesn't know anything. That Saren is lying. Owen is being deceived. In a flashback, Pavel's first impression of Owen is the awful stench, the filthy clothes, and those strange eyes. Even then, he has a bad feeling about him. His grandfather, Nikolai, the head of the Red Mafia in Moscow, always values blood ties. Because of that, Pavel grows up spoiled. Owen, on the other hand, is separated from birth and raised neglected in poverty as a body worker. That's what people say. At least, meanwhile, Pavel has everything. Power, money, status. He believes the throne of the city will be his one day. But then, his grandfather gives it all to Owen. He has to be joking, Nikolai says. Owen reminds him of himself when he was young, so he has high expectations. Pavel thinks he must be blind. If only Owen never showed up. He's nothing but a street rat, a lowly dog. But the real humiliation comes when Nikolai orders Pavel to pretend to be Owen while he's away from Eden City. No one can know its true owner is gone. Pavel plays along, but he's not about to waste the opportunity. Out of spite, he indulges in everything he can get his hands on. Women, money, business. He steals from Owen's empire and expands the cartel in ways Owen never dared to. Eden City is a paradise, and Pavel enjoys every second of it. The problem is, paradise never lasts. The more fun he has, the shorter his time seems to be. The moment he hears Owen is looking for him, he disappears into one of his many hiding spots. No matter how hard Owen searches, he'll never find him. Or so he thinks. Pavel enters the room and freezes. Owen is there. Seems like he had a lot of fun while he was gone. Did he enjoy himself? Pavel feels like he's going insane. This man, with his face, takes everything from him. And now he's here to take even more. There's nothing he won't steal. Not even his life. Owen tilts his head, unimpressed. He was thinking of throwing him into the Baltic Sea. At least the fish would get a meal out of him. Before Pavel can answer, one of the guards announces the boss is coming. Owen's smirk widens. He's lucky grandfather is such a generous man. He hasn't even seen all the garbage Pavel has pulled, and he's already willing to look the other way. But there are conditions. 1, he never returns to Eden City. 2, he stops spreading his dirty seed. Owen's voice sharpens, break either, and the Baltic will be his grave. Presently, Pavel insists he didn't break the promise. It's obvious Saren is lying. He's being framed. Owen watches him carefully. Maybe he's right. His dear brother would never do something so foolish. But how do they find out who's lying? His tone is mockingly sweet. Pavel scoffs. Women have a habit of lying, just like their mother did. Owen's eyes darken. He turns to Saren. If the kid isn't his, that means her sister was violated by someone she doesn't even remember. If she's going to lie, at least make it believable. He raises his fist to hit Pavel again, but Yuri steps in. The boss is coming. Owen exhales sharply. Grandfather saves him again. Why is he still so protective? Don't look so down. Be grateful. Wait for him like a good boy. His voice drops to a deadly whisper as he glances at Yuri. If he moves even an inch, cut off his legs. He leaves. Saren follows, her voice unsteady. Her sister really has a son. Owen shrugs. Is that so? She hesitates. Did her sister truly not know? She wants to believe she did, but doubt creeps in. The diary only contains stories about Owen. If she knew the truth, surely she wouldn't have let it slide. Maybe she was protecting her son? Maybe she wanted to shield Hyung from the truth about his father? Saren drops her voice to a whisper. Please don't touch the child. Going to Eden City is the worst mistake she's ever made. She only wants to find Hyung's father for child support, but now she's caught up in something much worse. Their debt is already crushing. The cost of treatment keeps piling up, and she needs money. But she never expects this. She begs him, says it's all her fault. How long has he known about her sister and Hyung? A man like him, who controls Eden City. Why would he go through so much trouble for someone like her? She doesn't want him to say it. She doesn't want to hear that he knows where the kid is. He drags her down to the casino. The lady tells her to place her bet. Owen smirks before she asks how much he knows, didn't she? He knows everything, even her deepest secrets. Whenever things get tough, she clings to something interesting. Wasn't it gambling or alcohol? A lovely set of coping mechanisms, really. Her mother spent every day drowning in pain, and after she knocked her out with painkillers, she had to get through the long nights alone. There was only one thing to rely on. After her mother died, her sister returned to Eden City, and she tried her best to quit. Hyung needed her, but if her mother could see her now, no more bets. All her cards are already flipped. So he knows it all. Even that. He found out she was even more broken than he expected. She wonders if she's ever been able to hide anything from this man. He hands her a glass of whiskey. Just a sip, and she can get drunk. Get lost? Forget? Even just for a little while. He pours it out in front of her. She demands to know why. He tells her she can't do it. She worked too hard to stay out of it. Is she really going to fall for the same thing again? She doesn't need alcohol. There's something better to distract herself with. He's proven he's not the man her sister was with. So what's stopping her from being with him? Her head spins from the scent of the whiskey. He's testing her. He knew she'd be like this. He wants her answer. She asks why he's doing this. In her eyes, he sees it. Rising, uncontrollable desire. He chuckles. Well, she was the one who looked at him like that first. He picks her up and carries her to his car. She asks where they're going. He says his villa, unless she prefers to do this here. With Pavel watching. She says she doesn't want to go to his villa. She begs him not to hurt the child. He tells her the child must be on the plane. He'll bring him here. Pavel groans, saying it hurts. Of course, it hurts. His jaw is dislocated. What kind of man does this much damage to someone with the same face? He tells Yuri to help him. Yuri sighs, looking down at him. You should get up already. Pavel grits his teeth but drags himself onto the couch. He glances at the dogs, muttering an apology for kicking them earlier. They were in the way, not his fault. The dogs, unimpressed, ignore him. Yuri crosses his arms, looking at Pavel like he's the biggest idiot in the world. He asks why Pavel broke his promise. He wasn't supposed to come back to Eden City. He had to know this would happen. Pavel shrugs. He heard Owen was looking for him, figured he'd pay him a visit. Yuri narrows his eyes. That's it. That's the reason. Pavel grins. Not exactly. He heard something interesting. Owen has never been interested in women before, yet suddenly there's one by his side. And not just any woman. One of those Asian women their grandfather hates so much, he had to come see for himself, no matter the consequences. Yuri raises a brow, saying, Pavel has no right to judge when he did the same thing. Pavel's face darkens. If Yuri weren't above him, he'd cut his tongue out. Pavel clicks his tongue, muttering that it wasn't something he expected. He leans forward, resting his elbows on his knees, then asks where she is now. Yuri hesitates before answering. She's gone. It was an accident. The woman he saw earlier is her sister. She's the one raising the child. Pavel frowns. If that's the case, then there's no use in thinking about it any further. Yuri watches him carefully. This was probably just an excuse to come after Owen. Either way, the male lead won't be coming back here anytime soon. In the end, the one who'll be dealing with their grandfather's anger is him. He tells Pavel to leave and stop causing trouble. Pavel scoffs. He hasn't even recovered from the last mess. Besides, he's in no condition to show up like this. He grumbles about how Owen never learned basic morals. Yuri sighs, wondering if he should have just let him handle things his way. Saren shifts nervously. She brings up what he mentioned earlier about bringing the child over. Owen nods. His grandfather values blood. He'll respect that much. She hesitates before asking if that means he actually intends to protect him. Hyang is very sick. He must be terrified. Owen shrugs, saying the child has no reason to be afraid. He already believes they're connected. It's a relief in a way. He knows everything, even how to bring Hyang over without raising suspicion. But why? She should feel exposed, every secret, every weakness laid bare. Yet, instead of despair, there's a strange sense of ease. There's no need to hide anymore. She knows she should hate him. He's terrifying. The kind of man she swore to avoid. But despite all that, she calls his name. He looks at her, waiting. She takes a breath. Then she tells him she'll do it. Back when he was little, she didn't care much about him or how he got by daily. Whether he was drenched by rain or suffered intense heat wasn't her business. Instead, she was dependent on other random things like men, drugs, and alcohol. That's why he could recognize at first glance, on the day they met, that she had eyes like his mother. She looks like she lost something, and even though she stopped drinking for the sake of a child, the addiction lingered. It's clear to him that she is looking for a substitute for alcohol, and he wants to become that substitute. The fact that she has agreed to open up to him only helps his plan to make her cling to him so desperately that she cannot live without him. After she voices out her agreement, they experience a few miles of cold and silence, until they finally arrive at their destination. Even upon her coat, Sareen feels cold. Maybe it's because she has her slippers on after all. She was in a haste when she left home and chased after him. Her thoughts dwell on the cold for a bit, before she realizes that she is at the famed cottage in the mountains. Based on how long the drive here was, she wonders how far they are from Eden City. She is so lost in thought that she slips, but luckily for her, Owen saves her just in time. They then stare at each other for the longest second ever, with Saren thinking about how she is going to get intimate with this man. He is someone she doesn't like, but she is doing this to silence the noisy thoughts in her head and get rid of them. She stares at him, thinking so deeply that he actually feels she is giving him the look again. The look of a cornered prey that makes him ask if she is scared now. In truth, she is scared. She had a rough day and she might not be thinking straight, but she'll still follow through with their agreement anyway, even if it's the worst choice. With that, they head into the cottage and she scans its interior, but isn't done when he demands that they do what they came here for. By the time it's all over, Owen hears some noise and has to go check it out, leaving her to get out of bed and clear her head. By the time she is done, she is surprised that there is more to her than she thought. She then thinks about Hyang, wondering if he got into the country safely, when she suddenly hears a sound that distracts her. She is certain it's the sound of a gunshot and suspects something happened to Owen. He might be hurt for all she knows, so she takes a gun and goes out into the cold to see if he is okay or not. She rushes towards the sound of the shots, only to arrive there and see him tending to a deer. The deer, feeling threatened, reacts immediately, alerting Owen in the process. He doesn't know it's her coming and pulls a gun at her, but lowers it when he discovers it's her. He's surprised she can walk now, but because he just pointed a gun at her, she drops hers due to fear. She then states that she doesn't recall her legs getting hurt. When he explains what he means, it's clear that he is teasing her, so she ignores him and asks about the gunshot she heard. She tells him she thought he was dead, but that makes him conclude she came all the way to look for his body. According to her, she only considered the possibility of him being dead. After her explanation, they stand there in silence, with Owen thinking about the deer he saw in a trap. He thought about ending it, but decided to free it instead, even though he had to put his body on the line. He tells Saren that as long as he wasn't hunting the deer, finding it in the trap of another made it a defenseless prey. Killing a defenseless prey doesn't please him. After all the deer talk, Owen picks up the guns and decides it's time to head home, and advises Saren to walk closely behind him. He knows where the traps are and she doesn't, so he doesn't want her to get hurt. She does as he asks, following closely until they get back. By the time they arrive, she is hungry and rushes to the kitchen to see if there's anything to eat, and fortunately for her, there is. To add to that, it's top quality, like the food back at the hotel. She is about to eat when she remembers his wounds, however, and decides to get the first aid box for him. She wants to drop it at the door of the bathroom so he can see it and use it later, but accidentally bumps into him in the process. He is surprised to see her at the door, wondering why she didn't join him for a shower, but she'd rather they talk after he puts his clothes on. When he does, she helps him with his wounds, tending to them so well that he commends her for it. That's because they couldn't afford the hospital, and her mom got hurt a lot. He then comments on how she's so nice it's dumb, but that makes him want to know what she'll do next. Focusing on how he helped the deer, even though it ended up getting him hurt. After that, he said the deer would have found its way back to the wild, with or without his help, so he decided to help anyway. She feels she is in the same position here, as she knows treating Owen won't change anything, but she still helps him. When she finishes, she tells him she's done, only for him to stare at her coldly. She turns away immediately, trying to avoid eye contact, but he is already onto her. He can tell she has questions for him and permits her to ask him anything. In truth, she has something on her mind and wants to know who some other person is. Saren is talking about Pavel, his twin brother who he has only met a few times in his life. He states that he and Pavel are quite different from her and Aaron, and she agrees. Nevertheless, when she crossed paths with Owen's twin, she could tell he wasn't him. Suddenly, he decides to call it a night and persuades her to join him. Initially, she refuses, claiming she doesn't want to have kids, and he assures her that he has taken the necessary means to prevent that. She feared that a mistake like this was what landed her mother and them in the situation they ended up in. To ensure she didn't make the same mistake, she decided to be careful who she spent the night with. Eventually, she lets him have his way, only for them to be interrupted in the long run. Turns out some people have stopped by the cottage. Since Owen's car is outside, they wonder if there's anyone in the cottage. They aren't sure anyone is in, but accidentally alert Owen. He quickly gets a knife, realizing that the smell of blood attracted visitors that he might have to take care of. He leaves Saren to go deal with them, leaving her to head upstairs, unsure whether something will happen or not. In the end, she hopes it's nothing. But then she suddenly starts feeling dizzy. She believes she'll be okay if she rests a bit. However, she hears a scream that takes her mind off how dizzy she is. In the end, the dizziness and thinking about the scream she heard overwhelm her, and she collapses. By the time she wakes up, she's tucked in bed, unsure of how she got there. She can't remember, but then she hears sounds that draw her downstairs. She suspects the sounds are coming from the people who came before, when Owen pops up behind her, surprised that she has woken up. His sneaking up on her almost sends her heart flying out of her chest. But she's glad it's him, and catches her breath when she tells him he startled her. Still, she is glad he is safe, but he believes she is disappointed. She then explains that she brought up the topic because of the intruders, when someone greets her from behind. The visitor is another woman with brown hair, who declares it's a pleasure to meet Saren. Her arrival leads to them having dinner together, and there she apologizes for scaring her, before introducing herself as Angelica. Her Korean name is Ga-yeon, and she made dinner because Serene looked hungry. She thanks their guest for the mind's gesture and starts to eat, while the other guest silently watches her. She had warned him about staring at people and wanted him to stop before he made their host cry. Serene assures them that she is okay now and only cried because she was startled, before expressing how glad she is to see other Koreans. Furthermore, she apologizes to them for crying and scaring them in the process, after which she points out that the guy over there looks like Owen. Even when they glare at each other, it has the same vibe, so it makes sense when Angelica informs her that they are cousins. He agrees that they are, but like Owen and his brother, they haven't met each other that much. Owen claims this is so because his cousin likes the smell of blood. It's a weird interest he has that landed him in psychiatric hospitals. The longer they glare at each other, the thicker the air in the room feels. The men continue throwing insults at themselves until Owen reminds his cousin that he owns the house and asks why they visited him. It's been ages since he left, and he is now in charge, so he can kick him out and return him to being a fugitive if he doesn't like his answer. Angelica confirms that they are indeed fugitives, but Serene finds this hard to believe. To her, the couple looks so nice. They didn't commit any crime and are in this position because her boyfriend feels it's better to be on the run than to inherit his grandfather's property. But Owen informs them that Barov isn't after them anymore. Now it's some guy named Nikolai. Seeing as they don't know who that is, he mocks them for being so focused on being chased that they don't know who is chasing after them. He then accuses them of being broke, but she assures him money isn't a problem for them, pointing out that she has enough to sustain them. While the tensions continue to rise, Serene sits there vividly lost, praying they are not talking about the Russian president. Looks like Angelica notices she is scared, so she eases her nerves by asking her if she likes the food. She actually does and wants more, which she gets, all because Angelica is happy to see her enjoying the meal. Their connection has been warm throughout, but then she questions Serene about how she is feeling, since she doesn't look too good. Owen reads more into the question than supposed and covers her multicolored eyes. He then warns his cousin to caution his partner if he doesn't want her winding up dead. Serene just ignores him and his pride and inquires from Angelica how things in Korea have been. Owen's cousin replies that he is not dumb and he understands what she is trying to do. The way he responds leaves her surprised. It's now clear to her that he can see she isn't asking about the well-being of the country, but if she is allowed to go back to it. Even his partner can see what Serene is trying to do. To prevent any further misunderstanding, she promises her that Owen's cousin is no nice guy. Because of her ties with the family, she claims to have an idea of what Serene is going through. But just to be sure, she wants to know if she was kidnapped or trapped. Angelica confesses that Owen's cousin, who she identifies as Kirill, kidnapped her at first. She got to know him better as they became fugitives together, and suspects Serene is in the same situation because Owen and her man are alike. She isn't far from the truth, and she isn't done talking when Serene interrupts her, accusing her of being offered a ton of money for her to stay with Kirill. If it's not that, she feels he might have promised her he'd take care of her child or something else. She makes it clear that whatever their reason for being together has nothing to do with her. She is just Owen's dog walker. The room goes silent upon this confession, as their guest can't believe she is the one taking care of the dogs Owen treats like humans. Angelica wants to know if that's why she is stuck here, but she is here because of her nephew who is really sick, and Owen offered to help with his treatment. Owen concurs, adding that he told her about how his grandfather cares a lot about blood ties. She admits she didn't expect him to care that much about those ties, but Owen then adds that Hyang is definitely going to get the best treatment. After all, that's the price he has to pay for such an expensive dog walker. All the blabbing gets to Kirill, who gets up abruptly, declaring he can't listen any further. Angelica, who is loving the discussion, asks him where he is going, but then he takes her hand. Although she is confused, she tags along apologizing and promising they'll be right back. Finally, Owen and Serene are alone, allowing them to discuss freely, so he tells her that Yuri contacted him. He informed him that Hyang had arrived safely. Hearing this prompts her to ask if she can call to hear from the kid, and she can, but after the boy's medical checkups. That aside, he wants to talk about her trust in him. He knows she still doesn't trust him, and that makes him feel so disappointed. What disappoints him the most is that she tried to get answers from their visitors in front of him. Hearing this makes her feel she is suspicious of him, yet that's not the case. She just wanted to be sure, and since that's her claim, he chooses to blindly trust her this once. Now that that's settled, she immediately brings up her desire to see Hyang and pleads that he let her do so. Owen assures Saren that she will see the child, but after his medical examination is complete and he gets some rest. She is obviously happy about his positive response, but then he asks why she is so concerned about the child when he isn't even hers. He can't understand that because he suffered at the hands of others while growing up. But Saren is different. After her mother died, leaving her with a huge debt, and Hyang got sick, she had enough reason to abandon him but didn't. Maybe it's because she felt sorry for her sister and thought taking care of her child was the best way to honor her memory. She recounts the day she got the call that her sister had passed. Even before she took the call, she knew it was bad news. After receiving the notice of her sister's death, she planned to go drink away her pain while staring at her sister's picture. She was already at the door, ready to head out when she glanced over at Hyang by accident. After looking at him, she couldn't bring herself to drink anymore. She lives on believing that if she had done things differently, Aaron would still be alive today, and that haunts her. Long story short, she believes her reasons are not as noble as he thinks they are. She tells herself she is looking out for her sister's kid because she needs a reason to live for, and he is that reason. At the end of her story, Owen informs her that he doesn't see her differently. If his twin died leaving him with a similar position, he would have done the same thing she did. The more he discovers about her, the more interesting she becomes to him. He sees her as someone who could have taken care of herself, but was always willing to get in the mud for others. He advises her that there are things she will never realize until she has the right footing. He then asks her what she thinks about their little relationship. She replies that she doesn't know, but that makes him start flirting with her, only to get interrupted by Kirill, who has returned and wants to go hunting. The ladies stay back while the guys go out to bond. But before they leave, Angelica warns him not to kill anyone in the name of hunting. She is probably talking about Owen, and he assures her he won't. He'll just have a small talk with his target. Owen, who looks like he is also preparing for a fight, takes off his bandages and jokes about not being able to shoot well if he has them on. He instructs Saren to wait for him and not say anything unnecessary, and heads out with Kirill. As soon as the guys are some meters away from the cottage, the girls get to chatting and gossiping about the guys and how persistent they are. According to Angelica, no matter where they go, they'll find them and share a little of her story. First, she starts her take by confessing it was her who suggested they run away together, instead of them hiding. To her, it supports the saying, "Sometimes the darkest spots are found under the lamp." Now that Barov is no longer looking for them, they have to worry about his maternal grandfather, Nikolai, who is suddenly interested in them. Hearing this makes Saren ask if life on the run is hard, but according to Angelica, because they have money, they wouldn't know. However, she does find it discomforting that they can't stay in the same place for long. She craves being able to settle down, which she can't get for now. Well, that's enough with her. Now she wants to know how Saren ended up with Owen. Without sugarcoating anything, she confesses that their meeting was one of the worst scenarios her poor decision-making led her to. Nevertheless, even if she could go back to before she met him, the outstanding debt and taking care of Hyang put her in this position. Angelica understands her, as she also had no other choice than to run away with Kirill. At first, she thought he was the craziest person ever, but now she finds it funny that she felt that way. With time, she has grown fond of him, and even though she knows he is her opposite, she feels like there is no one else in the world for her. She can tell Saren doesn't feel that way about Owen yet, and warns her to quit before that happens. Yet, it's not like she can turn back now. After she met with Hyang's biological father, she'd rather it was actually Owen, because he treats her better. Angelica, who knows a little about the crazy family, understands what she means. The men in the family are good at winding people up, but Saren is certain that won't happen to her. She has already agreed to stay with Owen and keep to his terms. If she hadn't stayed by his side, she would have been looking for a world of problems and would probably have turned back to alcohol, or died as Aaron did. For her sake, she hopes he is right. The ladies chat some more before they finally call it a night and have breakfast together by morning. They are about to start another round of discussions when they hear sounds that let them know the guys are back. Angelica really wants to see what they caught and goes to welcome Kirill, who has a few patches of blood on him. Upon the stains, he wants a hug, one she doesn't give him, ordering him to go shower first. She wants to know what they caught, and he tells her they got a wolf and something else. The next thing she wants to know is if he's injured, a question he wants her to answer herself after she checks his body. He even wants to get intimate, but she scolds him while Saren leaves them because she suspects something is wrong. There's no sign of Owen, but there's a trail of blood that she follows, leading her outside. To her surprise, the trail doesn't stop there, leading her to an abandoned warehouse where she finds Owen knocked out cold on a chair, covered in blood. She worries that he might be dead, but then he asks her if she had any sleep, since she looks like she didn't have any. In the warehouse is the wolf the guys hunted, and it reeks the smell of blood, making her feel uncomfortable. Nevertheless, she ignores that feeling when he calls her, and when he asks if she didn't say anything unnecessary like he instructed her, she tells him she let her guard down a bit. Hearing this makes him pick a knife and cut the wolf some more to taunt her, making her want to puke in the process. According to him, his grandfather had the hobby of dissecting animals, a hobby he passed on to his grandsons. To honor that hobby, when he and Kirill went out to hunt, they played a little game. The rules were simple. Whoever got the biggest animal without damaging its body that much, won. As a result of the game, the biggest wolf they caught has few marks on the head, meaning it should be perfect for dissecting. In the end, the only thing they can use from the wolf is its hide. After telling her this little tale, he admits he finds it strange that she didn't puke, like she did the last time she saw something similar. He then takes off his shirt and calls her closer once more to tell her all he has observed about Kirill so far. He had known him as a guy who lived a life of standing tall in the walls he built from the blood of others. That odd lifestyle of his made him view Kirill as some kind of weirdo, but oddly enough, he is starting to understand him now. Soon after that declaration, he runs himself a shower, cleansing himself as he sees that he is not too different from Kirill, who he hates. Like him and Angelica, he wants to do whatever it takes to keep Saren by his side. It seems he isn't the only one feeling this way. Last night, when the guys went to hunt, she stayed up, staring at the window, waiting for Owen to return. That made Angelica uncomfortable, and she wanted to ask her why she was waiting so anxiously for Owen. Even though she knows he is more of a poison than medicine for her, and it's dangerous to keep getting closer to him, yet she can't stay away. She doesn't understand what they have, but he explains it to her as an addict failing back to what'll hurt her. He suspects she craves a moment with him, but she claims she is just sleepy. That excuse should have gotten her off the hook, but it doesn't, and they end up getting intimate. Once they are done, she dozes off in Owen's arms, allowing him to think properly for the time being. Yet all he can think about is her. He doesn't understand why she is in his arms at the moment, but he still feels anxious. That's probably because he feels like this moment of peace they are having is so weak that it will crumble in time. But he banks his hopes on the fact that she recovered from an alcohol addiction once, seeing that as enough reason for her not to leave him. Even if she tried, he can't let that happen. But little does he know that in the near future, things are going to go south. For now, he and Kirill have a chat about Kirill returning. He wants Owen to tell Nikolai that he has no intention of coming back, but Owen would rather he do that by himself. He would, but he hates the thought of meeting the man. Yet Owen doesn't see that as enough reason for him to go through the trouble of representing him. Still, Kirill persists, adding that he is making this request because Nikolai favors Owen, who taunts him, claiming his favor comes from the fact that he was a healthy child. Apparently, Nikolai favored healthy children. Why? Because he didn't get that many healthy grandchildren. That automatically made him value the healthy ones. Unfortunately for Kirill, he was born with a liver problem. This was an issue his father, Berov, solved immediately by implanting him with the liver of a son he had from an external affair. That was to rid him of his weakness and allow him to present Kirill to Nikolai. As powerful as Berov was, even though he didn't dare challenge Nikolai's authority, yet he challenged that man's authority, disobeyed his father, and ran. He just couldn't stand it when he discovered that he was living with his half-brother's liver, that his father selfishly transplanted into him. Kirill agrees he is healthy, but also talks about how Owen is healthy, as he made it all the way back from Ireland. It looks like those words give him a lot to think about, until the thought of Saren slips into his mind. The thought of Saren forces this look on his face that his cousin can't understand. When he asks what the look is for, Owen ignores him at first, before admitting that he is certain he is in a better situation than Kirill. Hearing that gets him thinking. First, he considers the possibility of Owen being right, as he can sense that Barov truly must have let him go, but he still has Nikolai to contend with. Then he thinks about how, since he is now one of his few healthy grandchildren, he probably wants him to take over from Barov. If that's truly the case, he knows Nikolai will not give up. He is not the type to give up easily. When he is done thinking, he returns his attention to Owen, assuring him that he came all the way here to have a word with their grandfather. He wanted to let the old man know he didn't want anything from him. All he really wants is to be with Angelica, because she has been through a lot with him. Silently, he thinks about how he might kill Nikolai if he had the chance. Owen doesn't care, and taunts Kirill, comparing him to a dog that will take meat whenever it falls from the table. It's a rude remark, but it bounces off him, and he wants to know if Saren knows the reason why Hyang is ill. Mentioning Saren is a line Owen doesn't like people crossing, so he warns Kirill to mind his business and watch his mouth. Deep down, he knows he has already told half the truth about Hyang's illness. Nikolai is equal to all his children, whether from a proper marriage or an affair, but that grace is only for the healthy ones. Still, that doesn't matter much now because the child is under his protection, so he didn't completely lie to her. Since they are talking about Hyang, Owen reveals to Kirill that Yuri might be with him, which surprises him. He can't believe Yuri is still helping him cover his mess. For some reason, that news annoys him to the point that he storms out of the room. As he leaves, Yuri walks in and asks him what he is doing here. He ignores the question and asks about Hyang. According to Yuri, the boy is more lively than he thought, and when he told him he worked for his dad, he listened to him keenly. The boy is probably asleep now, but they have to wait a little for his medical report. That's good news to Owen, but then Yuri informs him about Pavel's interest in the boy. He didn't know he had a child, and it's normal that he is freaking out because of it now. Normally, he made sure the women he was with did away with their pregnancy. Even when they refused, he would handle them quietly, making sure nothing got to Nikolai's ears. Owen, out of anger, wishes he had ended Pavel long ago to prevent this, but Yuri warns him not to speak nonsense, as they both know Nikolai wouldn't have let that slide. Away from that, Yuri takes a seat and reminds him about the time he got scolded for not bringing Owen back on time to meet Nikolai when Owen came back to the country. This means he is here to take him back to Eden City, but first, he wants to know how Saren is doing. Like Hyang, she is asleep. He then wants to know if Owen is satisfied, now that he has confirmed she was an addict. He is, and has fallen for every aspect of her, even her drunkenness. He has also noticed she doesn't give up easily, but that look in his eyes worries Yuri. It's the same look he has when he is looking at his dogs, meaning he might have similar feelings for her to the point that he kept acting nice in front of her. It sounds like a reasonable conclusion, but he also considers the possibility of that look being a result of Owen's self-negativity. He believes every human has a dark, twisted side and may just be happy he found hers. Whatever it is, for their sake, he suggests Owen stop everything here. No matter what the blood tests say, he knows keeping Saren involved will not be good for her, yet Owen still ignores him. For now, he wants to get the test results as soon as they are out. For Saren, she comes with him and they will take care of the kid together. It shocks Yuri how obsessed Owen is with Saren. It doesn't even seem like he sees her as a plaything anymore. This scares him, but Owen calms him down by asking him to choose between him or Nikolai. He wants him to choose the person he feels will live longer, and he knows that's him. He also knows he is the only one who cares about his well-being and bows to him as a show of loyalty. As this goes on, a few rooms away, Saren is having a nightmare that makes her feel like she is drowning. After some minutes, she wakes up realizing she was dreaming. She is probably glad it was a dream and wonders how Hyang is doing. She is more worried about him now because of the nightmare, until her mind goes to her aching hip. At the moment, she is experiencing a hangover, and she usually wakes up with them after she drinks. She hasn't done any drinking now, but back in Korea, she couldn't sleep much because she had to wake up early for work. She needed alcohol to be able to sleep, so she couldn't stop drinking it. Today, she has woken up feeling hungover. She wonders if it's Owen that put her in this state of mind. She's still trying to understand what's going on when she hears a knock on her door and immediately adjusts herself. At the door is Angelica, who wants to know if she woke her up. She assures her she didn't, and that's fine with Angelica, who came to hand her clothes to her. Her doing this means she understands what's up, so Saren tries to explain. However, before she can, she is stopped. It's no surprise that Angelica understands what she is going through. Because of Kirill, she has been in similar positions as well. She is relieved to hear this and thanks her for her kindness, hoping to pay her back someday for her kindness. To Angelica, that won't be necessary. After all, she is lending her a hand that she wished someone lent her in the past. Aside from that, she came here to say goodbye, as they will be leaving soon. Being told about their sudden departure hurts Saren a bit, but she has to go. Something came up and they had to leave as soon as possible. That something is actually Nikolai, and he is getting closer to their location. His arrival will not guarantee their safety, that's just how he is, so they shouldn't be around when he shows up. She notices the sad look on Saren's face and fills her in on a little secret to help her feel better. That secret is that she and Kirill are going to Eden City, meaning they will be meeting again soon. The news is a shocker to Serene, but it's Kirill's idea. He feels it's better they stay at Eden City, right under Nikolai's nose, the last place he will search for them. That means they'll definitely meet again, and she can rely on her whenever she needs help. After saying that, she gives her a notepad with a cell phone number, and when she asks why, Angelica explains it's so that she doesn't make the same choices she did. She was determined to go through it all, even though it was pretty tough. She's giving her the number so she'll have who to call and talk to, but she doesn't get it. Then there's the issue of all her decisions complicating her life even more, and after coming this far, she still doesn't know what to do. Angelica's advice to her is that it's always like this in the beginning. She didn't choose to be with Kirill, having it in mind that all this would happen, but choices made are not things one can revert to when they've gone through with them. She wants her to have that in mind and not blame herself too much. Fast forward to some time after they've left, she has the note in hand, happy and focused on the fact that Angelica knows how to calm other people's hearts. She genuinely hopes they meet again, but when she gets to the living room, searching for Owen, she meets someone she isn't too happy to see. Immediately he spots her. However, he tells her that Owen is at the warehouse. He's there leathering the animal skin, and that reminds her of their intimate session not too long ago. Now that he thinks of it, he can see how Owen can read sirens so easily. He then promises her she doesn't have to worry about Pavel. She replies that she isn't worried about that guy, but is worried about how she would tell Hyung that Man is his father. Yuri, however, feels she might not have to do that. He recalls Owen's instructions earlier concerning the test results and his wanting to take care of Hyung and Sarin, and suspects that was his way of confessing his love for her. When she asks what he is talking about, he claims it's nothing, but his thoughts are still on the issue at hand. He knows the only reason why his boss went out of his way to find Pavel was to shake Serene's world like she shook his. By doing that, he found a gap in her, and now she cannot leave his side. She doesn't know all this, and is more concerned about if Hyung will be able to adapt here or not. Yuri is sure he will, since he'll be under Owen's protection, but still that's not reassuring enough for her. According to her, everything feels dangerous, and he wants to know if she is talking about Eden City or Owen. Apparently, she feels both are dangerous. To Yuri, she is getting it all wrong. Owen is the way he is because of how he was raised, and if it was Pavel, things would have been much worse. In other words, what he is trying to say is that Owen is her best option. Her doubt pushes Yuri to tell her Owen's story, and it's really something if you ask me. He was the kid who grew up in Ireland, living with his mother who was into prostitution. He lived that way until the boss called to take him back. By that time, he was living in a basement that was not fitting for anyone to live in. He already had the dogs by the time they found him, and they suspected he grew up there all those years. His origin story reminds her of the day he told her that as he grew older, he was told his eyes looked more like his brother's. She finally gets it, but confesses that she thought he was joking. Yuri is stunned when she says this. He hadn't expected Owen to tell her this story. It isn't a secret per day, but even those who hate him and know about his roots never use it to bother him. No one is stupid enough to mess with Owen and Nikolai, and the old man has plans for him. Since the wealth and power of the group are maintained through the generations, even though Owen is the son of the prostitute, his grandfather wants him to marry into a good family to maintain a strong lineage and solidify their influence. Owen is Nikolai's perfect grandchild, but he has one issue with him, and that's his lack of interest in women. Shockingly, all that changed when Saren arrived. Nevertheless, he advises her not to do anything that will keep Owen's attention on her. He wants her to act in a way that will make Owen lose interest in her. She immediately wants to know what will happen to her when he loses interest in her, and he informs her that if he does, she will be able to go back home with Hayoung. They might even get to leave with a good amount of money, an option she actually considers. Before they know it, Owen enters, drenched in rain, suspecting that they are talking about him. To ease the tension, she claims it's nothing, but Owen doesn't buy that excuse. He already heard them talking about his past in Ireland. Now he wanted to know everything they discussed. Both Saren and Yuri are scared, but then he calms them down by asking them not to jump to conclusions. He just wants to know what he told her, as he doesn't want her to start imagining bar stuff about what they have. She still feels a bit uncomfortable, so Owen orders Yuri to send the wolf hide to Orbis, and he leaves to do it, allowing Saren and him to talk better. But instead of talking, she admires his drenched frame and things start getting heated. Before we know it, the pair are heartbeats away from each other, and Owen promises her his plans for the wolf hide. Turns out the wolf they caught yesterday was a great prize, so he intends on making the hide a suitable outfit for her and giving it to her as a gift. He then tells her that he knows it was Yuri that started the conversation and wants to know why she looks like the one who was at fault. She claims she doesn't know. Honestly, he is offended by Yuri's behavior. He gave him clear instructions, only for him to disobey and do what he wanted, but he'll handle that later. For now, he wants to spend quality time with Saren. They do, until Yuri walks in on them, putting everything on hold. Fortunately for Saren, Owen covers her just in time, saving her from serious embarrassment. But Yuri, after Owen tells him to get lost, just informs him that he has a car waiting outside and he can come when he's done. When he leaves, Saren scolds him for not listening to her after she warned him to stop. She felt someone would walk in on them a while back, and when she told him, he ignored her. Owen, on the other hand, can see she is feeling really embarrassed, but they have to head back now, since keeping Nikolai waiting at a time like this is not a good idea. As soon as he reaches that conclusion, he tells her that they are going back to the city, so she asks to see Hayoung. Owen is cool with that. Since she behaved well during their time here, he feels he has to give her a prize. With that settled, the pair head to the car where Yuri is waiting and start their journey back to Eden City. During the drive, Saren thinks about how they left when it was still bright outside, and now it's getting dark and they still haven't arrived. During her deep thought, she glances at the car window, catches Owen staring at her and confronts him. She demands to know why he is staring at her that way, but then he starts spouting nonsense about how they didn't finish up and how he would like to finish up in the car. She plays ignorant, acting like she doesn't know what he is talking about, but then he breaks it to her that he might not come to see her for some time when they arrive at the city. When that time comes, all he wants her to do is peacefully wait for him. She doesn't even have to take the dogs for a walk during that period. To show how serious it is, but she cares about the dogs, and out of that care, she reminds him that he had said taking the dogs for walks was important. Owen assures her that Yuri will handle the walks, and when he hears this, he panics and almost swerves out of the road. Her focus is on the fact that they are almost at the city and she hopes to see Hayoung soon. Before she knows it, a truck comes from out of nowhere, but Owen gets to her before it knocks the car off the road and into the river. It happens so fast that Saren can't even comprehend, and before she knows it, she's already drowning. When she realizes this, she hustles her way out of the car, almost about to lose her breath when she struggles to swim out of the river and back to the surface where she finally gets some fresh air. On the surface, she notices that Owen isn't there, just an injured Yuri who starts panicking. Serene is conflicted on whether she should jump in and save him or not. When Yuri tells her Owen can't swim, she finally makes that decision, hoping back into the river where Owen has accepted his fate. He is about to give up totally when Serene holds on to him, giving him newfound hope. Still, it's hard for her to breathe, but then he hugs her, making things harder for her. It's like he knows she is low on oxygen, and to help her with that, he does mouth to mouth, giving her enough oxygen needed for her to pull them both out of the cold river. Even after she sacrificed herself to pull off a daring rescue, all Yuri cares about is Owen's well-being. Meanwhile, Saren is struggling to breathe because of how cold she is. Owen can tell something is wrong, so he hands her over to Yuri and he immediately knows what to do. But just to be clear, he warns him not to let her die. If he does, he promises not to forgive him. That's the charge he gives the poor guy before he heads out to hunt down the cause of their accident. Turns out it wasn't just some random accident, but actually a planned hit. Someone wants him dead, and his agents want to confirm if he is dead or not. They hope the attack was enough to end him and debate on whether or not it's necessary to confirm he's dead. Well, they should have confirmed, as letting their guard down has made the hunters become the prey. To their surprise, he sneaks up behind them, tossing one off the bridge before focusing his attention on the other guy. But once he pulls out a machine gun, all the other hitmen come out of hiding and run for their lives. Unfortunately for them, Owen doesn't miss, hitting every single one of them before calming down to observe the carnage he created. Amidst that carnage, he left one man to interrogate him. He recalls his victim speaking with a Moscow City accent earlier and wants him to answer just one question. Before he asks the E question, his men flood him, wanting to know if he's okay. He assures them he is and instructs them to go below the bridge and bring back a certain lady without a scratch. They then ask what they should do with the survivor, but Owen can't really say. The man wants to be spared, but it's like his begging to be spared is what pushes Owen to end his life. By the time he is done with the man, a few of his henchmen rush back with Saren, informing him that she is still conscious. He can see she looks weak, like she will break at any moment, another good person being punished for the sins of a bad man. As he carries her to the car so they can rush to the hospital, he can tell she is freezing. He acknowledges that she is a brave woman, but also that her pure heart is the cause of her misfortune. She once said she couldn't die now, and he disagrees. It's not like she can't die, but she is desperate to find the right time to do so. To help with her freezing, he warms her up but concludes she really wants to die because she risked so much to save him when he doesn't have blood ties with her. No one else has ever dived into water like that for her, even when he was in a cold pool of water struggling or when he was thrown into that dark basement. He was certain he was destined to die alone no matter what. To think someone would be willing to actually put their lives in danger for him is something he didn't expect to happen so suddenly. In the end, he believes she might regret this risk, but that'll be later. For now, he rushes her to the hospital, where she wakes up shocked that she is alive. Yuri is also surprised she woke up so soon. Since she is okay, she wants to know how Owen is doing. She is asking because she doesn't know he's all good, handling business. A few minutes back, just as Saren woke up, she was certain she was going to die that time. Even when she thinks about it, the only thing that stands out to her is how cold it is. That was when Yuri walked in, shocked that she had woken up. She then asked him about Owen, and he told her he had to go do something for a moment. She was content with the response, only for him to force himself to add a thank you to it. She never expected that Yuri would thank her for anything, but what she did back at the bridge earned her his respect. They were all in the car when it crashed, but after he and her got out and Owen was drowning, she did hesitate to jump back in to get him. He thanks her for carrying out his job for him and protecting Owen when he couldn't. He is genuinely grateful for the act of kindness. To his surprise, after being thanked, she asks about the well-being of the truck driver who knocked them off the bridge. Before he can say anything, she innocently adds that the accident must have been caused by the narrow bridge. Her suspicion leaves him speechless. He thought she saw it that evening, the look of distraught and disappointment that he had. Normally, she should have thought he put his own safety above Owen's, a proper conclusion to reach. But she didn't. It's clear that if she keeps acting like this, she will end up being used by others. An attitude like this is bad for a place like Eden City. It's an unstable place where money comes and goes every day. Owen became its head after years of gruesome wars. If he died in that accident, the war would have started again, and it wouldn't have stopped until Nikolai was dead. If that happened, things would have strayed away from the way Nikolai wanted them, and the wealth of their family would be hindered by constant conflicts. Fast forward to the present, after considering all these things, he spreads the news of Saren's bravery to their head. He advises her to use that to her advantage, but all she wants is for Hyung to get the best treatment. She's also in debt to Owen, but since her dog walker's salary is so good that she feels she might be able to pay him back soon. Hearing this hits Yuri hard and prompts him to wish her a nice and long life. As a show of kindness, he reveals to her that Hyang is in the same hospital with her and offers to take her to him if she can move now. Since she can, and she is excited to see him, silently he thinks about how Saren is okay with not asking for more than she needs, and she knows her place even if it means her being used all her life. People like her hardly do reckless things, but from now on, he knows she will have to do reckless things. Elsewhere, Owen is still handling business and looks very bored. Before him is a bald man, probably begging to be spared when a woman comes in, mistaking him for Pavel. She wants to know what he is doing with so many people and asks him to accompany her to a room, but his men try to stop her. He then signals them to let her in and sneakily declares that Pavel must come here often. It's clear this woman doesn't know Pavel is a twin and laughs because she feels he is speaking in the third person. Still, she is glad he came here as she was eager to get intimate with him again, but he dismisses her rudely, claiming his body still smells like dirty water. His mind goes back to Saren, who he needs to protect. After all, things escalated to this level because Pavel threatened her safety, with the hope of using her to get Owen out of his way. He trusts Pavel as a man of his word and orders his men to send the woman out. She still doesn't know what's going on, but his target is panicking, becoming even more scared when he is bound to a chair and Owen reaches into his suit. He was expecting a gun, but it wasn't that, but a lighter he got from one of the hitmen, which he uses to light a cigarette. By doing this, he scares his captive to the point that he starts begging to be spared again. The begging earns him a beatdown. That's because Owen was kind enough to spare this man's life once and states that if someone's life was spared once, he is to do better with that second chance. Wait, that's the kingpin-sized man from the Red Mafia who swindled Saren the day she met him. After receiving a good beatdown, he begs that it wasn't him who called the hit, but Pavel. His confession doesn't change anything. After all, the woman who pleaded for him is in the hospital right now because of the scheme he pulled. For that, he will have to pay the price for carrying out Pavel's orders. He wants to know why, and Owen claims it's because he doesn't value his life. If he did, he wouldn't have done something as stupid as coming after Owen. Now his life is in the hands of the person he wanted to end. Saren gets all fancied up for her meeting Hyung and heads out to see him with a bold smile on her face. He is very happy to see her and asks why she is just coming to see him now when he misses her so much. Soon after they unite, a woman walks up to them and introduces herself as Han Yujin, the interpreter. Saren follows suit, introducing herself to the interpreter. After her introduction, Hyung brags about how pretty she is. It's a kind comment, but it makes her feel a bit sad. Despite how close they seem, she hasn't been a big part of his life. Because of how tough their lives were, she was busy working day and night. With the amount of jobs she had to do, she only got to see Hyung when the hospital called her directly for some issue. Still, when that happened, she only had time to see him very early or very late, when he was probably asleep. She didn't think a child like him would be fine with such a situation, but that didn't stop him from accepting it. When she asks if he took his medicine properly, he affirms that he did, and she praises him for being brave. Suddenly, she notices that he has lost weight, but is glad he looks happy. Maybe he's happy because he's excited to see his father, and she's right, as he asks her if his dad is still busy. She replies that he is, but that doesn't kill the young lad's joy. He remains happy because he is here, and his father will be seeing him soon. It's quite sad that mere minutes after they reunite, they have to part ways, just so she can keep Hyung safe for the time being. Nevertheless, she is relieved to see that he is doing well. He's loving the place, and it looks like Owen is taking care of him better than she expected. As she walks into the hotel, the dogs rush to welcome her, but Bluey goes first. From the silence in the house at the time, she can tell Owen isn't back yet, and goes over to the couch to allow her to pet the dogs better. While petting them, she starts feeling like Owen and even starts talking to the dogs. She wants to know if they like Pavel, even after how badly he treated them. She's asking this because even though they didn't relate to him the way they did with Owen, she could tell they were friendly to him. Even if they have forgiven him, she hasn't and has a personal beef with him for kicking the dogs. Out of concern, she apologizes to them, suspecting they must be feeling lonely because Owen is not around, and promises them that he is okay. Her love for the dogs is remarkable, but she is tired and decides to lean back a little to get some shut-eye out of exhaustion. However, as soon as she closes her eyes, scenes of the accident play back in her mind. Although she did her best to seem okay in front of Hyung, she can no longer hide the fact that the accident really messed with her head. She keeps recalling the feeling of the truck collision and is thankful for Owen, who saved her before she even realized what was going on. That could have been her end, and she wonders why he took such a risk when he knew he couldn't swim. She concludes that he is strange, after which she feeds the dogs. While watching them eat, she feels sorry for them because they seem so hungry, and she wasn't there to feed them. After feeding them, Saren sits up waiting for Owen to return, not knowing how long it will take. Before she knows it, she notices the dogs are drawn to something. Owen. She's glad to see him, but also realizes that he has caught her in a position that makes it look like she was waiting for him all along. She then feels a bit off because he is staring at her in a scary way, like she did something wrong. Soon, his frown turns to a smile, and before she can ask how he is, he interrupts her with a kiss. It's a beautiful reunion. Owen is back, and his first reaction is to kiss Saren. He pulls back and demands to know if she has something to say to him. Saren is a bit confused as she doesn't know what he wants to hear. She says she is glad he is safe, but it sounds more like a question. Owen isn't too pleased as he didn't expect her to say it like that. She tells him she has met her nephew and thanks him for giving her that chance. Owen suddenly stares at her intently and demands to know why she jumped into the river back then. Saren is a bit hesitant, but still says it was because she was the only one among the people there at the moment that could swim. Before she finishes talking, Owen roughly grabs her dress and pulls her closer. He really wants to know why she saved him. Saren is so nervous she begins to sweat. She really didn't know what was going through her mind at the time, but she felt he was defenseless and about to die, just like a kid. Her mother did that to her. Her reply to Owen is that she wanted to do it. Owen repeats her answer and she confirms it. He lets her go but keeps staring at her, making her wonder if that was the wrong answer. Just when she thought it was over, he pulls her even closer and even squishes her face. He repeats the words she told him before about taking responsibility and paying the price for your actions. It doesn't matter who you are. Saren stares at him wide-eyed as she remembers that was something she told him before. She agrees with what he said. However, within her, she wonders why he is so mad. Is it because she dragged him out of the water by his neck? He suddenly let her go, telling her he liked her answer. Saren is relieved. He informs her the person she wanted to save the last time ended up dead, leaving her shocked. He wants to hear her opinion, after all. He almost died because of her kind heart that wanted to save the man. She calmly says that her kind heart is the reason she saved him too. She wants him to think about what would have happened if she wasn't like that. He suddenly smiles and calls her name. He holds her intimately and asks how he can make it right to her. She just says he deserves to live a good life. Hearing that answer stuns Owen. He says she is surprising and starts touching her. She tries to stop him, but he uses her words against her. She wants him to live a good life, or does she want him to live a good life without her? She feels he has already done enough by taking care of Hyun and giving her a good salary. He lets her go, inquiring if she will stay here just because of that. He calls her a lost dog. She denies it. She won't be waiting for him. He starts to be intimate again, but she stops him. She wants him to know it is not because of the money he gave her. He isn't listening and keeps touching her. He takes off his clothes and she is shocked to see his bruised body. He must have gotten injured during that accident, and yet he didn't seek treatment after that. Because of her worry, she tries to touch him, but he stops her. She apologizes and explains she was just worried he was hurt. Her words touch Owen so much, he tells her she has a way of driving him crazy. He wants to know how she is going to take responsibility for it now. Owen tells Saren she has to take responsibility. She tries to play it off as her just being worried about his injuries. He continues his intimate actions as he asks if she is really worried. She is concerned he got those injuries because of her. He tells her it is fine as long as she realizes it. Staring up at him, she is amazed by the look on his face. Soon, things get really heated between them. When they are done, he suggests they go eat something together. The couple are at the dining table. Owen is busy feeding his dogs while Saren watches him closely. He notices and urges her to eat. She accepts and goes to cut her meat, but even after using all her strength, the meat remains intact. She complains inwardly, wondering why the meat is so tough. Owen can't watch her struggling any longer and grabs the plate from her hands. He goes on to slice a piece off for her and feeds it to her. She takes a bite, and immediately her eyes turn into little stars. The food is so delicious it almost makes Saren turn into the sun because of how sparkly she gets. Owen can't stop staring at her cute behavior, and it keeps making him smile. It is such a warm moment. Saren is done eating and sighs about how good the food was. She is oblivious to the piece of meat hanging off her face. She feels a bit guilty because Owen was so busy feeding her, he forgot to eat himself. He questions her if she really enjoyed the food, and she says she did. He motions her to come closer, and when she does, wipes off the stain from her lip. He teases her, saying he is sure she did. He then licks the piece he just wiped off. His actions make Saren remember the intimate moments they shared on that table moments ago. She blushes and warns him to stop doing that. He pretends to be ignorant and complains about how he could not eat because he was busy feeding someone else. She can't argue that. Owen hears footsteps and informs her another cut piece has arrived. His aide places something wrapped in tissues on the table and Owen hands it over to Saren. She is curious and opens it, but what she sees inside disgusts her so much she starts retching. Owen says she doesn't have to be so shocked as he told her before. He got back at the man who tried to kill him. Nikolai was also furious when he learnt about it, and Pavel couldn't even do anything since he was involved in the whole plan against Owen. Owen, however, feels it is a shame everything just ended with one of his brother's fingers. His principle is blood for blood. Saren is still shaken and wants to settle some other things first. She vows to pay back what she owes him little by little. She recalls his words about every action coming with a price. He never told her anything. Feeling upset, she excuses herself, but he calls her back. He says she should be going in the other direction. She declines and suggests they use separate bedrooms like before. He isn't having that. He stands up and opens the door to his bedroom, demanding to know if he is just a tool she can use. She denies it, but inside she feels she can understand why he thinks like that. With no choice, she heads into his bedroom, hoping he wouldn't let her go because it is so casual. Once she is through the door, he grabs her. He calmly states she has eaten, so now he wants to fill her up again. Owen asks why she isn't dressed appropriately, and she says it is because she was planning on taking a shower. He wants to get intimate again, but she tries to stop him. She wants to shower first, but he prefers her natural scent more. He doesn't know why, but she just seems more alluring today. The two talk intimately for a while. Saren doesn't know why, but Owen's feelings seem to be out of place today, just like back then. That was the first time she had seen him like that. His reaction with the finger makes her wonder if it was because it was that person. She was really worried when she couldn't see him after the accident, and even when she did, he went off to handle some business. She wondered in what sense he went to take care of things, but was still glad to see him unharmed. However, that feeling didn't last, because seeing his body riddled with injuries hurt her heart deeply. Just like Angelica feared. Little by little, Saren is already falling into Owen's trap. She tries to comfort herself by thinking it must just be her imagination. Owen interrupts her thoughts and says they should get down to it. She tries to protest, but he doesn't listen to her. We get a glimpse of Owen's thoughts. At the time when he was drowning in those deep waters, the only thing filling his mind were those memories. Even when his brother had to pay for his actions with his finger, and his brother's subordinate who planned the incident had to die, the only person on his mind during those moments was Saren. He couldn't get her out of his head. The two start getting intimate again. Owen wants to know if there is anything she would like him to do for her. She can't talk, but he keeps asking. He wants to serve her well. Saren tells him to go slowly. He says he's already going slowly, so why is she crying? He kisses her tears away tenderly. He begs her to smile as she looks prettier that way. He continues his actions and tells her not to forget his true nature. She apologizes. She feels like he is a devil. Just like what she wrote in her diary, he makes her feel like she is getting drunk. No, this feels 100 times better than drinking. By now, Owen has realized she has become addicted to this. When they get intimate, her desire for alcohol no longer acts up. The void left by alcohol has now been filled with him. The two are finally done. Owen holds her close and tells her to think about what she wants. She feels a little bad, because she isn't giving him everything she has. Besides, they just finished getting intimate, so how is she supposed to think? Seeing her asleep, he whispers into her ears. She should always remember this. He is willing to give everything for her. In a dark mansion, Pavel angrily stares at his missing finger and curses. He recalls the events that happened a few hours ago. He was hanging out with a woman when he received an unexpected visitor. It was Nikolai, and he wondered what brought his grandfather here. Suddenly, he was seized by his grandfather's subordinate, and his finger was cut off. His grandfather doesn't show any pity and even mocks him. He drops Owen's name, saying he couldn't do it himself, so he had to help him. At least this way, Pavel can keep his reputation. Back to present, Pavel is thinking about Owen. Nikolai has always valued healthy, heir-worthy offspring. Because of that, he always favored his grandson Pavel to the point where he was even considered Nikolai's heir some time ago. But that was until Owen appeared. To Pavel, Owen was just a brat who grew up in the garbage dumpster and wasn't even educated. All he did was stare at people like he wanted to bury them underground. Yet, once that same Owen came into adulthood and was officially recognized by Nikolai, he grew up to become the perfect candidate in less than a year. With that, all of Nikolai's attention was turned to him. However, Pavel believes Owen's growth is shallow. If Owen had stepped up and punished him himself, things wouldn't have gone this far. Pavel is not reconciled, however. He wouldn't let things go like this. After all, Owen is not the only one that can work on the principle of blood for blood. Thinking about Han and Saren, he grins evilly. Things have just gotten a lot more interesting. Saren wakes up with a start. She just had a nightmare. Opening her eyes, she sees she is held tightly in Owen's arms. She concludes that this must be the reason why she felt paralyzed in her dream. She can't help but revel in this first-time experience of sleeping next to someone and enjoying their body heat. This realization shocks her and she gets out of bed. She can't go on like this and has to get a grip on herself. She feels her leg shake and glares at Owen, calling him a rascal. She hurries out of the room to shower and dress before he wakes up. It's a bit cold this morning, so she will shower with some warm water. Staring at the mirror, there aren't as many bruises as she expected. She can't stop thinking about Owen and has to shake her head to get those thoughts out of her head. The man she is thinking about appears behind her, demanding to know what she is doing here all alone. She is so frightened she falls over. Glaring at his laughing face, she wishes she could scold him. Now her bottom hurts. He lifts her up from the floor and stares at her, making her flustered. She explains he startled her. He smiles as he remembers her calling him a rascal when she woke up. He says they should wash up, but she refuses and attempts to run to her room to shower. He tells her to always remember and suddenly grabs her. She is supposed to always be by his side. Owen wasn't joking when he said Saren has to stay by his side always. He even stays with her while she bathes and watches her from outside. Sure enough, he cannot resist, and the two share an intimate moment. After their passionate moment, Saren is in her room. She doesn't know why, but something has changed about Owen's behavior. He seems to be more persistent now. She thinks he might want something from her. She falls asleep while thinking of this. When she wakes up, she sees Owen staring at her. He wants her to stay for dinner. He keeps staring at her body, and Saren starts to regret. She woke up at the wrong time. She tells Owen she wants to go see her brother. Owen gets upset and says she can only meet him when the time is right. He immediately leaves as if avoiding something. Left alone, Saren begins to think about how crazy her life has been lately. First, she met Owen at such a bad time, then she discovered his brother, Pavel, is Hyan's father. She isn't happy with this knowledge, though. She would have preferred it if his father was Owen. She thinks Pavel is too crazy. But that isn't the only thing in her life that has changed. She always thought her relationship with Owen was just a physical one. Now she is beginning to doubt it. Ever since the incident, their relationship seems to have changed. It is now more confusing for her as she can't tell what exactly is going through Owen's head. When Saren wakes up, her lover is nowhere to be found. She goes looking for him, but all she sees are a group of maids. They inform her the room has been cleaned. Saren can't help but recall the intimate actions that made the room dirty in the first place, and she blushes. Now she is wondering just how dirty it was. The maids are preparing breakfast, and while she is waiting for them, something attacks her from behind. She is scared, but when she turns around, she sees it is just Owen's dogs. She is happy to see them. Hours have passed, and our female lead is so bored, she is now playing with the dogs. The only thing she has done today was to be fed. Immediately after breakfast, the maids bring out some desserts. They are even from her favorite bakery. She is convinced now that Owen has to be spying on her. That isn't the only shock. She is still playing with the dogs when the maids announce that people from Orbis are here. What is Orbis? Well, nothing more than the biggest clothing store. Saren didn't order anything, so she is confused. After the maids explain, she knows it is from Owen. He even ordered them to put the clothes in his room. Saren wonders if Owen really wants her to stay with him. There is a special present delivered to her room. The maid recites a sentence from Owen and says she will understand. She doesn't, and so opens the box. What she sees is a white fur coat. She remembers Owen asking her what present she would like. Since she didn't choose, he chose one for her. The maids announce the dressing room has been cleaned. Saren goes with them to check it out and is immediately shocked. The whole place is full of clothes and shoes. They are all so flashy. The maids go away, leaving Saren to be amazed by these dresses and wondering how much they cost. She looks back, and even the dogs are staring at the clothes in awe. Their eyes are even shiny. I don't blame them. Saren is sure they aren't allowed to come in. Since she can't see the owner himself, she starts talking to his dogs. She tells them their boss must have a lot of money. She even describes her time back in Korea to them. She could never sleep properly because she was always thinking of the money she needed to survive. She once thought everything could be solved if she just had more money. But it seems ironic now. She has made a lot of money since then and has a lot of expensive stuff available to her. But no matter how much she has in front of her, she never feels satisfied. She wonders if her lover feels the same way. She suddenly spots an open drawer. Thinking that the maids forgot to close it, she wants to help them. However, what she sees inside shocks her. There is a gun lying inside the drawer, and under it is her passport. Saren is tempted to just grab it and leave, but she is wise enough to know there is nowhere she can go. She is satisfied with just knowing where it is for now. She turns around to threaten the 3 witnesses to her discovery. The poor dogs have no idea why they are being sworn to secrecy. She seems to have forgotten the fur coat, though. Saren has successfully frightened the dogs and is now trying to bribe them with some playtime. She is about to take them on a walk when someone stops her. It is Yuri. The man is surprised to see her still here. When she mentions it was Owen who told her to stay back, he is instantly alarmed. He knows Owen has never treated a woman specially before. He is even allowing Saren to stay in his room. Yuri is worried he is serious about this girl. He tells Saren to get changed and go out with him. She refuses and tells him Owen ordered her to stay here. The man doesn't seem bothered by Owen's order, and Saren is alert. For Yuri to ignore Owen means he must be acting under someone more important. Saren is very nervous. She knows people must see her as very useless compared to Owen, someone who can't do anything on her own. But she is willing to do anything to protect her brother. But can she maintain that view when the grandfather of the man she loves just pours a glass of wine over her head? Before we get to the disastrous meeting with Owen's grandfather, let's take a few steps back. Saren is still following the scar-faced man when he leads her into a large room. As soon as she enters, she instantly recognizes the man waiting for her. He might carry a different aura from Owen, but she knows who he is. While the 2 men talk, she is watching and panicking. Yuri has gone over to meet the man while Saren stands and waits. She can't hear what they are saying, and that makes it worse. She is shocked to see Nikolai slapping Yuri's face. She never knew there was someone who could treat Yuri this way. It is finally Saren's turn. She tries not to be scared of the man since he shares the same bloodline with Owen, but their meeting just gets more confusing. Because why is she gambling with the old man right now? Yes, that is right. Saren is currently being forced into a betting game. She tells the man she doesn't know how to play this kind of game, and he says it is unfortunate. Surprisingly, he actually loses everything. He says he isn't good at these kinds of games either. He suddenly compliments Saren's beauty and asks if she really saved his grandson. Saren is nervous. She starts shaking as she answers yes. The old man calls Yuri over. Saren is thinking this is her chance to make sure Hyan is safe. She can't just trust a man like Owen and keep waiting for him. Now is her chance. Nikolai is a confusing man. He grabs her hand and calls her fearless and brave. He says she reminds him of Owen when he first brought him back from Ireland. He suddenly mentions her sick child. He knows the boy doesn't have much time to live and is urgently looking for a liver transplant. Yuri becomes nervous as he remembers Owen's warning not to talk about the test result. Saren is still naively thinking Nikolai is just a normal grandfather. She wants to talk to him about Hyan's transplant. She has no problem with Hyan's father not wanting to recognize him. All she wants is for her nephew to be safe. Before she can speak, Nikolai suddenly tells her his real thoughts. For him, sick children are completely useless. Saren is so shocked, she wonders if she developed a hearing problem. How can someone talk about their own grandchildren like that? They are supposed to cherish them. Now she sees the difference between Owen and his grandfather. The two might have the same eyes, but Owen has never looked at her so coldly. She mentions his care for his bloodline, but he tells her he only cares about healthy children who will succeed him. He believes healthy children will also strengthen his bloodline and have stronger children too. Saren is disgusted by the way he thinks. Now she understands why Owen didn't tell him about the test results. She reminds the man it isn't his nephew's fault he is sick. Besides, he is also getting treatment. Nikolai reveals why he called her here. He tells her she has been like a beggar. She came here without anything to her name. They fed her, clothed her, housed her, and even gave money to her and her son. But now she wants to be treated like a human being. He calls Saren and her child dressed-up monkeys and says there is nothing either of them can say. He will never consider the both of them human beings. Saren is desperate and says he can still protect them even if he doesn't think they are humans. She says Owen has given her the most important thing. Nikolai suddenly brings a deal to her. If Serene agrees to leave, he will pay for Hyan's surgery and even give her money to raise him. After all, he is his blood. Saren doesn't accept his deal. She tells Nikolai Owen has already taken care of all that. If he wants to move her, he has to offer something different. Nikolai is amused and laughs at her. He finds her funny. He feels she should be grateful they are discussing in a bright place because normally her life would be at stake now. He tells her he can give her a lot more money than Owen can since she treasures her son so much. He doesn't understand why his two sons should be fighting at such a young age, especially over such a woman. He wants Saren to use her judgment if she really treasures Hyan's life. Done with speaking to her, he pours his glass of wine over her head like she is a trash can. It is only then that Saren comes to her senses. She feels like she has just woken up and only now realizes what is happening. The old man tells her to talk to Yuri when she is ready. He warns her not to keep him waiting for too long. Saren is a mess. The smell of alcohol is all around her and she starts struggling with her addiction. Everything in her wants her to just taste the alcohol that was just poured on her. She hasn't had this sweet scent in a while. She is just about to give in when someone shows up. Her knight in shining armor. Owen is here. He immediately orders her to spit it out. Owen appears and wants Saren to spit out the alcohol. She refuses and wonders why he had to come at this time. She is embarrassed at the thought of him hearing just how much his grandfather looks down on her. He didn't even acknowledge her as a human being. She is shocked when he suddenly carries her. He wants her to stop talking, but she refuses. She stubbornly insists she was treated worse than a human being. But she despises herself too. She thinks she is a coward. She couldn't say all these things to Nikolai and is instead taking out her anger on Owen. She is hurt as she wonders why he waited so long to show up and did nothing to help her. He suddenly reminds her he calls her by her name. He never gives or calls a beast by its name. Although she thinks he treats her like a dog, she has never really heard him calling his 3 dogs by any names. They're back to their room. Owen is running a bath for Saren. He remembers how Nikolai asked him to meet outside the city. Normally, he would never have gone over, but ever since he met Saren, he lost all his rational judgment. He scolds her for leaving the house even when he warned her not to. She asks if she really had a choice. Now she finally understands where Owen got all his bad habits from. Manipulating people, digging out their secrets, and pushing them to their limits. He learned it all from his grandfather. At that moment, she feels a strong loneliness. She hasn't felt like this a long time, and it is making her desperate to drink again. She is desperate for even one glass just to get rid of this feeling. She sees the wine on the table and heads for it. Owen notices her going in one direction like someone possessed. He immediately stops her. No matter how much she begs, he refuses to let her drink. He says he knows how hard it is to stop. He helps her into the bath and tries to comfort her. When she yells at him asking what he knows, he finally tells her his story. His mother was also addicted, but not only to alcohol, she loved drugs and men too. There were even other things. He explains that is why he understands Serene. She reminds him her child's condition is getting worse, but he says it is only his current test results. She is aware his grandfather doesn't like them, contrary to what Owen said. She feels like no matter the choice she makes, she just won't be able to see Hyun ever again. He tells Saren the reason why Nikolai came to look for him back then. He wanted him to donate his liver. He only favors healthy children, and nobody knows this better than Owen. The only thing Nikolai cares about are himself and his children. While his daughter became the First Lady of Russia, his sons disappointed him and led carefree lives. The only good thing they did was the large number of grandchildren they produced for him. All his children seemed to be successful, until Owen's father, the oldest son, suddenly developed a liver disease. They couldn't find the right match in time, and that was why Nikolai came to find him, so he could donate his liver to his father. Thankfully, it was not a match, and Owen's father later died in an accident. Owen reveals he never told Saren because he didn't think it was necessary. Saren is surprised. It seems that is all she has been today. Surprised. Owen doesn't want her to worry about Hyun anymore. With that conversation out of the way, Saren is now feeling some sort of way. She has no idea why, but she feels drunk and restless. She wants to scream, but she thinks it is embarrassing. It seems Owen is feeling the same way because he bites her ear. She screams and wonders why he did it. Her mind is going somewhere dirty, but he just stares at her and asks what she is doing. She denies. He wants her to soak some more so the smell of alcohol washes away. He has got her hot and bothered and now wants to leave. Saren isn't happy. She asks why he bit her ear then, and he says he thought anything else would be too much. She is wondering when he started to be considerate. He suddenly smiles and asks Saren what more she was expecting. Saren is shocked when she hears those words from Owen. She starts to wonder if she is really expecting more. She tries to refuse, but Owen points out she isn't resisting him. Saren might want him, but she is afraid. She can't forget the words his grandfather said, and is scared Owen will also see her that way. But that doesn't change her feelings for him. She sees he is about to go further and speaks up to stop him. He wants to know what she wants, but she is too shy. After he keeps pushing her, she finally says her feelings. The two are out of the shower and Owen is busy drying her hair. She still can't believe what she just said to him. Why does she keep saying these things she doesn't mean? It happens every time she is with him. She has to focus. But she never ended up focusing. Why? Because like a male enchanter, Owen immediately shows off his charms and the two start getting intimate. Saren has no idea why spending time with Owen drives away all her negative thoughts. Owen too can't understand why even when he has Saren in front of him like this, he still feels nervous. Like he is going to lose her. And so he goes wild on her. The two become more passionate and it seems like their love produces a fruit. #baby coming soon. Saren recalls her past. It was so difficult for them to bathe during winter. It took a long time to warm up the cold water with her small stove. During these hard times, she would wonder how long she had to keep living like this. She wished someone could wash her while she slept. Well, her wishes did come through. Everything has changed now. When she wakes up, she looks for the man that changed her whole life. Owen. But he is gone. After dressing up, she heads outside where she greets her 3 friends. It doesn't matter that those friends are dogs, right? She remembers Owen saying he doesn't give names to beasts. Well, she isn't like that, and so decides to give the dogs names. I would rather she didn't. What the heck is Yellowy, Bluey, and Pinky? Poor dogs. She notices something is missing from the room. It is the alcohol. She feels it is very sweet how quickly Owen moves. The sweet feeling doesn't last long as someone she really doesn't want to see shows up. Yuri is here. He notices Saren is uncomfortable and says she shouldn't be. But how is that possible? She is nervous. She is worried she still smells like alcohol and is even more worried now that she knows someone like Yuri is working for Owen. The man says he has a duty to report everything back to Owen and the boss. He wouldn't do anything to Saren, but he wants her to listen to Nikolai. He informs her that Owen didn't hear anything that happened yesterday. He only came when Nikolai was leaving, and he doesn't want her to tell him about what happened. Saren isn't ready to talk about that. She knows the men are worried about her relationship with Owen. And even though Owen has promised to give her everything, she can't just believe him. And so she denies their connection in front of Yuri. She has no relationship with Owen. Yuri warns her to keep it that way. Now that he is sure nothing is going on between the two, he becomes more friendly. He tells her Owen says she is allowed to visit her kid. She wants to know if she can also take the dogs on a walk too. The animals are happy to hear this while Yuri is disgusted by them. Yuri is also a bit scared, but B believes in their increased security. Plus, he doesn't believe Nikolai is the type to hurt a woman before she can give her answer. And so he agrees to Saren going on a walk. Except, we are not sure who is walking whom, because it seems at this moment Saren is being taken on a walk by the dogs. No, it is more like a race. Even the servants have to get out of their way. Meanwhile, Saren is running so hard she can barely breathe. She begs the dogs to stop, but they seem to have a mind of their own. They keep going in one direction. Saren is confused and has no idea why they are acting like this. Well, that is until she hears a voice. A woman is busy harassing a machine. She keeps complaining and hitting it, not listening to the man begging her to stop. Saren is surprised to see Gaeon here. The woman is also happy and says she came here to see her. Meanwhile, Owen is busy listening and waiting for his brother to finish his intimate time. Voyeur. Pavel is surprised to see his brother in his apartment when he comes out. He sends his woman away and walks up to Owen. Before he can sit, Owen suddenly kicks him away violently. Pavel doesn't understand why his brother is doing this. He thought they were over. After all, his bandaged hand with the missing finger is proof of that. But what did he expect when he crossed someone like Owen? The man has only begun his punishment. Owen is like a demon as he smiles and tells his brother it isn't over yet. Pavel threatens him with Saren. If he does anything to him here, Saren will never be safe. Owen finds it amusing how Pavel acts. He is already this old and still expects his grandfather to clean up his mess. Pavel mocks Owen and says he is also the same. He hasn't finished that statement when Owen uses his shoe to lift Pavel's face. He is simply treating him like a dog. He wants to hear what his half-brother will say, but like a weakling, Pavel chickens out. Owen steps on his mouth with his shoe. Pavel doesn't understand. He doesn't think Saren and her son are worth Owen being mad at him. He reminds Owen they are brothers born from the same womb. Owen doesn't want to hear that fake story from Pavel. They have never considered themselves brothers. Pavel keeps trying to threaten Owen with Saren, but look at his four fingers shaking. He is nervous. Owen doesn't think it is Pavel's business. He really believes Pavel should have killed him back then. Pavel isn't concerned with Owen's life or death. He even wishes Owen was dead. Then he could take over Eden. But as long as Nikolai is there for him, it doesn't matter if Owen is alive or not. There will always be a way out for Pavel. Although Pavel tries to deny his part in harming Owen, he can't escape taking blame. And Owen is here to show him the consequences of his actions. Pavel is terrified as he asks if Owen is talking about that thing. What thing? Someone tell me. Owen might even feel a little pity for Pavel. If only he had stayed quiet. Instead, he insisted on biting off more than he can chew. He asked Pavel if Nikolai will still keep him safe if he tells him what he knows. What do you know? Say it. It seems our male lead has his half-brother's weakness. Pavel can't do anything. Owen warns him to follow his orders if he still wants Nikolai to back him up. Pavel is really angry now. He can't believe Owen is bringing up their past just because of a woman, but no matter how much he curses, he still has to obey Owen. Saren feels she is doing something wrong. She is on a walk with Gaeon, who assures her everything is fine. Their guards must be aware they have entered the city. That's right. The girls are taking a walk into the city. Gaeon has heard about her meeting with Nikolai. Saren wonders how she knew, and she reveals anyone can be bought. Gaeon wants to know what he said. Saren knows Yuri wants her not to talk to anybody, but she wants to at least tell someone who cares about her. She tells Gaeon Nikolai wants her to leave if she wants to keep her child safe. Gaeon says Nikolai is actually conceding. Saren is surprised by this. The other woman explains Nikolai is someone who keeps his words. Maybe because of his business, but he does what he says. Especially when it comes to anything that could hurt his bloodline or family. Gaeon finds it funny since Nikolai killed all his siblings and even tried to kill all his illegitimate children in the past. Now, he is talking about protecting family. Gaeon has told Saren all she went through after meeting Nikolai, and now our girl is worried. She doesn't know if it will be okay for her or if she should leave. Gayeon isn't sure as she doesn't see a reason why Saren needs to stay here. Saren tries to convince herself it is because Haeyeon will receive better treatment here, and they have too many debts back in Korea. But the truth is, she wants to stay because of Owen. She tries to lie to herself that these feelings are just because they have spent too much time together. She is just grateful to him, and that is all. She is really confused and asks Gayeon for advice. Gayeon reminds her, Haeyeon's life is safe thanks to Owen. Nikolai has offered to pay for her son's treatment, and he will keep his promise. Saren declares she wouldn't mind leaving as long as Haeyeon is safe. Gayeon finds Owen to be a dangerous man. A place like Eden, which Nikolai has been struggling to control all his life. Yet Owen took over it in 5 years. Just like Kirill will say, Owen is not a man to mess with. She always thought she would abandon Kirill if she had a chance to take a different path, but she isn't sure. She thinks Saren might be different, though. She might have the chance to go back to a safe life. After all, she hasn't known Owen for long. In fact, this might be Saren's last chance to leave. Gayeon wants Saren to think about it. Owen has returned home. He heads to the dressing room to take off his clothes. He suddenly sees a particular drawer closed. Opening it, his eyes go wide in surprise. The passport is still there. Turns out this was just a test. Owen is pleased with the results and makes up his mind to reward Saren. Saren, who has no idea she has just been tested, is out of the shower. She is surprised to see Owen waiting outside for her. He tells her to come over. He strangely starts talking about his dog's attachment to her. Serene isn't listening to him. She has already made her decision to leave, but for some reason, she is now reluctant. The man seems to have a strange desire for squeezing her cheeks. He wants to know what she wants. She points out that he has given her everything already, but he still insists. At this point, Saren is already shaking. She asks if he is really going to give her anything. He wants to know what she wants, and she asks him to keep her nephew protected no matter what. That is all he needs to do to repay her. Owen isn't satisfied and wants her to ask for more. She has nothing she wants and tells him so. He doesn't take no for an answer. He wants her to think and tell him what she wants. Saren has made up her mind and knows she shouldn't get closer to him. But when he approaches her, she gives in. She finds him sweet and is greedy for just a little more. Saren is shocked by her thoughts. Owen doesn't understand why she stopped, and she says it is because he is sweet. She finds everything strange now. But things are about to get even more weird as Owen announces he wants to give up smoking. Since she can give up something, he has to do so too. She doesn't understand why he would suddenly say that. She is still confused when he kisses her eyes. The same eyes she used to hate has become something he treasures a lot. As they say, men will be men, and Owen is already ready to get intimate. Saren can't understand why he likes it so much. Her hunger saves her, however. He offers her some candy and promises to take her for a dinner date at the best restaurant. Saren is surprised because this will be their first date outside together. She chooses a candy and just happens to choose the same one Owen chose before. She doesn't understand until she licks it and discovers it tastes just like Owen did. She finds it too delicious. The way she looks right now is too much for Owen, and he laughs. She looks like a cute squirrel. He tells her to get changed but wants to be the one to pick out her clothes. She is startled by his behavior, and she immediately agrees. Poor girl, and as expected, he uses this as an excuse to start getting intimate. Men. After their intimacy, Owen has picked a dress for Saren. Never mind that it is see-through, he doesn't want her wearing anything underneath. Saren doesn't understand why she finds it disgraceful and doesn't like it, yet her body still reacts. He helps her put the dress on. He notices her ears aren't pierced, and without any pity, he roughly pierces them. Watching her cry, he feels a dark sense of ownership. From now on, everywhere she goes and when she looks at herself in the mirror, she will always remember him. Every minute and very second, she will always see his face. The man who caused her this brief moment of pain. He is satisfied and wants them to eat while she still has something inside her. What a twisted man. The two head out for dinner. At the last moment, Saren doesn't want to go anymore. She feels uncomfortable as her chest is all exposed. Owen doesn't seem to feel any pity for her and asks her to leave the elevator. With no choice, Saren steps out only to discover no one is around. The lights aren't even on. He says he knows she would prefer a place like this. Saren is surprised by how romantic this dinner is. Their seats are overlooking the view of the city. But no matter how pretty it is, she is very uncomfortable. She is just grateful that no one is here. She hasn't even finished that thought when a female voice startles her. Saren is afraid the lady will see her. She tries to convince herself she can't, since everywhere is so dark. The lady goes to bring their meal, and Saren is left alone with Owen. She doesn't know why, but she keeps getting thirsty. She doesn't know if it is because Owen is staring at her, but she is so hot. Anytime she is around him, it feels like she has a fever. She has just finished her third cup of water when he offers her his. She thanks him. Her hands are shaking so much she can't grab the glass. And so it spills all over her dress. Saren can't believe this. Owen comes over to help her dry it. Saren can't take this tension between them anymore. She pulls Owen close and tells Owen to do what he really wants. This is the first time she is taking the lead, but she didn't expect the man not to respond. He laughs instead and asks if it is him who wants it or her. Once she has admitted she also wants it, he finally takes action. She is a bit reluctant to get intimate in public, but he promises no one will disturb them. She has no idea why, but ever since she met Owen, she has been completely swept up by him. Sometimes all of this simply feels like an illusion. After a night of passion, Saren might not notice it, but her feelings towards Owen have changed. Now she wants him to treat her gently, care for her like a man would. And he doesn't disappoint. When she is too sleepy to eat, he gently places her on his lap and feeds her. He is so gentle that Saren thinks this is all a dream. Owen laughs at how innocent she is. When our female lead finally wakes up, it is to Owen sleeping next to her. She is surprised because he would usually be gone when she wakes up. She wonders if she should wake him up. She is also confused. She might have wanted Owen to take care of her and carry her to his room, but it feels strange when he actually does it. She sees the plates on the table and can finally confirm that last night wasn't a dream. This man basically washed, clothed, and fed her last night. Saren is still in shock when someone grabs her waist. Owen is awake and greets her with a good morning. He even rubs her ears gently and asks if they still hurt. Saren reminds him he just recently pierced them. She is uncomfortable and moves away from him. He pretends to be sad and rolls out of bed. He asks why she doesn't want to touch him, and she replies that she is not used to sharing a bed with someone. He reminds her of how soundly she slept last night, though. Saren has no excuse and is afraid he might think she was only using him. She explains she was tired. After all, it isn't her fault. She is always exhausted after they get intimate. She says she wants to get dressed and runs away from him. Owen doesn't know what is wrong with him. He feels like he is falling into an abyss. It is a very uncomfortable feeling. He heads outside with his 3 guard dogs where Yuri comes to meet him. The man is surprised to see Owen looking so unprepared. Normally, he is always well-dressed. This is the first time he is seeing him look so relaxed. He tells Owen his first loyalty is to the boss. Owen reminds him even animals would know how to show gratitude, so humans shouldn't be different. Yuri says that is why he hasn't done anything against Owen. He tells Owen Pavel has been trying to enter Hayan's room. Owen isn't surprised. He knew that was Nikolai's plan when he put Hayan in that hospital. He is just trying to get rid of 2 birds with 1 stone. He tells Yuri this is the perfect time to repay Nikolai's gratitude. He should know who to bet on. Yuri can't deny the power of blood. The same energy he used to feel in Nikolai, he now feels it in Owen. He has grown so much that now nobody would be able to stop him. He finally agrees to work for Owen. Saren has no idea what is happening and walks in. She is surprised Owen is still around and he says they need to have breakfast. He wants to visit Hayan with her today. Saren is shocked by this statement, but Owen just rubs her head. He wants her to officially introduce her child to him. Saren is panicking as she wonders what he means by that. What is he planning? She also finds it alarming since she is getting too used to his touch. Just like Owen said, she slept so comfortably even though she wasn't supposed to be used to sharing a bed with someone else. She really needs to focus. She turns around only to realize she has been left alone with Yuri. She immediately panics and says she doesn't need to eat breakfast. She just wants to run away. Saren's feelings have gotten out of control. When she woke up to Owen sleeping beside her, she was first shocked and then relieved. Just being in his arms gave her a sense of comfort. And then she became greedy. She wanted more from him. That scared her, and that was why she turned away from him. No matter how she tells herself she shouldn't feel comfortable around him, just being near him brings her peace. From the beginning of their relationship, they had already drawn a line between those feelings. Their relationship was supposed to be only a physical one. A relationship just to settle his needs, but now Owen keeps trying to cross those lines. At first, because she felt Owen had started to look like a threat towards her, she didn't want him anymore. But somehow that feeling changed and she no longer wants to lose this arrogant man. If he sees her looking troubled, he starts to worry. So now she has to make herself look calm and act like she is doing fine. She can't even count the number of times she has to pretend to be fine when she is around him. At this point, her child seems like more of an adult than she is. She admits to Owen she is nervous. She doesn't know how to face Haeun now. Owen reminds her the death of her sister was an incident. It was something they couldn't prevent, and he hopes the both of them would be able to accept it that way one day. He helps her wipe her sweaty hands and wants her to stay positive. At least, Haeun is now being treated at a better place. Saren thanks him for this. It is time for them to meet, and Saren convinces herself to smile brightly. She enters the ward and happily announces she is here. Out of nervousness, she doesn't even look at Haeun as she explains she wanted to come earlier. She doesn't finish her words because she hears someone else's voice. Surprised, she opens her eyes and is shocked to see Pavel there. And not only that, but Haeun is crying. He tries to come to her, but Pavel holds him back. Mama Bear Saren is back and she immediately yells at Pavel and grabs her nephew. Pavel insists she is overreacting. After all, Haeun is his son and he just came to see him. The nurse is also in tears as she explains to Saren. Pavel said he was the father of the child, and seeing how similar they looked, she let him in. He asked her to interpret what he was saying, but she had to stop because he kept saying horrible things. He even threatened to keep pursuing the nurse if she didn't comply with him. Saren is in shock and is about to yell at Pavel. He asks why she is yelling and says she brought Haeun here so he could meet his father. The man is talking, but Saren is staring at the dangerous beast behind him. Pavel doesn't notice and so cannot resist when he is grabbed by the head and pressed down to the floor. Owen reminds him he might be Haeun's father, but that doesn't mean he can act anyhow he wants. He warns Pavel to behave. Saren is surprised by Owen's behavior while Haeun is just confused as to why he has two fathers. Saren is worried Pavel might have done something towards Haeun. The man quickly explains it was his grandfather who sent him here. Of course, he is just trying to save himself because Owen keeps glaring at him with that scary face. Saren says she would never leave her nephew in his care and he yells at her asking who she is to determine that. Owen tells him to explain the situation better. Pavel isn't willing and calls Saren names saying she should know better. He reminds Owen he isn't the only one capable of blackmailing people. If he is going to fall, he is also going to take someone with him. Owen isn't intimidated by him at all and even reminds him to know his position once he is done with his act. Pavel starts sweating nervously. He announces one more thing Nikolai asked him to do, and that is to give the child part of his liver. Saren is surprised to hear this, but Pavel throws in a condition. The decision is up to him to make, and so they should know what that means. Pavel gives Saren a threat. She has been raising his child for so long, but now he is determined to take him back and raise him himself. Saren is not bothered by Pavel's words. Instead, she is afraid he hurt the kid. But what Pavel did was worse. He directly told Haeun that he was going to die. Saren tries to comfort the child, but Haeun has already made up his mind. If he does, he can go and see his mommy in heaven. Saren is angry at Pavel. She never wanted to let Haeun know about his condition, but this Pavel just had to come here and stir up trouble. Thankfully, Owen got him to leave with a few words. She doesn't know what Pavel has told the poor child, but she promises him he still has a chance to live. She announces that she has made a lot of money and will use it to treat him. The child doesn't believe her. Before he can say anything, he notices his father is back. Well, his second father? Saren knows the poor boy is still confused. He thinks Owen is like his father and hides behind Saren, shaking nervously. Saren has to reassure him not to be afraid of Owen. She tells him Owen is his uncle. Haeun is still confused because the two men really look alike. He greets Owen, but our dear male lead is more concerned about how Saren introduced him to the child. She doesn't understand and says she introduced him to Haeun as his uncle. Owen doesn't say anything more. He just sits there and eats candy. Haeun is surprised to see an adult eating candy and tells Saren, "What do you mean, child? Can't we also want some candy?" Saren gets the nurse to leave. She starts trying to explain to Haeun that it is normal for an adult to eat candy. Owen cuts her off when he brings out a lot of them and puts it on the bed, making Haeun happy. With Saren's permission, he immediately picks the strawberry candy. Owen notices his choice and tells Saren she might have only started raising Haeun after her sister died, but the boy has already developed her taste. Of course, Saren knows what he is talking about. Her face changes so quickly, even Hyan is worried she might have fallen sick. How can she explain this to a child? She just gives him his candy. Owen is proud of himself. The memories of yesterday have yet to leave his mind, and he wants to make sure he is not the only one still thinking about it. He wants her head to be filled with those memories. Saren doesn't have time for this always horny man. She's more worried about what Pavel told Hyan. Hyan doesn't say anything, only asks if his father is a bad person. He is sure Pavel doesn't like him. Saren cannot break the child's heart by telling him the truth, so she lies and says Pavel just hasn't gotten to know Hyan better. But she knows her nephew is a smart kid. He must have noticed that the father he has always wanted to meet doesn't want him. He must have been very afraid when he heard what Pavel said. The child is sad that Saren lied to him, but she promises to cure him no matter what it takes. Just looking at him, she can tell he is getting worse. It seems Nikolai was telling the truth. Saren doesn't know what to do because it seems there isn't much time left. But Saren has made up her mind. She tells Hyan that she is going to bring his father back. She promises the child that he will be cured after that. Saren never wanted to make a decision, but she has to keep her promise to her nephew. So now she is ready to follow Nikolai's instructions. Owen has no idea his woman has already made up her mind to leave him. He is concerned about Hyan and wants to take him away. There is a greenhouse at the top of the hospital that he thinks will distract the child. As expected, the child is happy to go out. Before he leaves, he and Owen exchange a look. Once again, Saren is touched by this man. He seems to have noticed her emotions had changed. She asks how he knew. He tells her it is because he is always looking at her. Saren is just thankful. If not, she would have shown her tired side to Hyan. She notices another problem. Owen said he didn't know Korean, so how could he know she was tired? He tells her he doesn't need to know it, just knowing her is enough. Saren starts blushing. This man doesn't seem to be joking. Before she can ask him to leave, he suddenly grabs her and kisses her. He tells her he can go out right now and split Pavel's stomach into half if she wants that. He will do anything to remove that sad look from her face. Saren says she is going to see the doctor, but really, she just wants to get away from Owen. Seeing him so gentle feels dangerous. Before, she had wanted to rely on him, believing in his sweet words and asking him for so many things. It must be the effect of Eden. Common sense really doesn't work here. Saren knows she is getting too deep into it. If she doesn't control herself, she will just end up completely trapped by Owen. Saren still can't forget Owen's words about splitting Pavel in half. Not a bad deal if you ask me. She felt uncomfortable when he said that, and that is why she left. Suddenly, she feels that normal reasoning and morals wouldn't work on people like the brothers. They are mafia, girl. What did you expect? Rainbows? Saren has gotten to the doctor's office only to hear him talking to someone. He says the patient's liver has stopped working properly. According to the test, the damages had spread so far, which means things would soon become complicated. Just hearing this, and Saren knows he is talking about Hyan. She rushes in, asking about a transplant. She doesn't notice the man sitting there until he speaks, finally realizing why Nikolai asked him to come here and take responsibility for a child he didn't even know existed. Sareen is disgusted to see Pavel there. He wonders why she is surprised since he is the boy's father, meaning he is Hyan's legal guardian. Before she can scold him, he tells her some unfortunate news. She is never going to find a donor. Saren is shocked by this new information, and Pavel explains. Just like way back when Owen was kept alive living with the dogs, it was in case his father needed a liver transplant. No matter how hard they try, finding a liver donor suitable for their family members is difficult. Saren isn't too worried about it. After avoiding Pavel's touch, she tells him to get tested. After all, this is what Nikolai promised her. Pavel finds Saren very funny. That might be what Nikolai promised her. But what does it have to do with him? Saren tries to insist she already has an agreement with his grandfather, but Pavel shuts her up. He reminds her she is a beggar now asking for his help. She has no right to have an attitude. He reminds her he is Pavel's father. There would be no donor more suitable than him. Pushing Saren into a corner, all Pavel wants to do now is to kill this woman. But he knows if he does, he would get into a fight with Owen, bringing him more trouble from Nikolai. As a coward who is afraid of the strong, he decides to wait for now. Saren has learnt her lesson and nervously asks Pavel what she should do. He likes the way she talks. This is how he wants her to beg him. He tells her he hates getting sick and doesn't like to be betrayed. Besides, he is not the one in a rush. If Saren keeps acting stubborn, then that child will soon die. Saren is really disgusted by him. That is his own son. She doesn't need his liver anymore. She wants to have nothing to do with him. She just wants to find Nikolai. She is sure they can keep Hyan safe. Pavel doesn't let her go and keeps mocking. He believes that without his help, the boy would not be able to hold on. If they ever want to treat Hyan in a hospital, their best choice would be him. He tells Saren he has a request for her. Saren is moved by his words. She previously wanted to believe Owen, but Nikolai must have sent Pavel here for a reason. And so she wants to know what Pavel wants. He says it is not a big deal. All she needs to do is this small thing, then he would consider being Hyan's donor. She just has to give him one of Owen's fingers. This sick man. Serene is shocked. Pavel tells her to calm down. He isn't asking for Owen's life. She is too weak to do that. All he needs is just one of his fingers. Of course, he knows Serene is desperate, and a desperate person will grab onto any rope available. That is what he was doing to Serene, waving a rope in front of her. The fact that he is Hyan's biological father. He promises to get tested if Saren agrees to his request. And when she does bring back Owen's finger, he is going to do the transplant. Saren refuses to do that. Pavel mocks her for giving up because of her feelings after coming this far just to save her child. He tells her she should have just let Owen die at the bottom of the river if she wasn't going to use him. Those words remind Saren. Owen knows how to swim. He is someone without a visible weakness. Now she is sure that even if she didn't jump in after him that day, nothing would have happened to Owen. He would have come out when the time was right. So it wasn't Owen who was dragged out of the water, but her. Everyone seems to believe that Owen's weakness is swimming, but what if that is just what he wants them to believe? Pavel has no idea what she is thinking of. Seeing her ignoring him, he pushes her against the wall. Before he can do anything else, Yuri appears to separate them. Pavel has made up his mind. If Saren doesn't get Owen's finger for her, then he would let her go crazy worrying about her son. Maybe then she will be more obedient. He leaves while promising to see Saren again. Saren had never thought of forcing Pavel to have a connection with Hyan just because he is his father. But she can never forgive him for speaking nastily to a child who had suffered all his whole life. That child had always lived his life near death, but never for once did he fear. And yet that child who had gone through so much cried in front of her just because he wanted to see his father. She wonders if Pavel would change if he knew just how Hyan felt about him. Saren looks up and is stunned by what she sees. This place feels so peaceful and warm, and it all becomes better when she sees Owen and Hyan together. The three seem to be talking about something serious. Saren isn't worried because Hyan doesn't look scared, just a bit concerned. Remembering Pavel's demand, she once again calls him crazy. She is not a fool. She knows if she gives in this time, there will be a next time. And it would be the beginning of the worst. It would be impossible for her to get out of his trap. The three people have seen her and wave her over. She can't hear what they are saying, but they seem to be talking happily. They are even laughing. Saren wonders what they are talking about. She doesn't care. She is just happy to see Hyan smiling so brightly. She waves at them back, but before she can go over, a Grim Reaper appears. Well, not that Grim Reaper, but Yuri right now seems like one. He has come to remind Saren that her time is almost up. The boss is waiting for her response. Serene can't understand how they can expect her response after she has heard Pavel's demands. Yuri tells her they are just trying to scare her. If she keeps on being determined, the child is going to be safe. Saren has seen a loophole in all this. Nikolai cherishes his grandson so much. Would he really allow him to donate part of his liver? Yuri is speechless because he knows Serene has seen through them. Nikolai values Pavel so much. Thinking he would force him to donate part of his liver sounds too good to be true. He reminds Saren, though, no matter what happens, whether the child has to be out on life support or given a transplant, she would need money to do everything. Saren says she will, and Yuri advises her to play it safe for now, at least while the child waits for a transplant. Saren is moved. There are a lot of things she never provided for Hyan. They only made it this far because someone helped them. So why is she hesitant to leave Owen if there is a chance it could make Hyan better? Right now, she can't come up with an answer to that question. All she can do is flash a bright smile at Hyan as he gets wheeled away. It's obvious she'll be visiting him soon, but she worries about his safety. For now, the best thing to do is play it safe, like Yuri advised, although Pavel makes that very difficult. Concerning his request, she shuffles around, telling him or keeping it from him, feeling so guilty that Owen notices her uneasiness. He'd like to know what's wrong, letting her breathe a little before asking if Pavel had asked her to take one of his fingers. She can't believe he guessed that in one attempt. Yet what's more surprising is the way he treats it like some joke when it was a serious situation for her. Dwelling more on her interaction with Pavel, Saren looks even more depressed. So Owen gets all caring, teasing her about how easy it is to tell she is troubled, as he places his hand on her hand, then neck, to confirm her body temperature. He is pained that she is so cold. The woman he thought had been eating and resting properly. Not minding her well-being, she asks Owen how he feels about Pavel's request, but he refuses her care, urging her to be more focused on herself as he wraps his coat around her. For a second, she gets lost in his warmth, fighting it off so she can return to the discussion on Pavel's request and how she had no intention of going through with it. Glad she plans to turn his brother down for him, the Eden City boss pulls Saren into a warm embrace and asks why his offer is more attractive to her. All this warmth could make Saren explode. She ignores it nonetheless, to let him know that earlier on she had thought only she who suffered the loss of a family member, but can now see he misses him. That bold assertion hits Owen hard. He can't believe she, the woman who says that losing another family member is worse than anything else, will turn down an offer to keep that person safe. As for him and Pavel, he fears she doesn't understand how different his relationship with that brat is from her and Hayan. Nevertheless, he can't help falling for her. Even now, when she feels so cold and her breath seems icy, it's clear that she cares more about his well-being than he does. Since she is too busy worrying about him to worry about herself, Owen urges Saren to go home. She refuses, revealing her plan to stay with her nephew a little more. She loves the boy, he can see that, but recalls her saying she didn't want him to worry much. Going in the condition she is in would go against that. The smooth talker ends up winning, she'll leave, right after he tells her what him and Hayan were talking about that made the kid so bubbly. Instead of answering the question, Owen returns the favor by asking for the details of her conversation with Yuri. Honestly, that took her by surprise, leaving her to scramble around for the best reply, until he stopped her with some unexpected lip contact. Somehow it helps her concentrate. Sadly, she isn't out of the woods. He wants her to rest now. Later on, he wants her to think carefully about her response to his question and give it to him when he gets home. For that reason, she promises to wait for him at home. During the said wait, she stays alone until evening, wondering when he'll come home. She'd been laying down for quite some time and gets up out of boredom, moving to the drawer where she sees her international passport. For a split second, she thinks about running away and leaving all this behind. What stops her is the thought of Hayan. He's in Eden City, scared he might die. On the other hand, there's his grandfather and Pavel, who thinks he is the boy's best bet at survival. Truly, having made it this far is a miracle. She can't run now. At the hospital, Owen has a small chat with Yuri as he prepares to leave. He wants to know what his former right-hand man knows about Pavel's whereabouts. He is told that his brother left some time ago and had requested more security around him at all times. Acknowledging that, Owen simply asks Yuri to confirm Pavel's location before glaring at him and leaving. Confused, he wonders what's wrong with Owen, which is odd because the man is always that way to anyone who isn't Saren. Or his dogs. They are the first to welcome him when he gets home, followed by his lady who isn't his lady. Respectfully, he informs her that he wasted time because he met Hayan asleep when he went to talk to him. That's fine with her, though. Her head is somewhere else because the time has come for her to decide what to do next. Owen finds this funny, especially because she is walking up to him with a gun in hand when he is convinced she can't even use it. Looking back, she knew Hayan would have been dead by now if not for him finding her the day he did. Even though it looks like his chances are slim, he only has a chance because of Owen, yet the human nature in her made her want more. Just before he got back, she stared at the gun in the drawer, laughing hysterically while thinking about how he told her his mother tried to kill him and was the reason why him and Kirill were on the run. She could understand that he had nothing aside from the fallen city of Eden, and didn't expect him to choose her over it. Him, a man who survived on his own his entire life, couldn't possibly carry her nuisance of a burden. Even if he wanted to keep her by his side, his grandfather, Nikolai, was bound to see his decision as a challenge and take Eden from him. She couldn't let him ruin everything he built up until that moment. Then and there, she considered all the options and decided it was best she left quietly, on her own accord. Was she thinking about ending it all herself? Can't say for sure. Whatever she had in mind got cancelled by Owen's arrival. She was too absorbed in her thoughts to notice him or notice she took a pistol to welcome him. Now that his attention is on it, all she is able to do is try to explain she didn't take it out on purpose. She even talks about putting it back, yet he isn't having it. He sternly demands she hand him the gun, pointing it to himself when she finally obliges. This is him showing her how the gun should be handled, as he asks why she is so interested in using only Pavel when they are almost identical. He suspects they even have the same organs, leaving her in a really dark place as she tries to understand what he is saying. Could it be that he wants her to take his life and give her nephew his liver? She wants to know, but he cuts her off, asking her if she thinks Pavel is better than him. He reveals that he is interested in that much more than she can imagine, causing her to backpedal in shock. He's crazy, confirming that when he reminds her that he told her to let him know anything that she wanted. He was so desperate about her making a request that he tried to force it on her to make her understand. During intimacy, he never failed to remind her that he'll give her anything she wants. Even so, All he is doing is sounding like a madman. She doesn't think anyone can give up as much as he claims he is willing to, and acknowledges that he is the scariest and most relentless man she has ever met. His promise to give her what she desires most in the world sounds all the more like a demon whispering into her ear. Overwhelmed by the level of care he is trying to show her, she attempts asking him what he is trying to say, but ends up breaking down and needing him to console her. In the process, he opens up about his intention to donate some part of his liver for the child she wants to save so badly. To ease the tension in the room, he jokes about the chances of Pavel's liver not being of any use to Hyan, due to the amount of drugs he consumes regularly. If he wants to get clean for the sake of the transplant, it is bound to take a while, when on the other hand, Owen is pretty healthy. He boasts about him quitting smoking and drinking. She didn't understand why he stopped, but now it looks like he did it for her. Easing the mood even more, he jokes about how this kind gesture of his might actually get her to fall for him even more. It's all starting to sound like a properly concocted plan, one he's been cooking for quite some time. When asked why he is doing this, all he can say is that it's not just the quickest way to save the kid, but also his way of increasing the debt the person he wants the most owes him. Him talking about debts brings Eden City to mind. She knows he used this method to take control of it, letting people enjoy their deepest desires to trap them when they get distracted. In any case, he is being too nice to her, and she wants to know what changed him from the hardened man he used to be. He replies that it was she that made him this way, gracing her with a kiss before asking her to take responsibility for making him this way. It's possible this has something to do with her coming to his rescue at the lake. He must not want to let go of the one person who reached for him when he was about to die. Nevertheless, she knows Owen can swim and confronts him immediately. Without giving a definite response, he dodges the question, while she questions the way she became complacent under his warmth without even realizing it. It's safe to say Saren is addicted to his touch, so much so that she prays he never lets go of her once she takes a hold of her. A while later, they are in the room, and Saren is crying so much that he jokes about it being possible for a person to cry to death. He wants her to stop crying, but she blames her inability to stop on the tears that keep coming out on their own. He watches her get to the point where he threatens to restrain her, yet all she does is switch the topic, assuring him he doesn't have to go so far for Hyan. Frustrated, Owen reminds her that this is no big deal for him. She can't believe he is saying this so easily, but he thinks it's okay, since he already explained things to the kid. Confused, she asks what he is talking about, and he tells her about his discussion with Hyan. He told the boy to choose whose blood he wanted to get spilled. Frightened, she asks what the boy said, but Owen didn't get a response. The boy might be scared and sickly, but he doesn't want her to forget he is still one of Nikolai's grandsons. Saren admires Owen for being able to make the hard decision, one she's been struggling with. She's always had a lot on her mind, constantly comparing and contrasting, with her only reasonable decision being the choice to pack her bags and come to Eden. Maybe she made that choice because it was the only one she had. That's okay with him, though. He is just glad she has chosen him. That's what matters to him. He might be misinterpreting her, but she decides to let him think what he wants. What matters to her at the moment is his reason for wanting to go so far to help her. His answer is a question of his own, one he asks right after he pulls so close to her that they are barely breathes away from each other. The question, why did you save me? The answer is same as his reason for helping her, and they are well aware of what that is. Later that night, tensions die down and everyone gets a rewarding shower before bed. Saren goes first, and by the time Owen is done, she is already fast asleep. Instead of focusing on the perfect frame on his bed, the mafia boss surveys the room, landing his eyes on the open drawer where the passport may exposed. She took the pistol, but not the passport, and that cracks him up. She is only capable of acting cute, really, but that won't stop him from leaving. He has business to attend to and wishes a sleeping Saren a pleasant rest until he gets back. On his way out, he meets Yuri and instructs him to get food to Saren 2 hours from now when she should be up. Yuri doesn't think she'll be awake that fast, but Owen is convinced his lady won't be able to get much sleep when he isn't around. He wants his subordinate to do as he has requested, which shouldn't be a problem. He then leaves, arriving at his destination, where Kirill and Nikolai wait for him. Upon seeing him, the old man is infuriated and tosses a glass cup at him, cutting his cheek. It's his way of punishing his grandson for keeping him waiting. He might say he is pissed because Owen was being disrespectful, but Kirill fears he is offended about something else they did. Him and Kirill had a hand in someone's death. Kirill's father, maybe, seeing as Nikolai is suggesting they need a replacement for him. Although he willingly does as he is asked, the man wants to make one thing clear. No one touches the woman who is most important to him. Baffled, the old man asks why he would have interest in the said woman, but all he gets is Kirill's wish that he no longer minds the person they are talking about. He can tell Nikolai is cooking up some dark plans, all thanks to his favorite and most prosperous grandson and the problems he has brought to him. Whatever the case may be, Oldie is very, very angry. He thinks he might have given his boys too much space, which allowed them to do as they wished, until they forgot to tell the difference between right and wrong. The more defiant grandson refuses to treat Nikolai's comments lightly. He calls him out for teaching them that blood was repaid with blood, and now trying to change the narrative. He doesn't want to get into that again and leaves, allowing Nasty and Nastier to have the room to themselves. As a show of good faith, Nikolai starts by handing a cup of whiskey to Owen, only for his kindness to get turned down. Angrily, he lets the cup drop, spilling its contents all over the floor. Moving on, he wants to know why the man he raised as his greatest masterpiece is now stabbing him in the back willingly. He was never the grandfather of the year, that's for sure, but he is sure a bite from one of Owen's dogs won't hurt as much as this. All Owen has to say is that he is only acting as he was thought. It's odd it isn't to the old man's liking. All this, for a girl. Nikolai understands. Problem is, he thinks there should be more moderation applied when a man is trying to impress his woman, especially if that man is his grandson who needs to stay on his good side. Owen gets that. He really does, but thinks it's high time he did what he wanted. He desires to go his own way, forcing Nikolai to remind him that it was he who took him out of the pit of death and gave him life. The thing is, he didn't forget. To commemorate his influence, he lived his life serving him and shaped his life to Nikolai's liking. So, what about Eden City? I'm sure you didn't know, but it's a place filled with all the old man's aspirations. He transferred all his funds into it, resulting in huge slush funds and making himself untouchable, the El Dorado made from his own riches. That's what Eden City means to him. Still, right now, that's not what's on his mind. He appreciates Owen for living up to his expectations, pushing himself to become the best and never disappoint him. His commitment might have kept him safe all these years, and Nikolai doesn't want to show him how things get when he is disappointed. Out of his love for Owen, he asks him to rethink his actions and choose what's best for him. He knows what Saren wants and doesn't want him unsettling himself for that. Switching to a more pissed-off tone that frightens even Yuri, he asserts that he didn't give his grandson this position just so he could ruin him. In an unwavering manner, his grandson tells him that he was initially brought to be used, so whether he rebelled now or then meant nothing. He gets called a punk for the bold assertion and gets a cup to the head as his reward. Yet all he does is calm down and remind the old man that he has terrible blood pressure. Speaking of blood doesn't faze the hardened Nikolai. In fact, he thinks that if it comes down to them needing to settle this with blood, he doesn't mind spilling a little. The only blood he might want to spill is Saren's, and if it comes to that, Owen assures him things will get ugly. He can see the old man is so broken about his decision, and asks Pavel to console him since he chose to come now of all times. Can't he see that the man who should be doing the consoling needs to be consoled? He is confused. It's his first time not just seeing Owen bleed, but also seeing him get scolded by their grandfather. It's a sight so frightening that he approaches cautiously wondering what they were talking about. Meanwhile, the old man wants to know why he is even here. Before he can say anything, Owen alleges he is here to comfort the old man, giving him a pat on the shoulder, before leaving him terrified. On his way out, Yuri pesters him about the need for him to call the hospital. In response to that, he asks if it's still open. Instantly, Yuri thinks he is talking about the hospital, astonished when he discovers Owen is talking about a bakery. He is worried about that because he plans to get Saren something sweet to cheer her up. He can't believe Owen is still thinking about her now and plays along, suggesting they try the bakery at the hotel if need be. Just by the exit is Kirill, and he's having a laugh as he claims Owen looks good. He thinks his cousin doesn't know it yet, the fact that his craze for Saren is going to get either him or her killed. Bluntly, he refuses Kirill's worry, warning him to stop saying useless things and focus on his own woman who he plans to visit sooner or later. He knows his cousin is still seeing her, but instead of backing off, the man stays stiff-necked, offering him a handkerchief. When asked what he is doing, he tags it a truce, stating that since they both have something to protect, it'll be good for them to work together. For the stubborn lover boy, it's a bad idea. He thinks he can handle his problems single-handedly, causing Kirill to joke about how high the chances of Saren running away are. That careless comment gets him pinned against the wall, but he refuses to keep quiet and they end up threatening each other, with Owen assuring him he'll go after Gayan and Kirill promising to prevent that from happening. He sounds bold for a man who is in Eden City, a place run by the Doberman. It's not a bluff when Owen says he can get to her, and he knows that. Still, he launches a punch at Owen and gets one thrown back at him. Each man gets a punch, before they agree to talk. At home, Saren wakes up while Owen is still out and treats herself to ice cream, after feeding the dogs. She isn't sure she is doing the right thing by consuming a whole bucket of ice cream, but smiles at the fact that it's helping her cool her head. To help herself better, she raises the bucket to her head, enjoying the sensation it offers when the door creaks open. She wonders if this means Owen is home, dropping the bucket of ice cream when she confirms it's him. He's injured and she isn't used to seeing him covered in his own blood. She is worried that he is injured, but he doesn't seem the least bothered, dropping the box of cake he got her on the table. She can't believe he is talking about cake when he is pulling up with scars. She fears he got attached again, coupled with the scent of alcohol coming from him. Ignoring everything, she declares that the wounds might need stitches. He smirks at the comment, claiming he bathed himself in alcohol because of the said injuries and so he could appear appetizing to her. His cheesy last line gets her face tomato red due to shyness, so instead of sitting there looking soft, she stands up to go get the first aid kit. He stops her in her tracks, returning her to the chair to ask about her fever. Saren claims it's gone down, a reply he takes, before instructing her to enjoy the cake. While she is at it, he plans to go wash up, but that doesn't work for her. She wants to at least look at his wounds, but he stubbornly refuses, trying to sound cute as he claims that just the thought of her eating makes him feel better. She can't say it out loud, but it's not the wounds that bother her. Her issue is the sinister aura he is emitting. Waving the thoughts aside, she waits for him to leave before getting the first aid kit. She plans to help him whether he agrees he needs her help or not, but then the cake on the table catches her attention. She goes over to check it out, discovering how perfect they are. So perfect, she almost feels guilty for eating them. The dogs don't feel any pity though. They want a bite and she does not want to give them any. She refers them back to their dog food, claiming this is for her and that's for them. Some seconds later, Owen comes back to her mind. She can't tell what he is thinking, recounting the bright smile he had on his face when he handed candy to Haeyeon. Before then, she had never seen him smile so warmly. Added to her deep thinking is the classy cakes he got her, probably because he knew she had been crying all day. The idea of him stopping to get it on his way here is adorable, but it really doesn't suit his character. Amidst her thinking about the changes Owen is exhibiting, he comes out of the shower wishing to know what she and Yuri discussed. He hopes Saren is ready to tell him now, and she is. She immediately opens up about Yuri's suggestion of her leaving him as the best way to save Haeyeon. The thought crossed her mind one time, but she's been hesitant. Initially, she believed it was because of Haeyeon, but now she is sure she is the one holding herself back. He lets her talk about how she thought she could leave the relationship, not allowing her to finish when he interrupts her, accusing her of wanting to leave because her passport is now in sight. He thinks that although he values their union, she doesn't even count this as a relationship, viewing him as someone who only wants to use her body and calls her beautiful when he doesn't mean it. His words touch her soul, so she intervenes, noting that he is angry and her hand moved to comfort him, on its own. Concerning their relationship, she recounts it being one they were supposed to be ready to end at any time. She confesses that although she refused to admit this earlier, she would like to stay by his side a little longer. Just to be sure, Owen summons up courage and asks a question that has been on his mind for a while now. He asks her if she trusts him, and she does. It wasn't something that started with her, though. He trusted her first and gave her things when she didn't even want them. She is about going on and on about how grateful she is, but Owen has other plans. He wants her to finish her cake quickly. She claims she has, though. It doesn't look like she has, especially with the cherry untouched, something he brings to her notice. Her reason is that she always saves the best for last, and he approves of that, using the opportunity to bring himself to the table. Yep, he wants intimacy, starting things off while thinking about how she is always careful and takes the risk of coming to him when he is injured. He thinks she knows nothing about how dangerous a wounded, vicious animal can be. They continue nevertheless, as he drifts off from time to time thinking about how during his time he spoke with Nikolai and the time he had a fight with Kirill, all he could think about is Saren. With Nikolai, it took him tossing the cup at his head to snap him out of his little trance. There is no one to do that for him now that he is with her. The pair get careless, rounding up eventually. As a show of his care for her, Owen leaves to get a towel to help Saren clean herself up. His exit allows the dogs to run in, hoping to get to the cake before her. Unfortunately for them, she swiftly nabs the cake and tries to ward them off as calmly as possible. Instead of backing off, the Dobermans stare at her with puppy dog eyes, hoping she'll budge. Owen doesn't let that happen. He returns and they behave. Observing their reaction to him, she opens up about how adorable they are. Unlike when she got introduced to them, they listen to her making walks less hazardous than they used to be. Owen didn't expect it to be easy, though. Growing up with them, he knows are not easy dogs. They follow each other's lead. Moving on, he offers her the chance to name them, stating that he never saw the need to call them by name. Saren does as he asks, rounds up her cake, and then gives him the go-ahead for more intimacy. He takes the chance, hoisting her up to relocate her. It was easy for him to lift her, prompting her to see why he thinks she is soft. In his arms, she feels as light as a feather, making her believe that no matter what happens, he won't let her down. This comfort causes her body to loosen, leaving him to fear she wants to fall asleep again. He's a man she feels free with, free enough to give herself to. Her trust for him began after she asked him to put her to sleep, following the alcohol incident. She admittedly had doubts about their union, until she accepted the reality that sooner or later she was going to have to get comfortable in Owen's arms. He was a strange man. Even so, the day she made peace with the truth, his arms didn't feel so bad. While she rests comfortably, the wheels of fate are in motion, with Nikolai silently staring out the window of his penthouse in Eden City. He is thinking, that's for sure, until his not-so-favorite grandson interrupts him, complaining about Owen and how his inability to obey their grandfather makes him unfit to rule Eden. The old man doesn't agree. Nevertheless, he gave Owen his position because of how cold-hearted he is. You can't blame him for defending him even now. He was the grandson who had everything the old man was looking for. He had qualities that even his dead children lacked. He already had it in mind to leave his legacy in the hands of the lad. It's unclear if he has changed his mind about Owen, although it's obvious he has written Pavel off. He doesn't remember him having interest in this forsaken city, an assertion that agitates the young man, pushing him to ask Nikolai if he will ever think of trusting anything to him. He replies that he will once Pavel lays off on drugs. That statement, though true, angers him, but he bottles in his mood. He can tell his grandfather has become weaker and is at the age where he has to find a proper successor. Someone has to continue his legacy, and he may never see this grandson as fit. In fact, he thinks him anxious, guessing he grew scared after losing his finger to Owen. The poor guy wants to contest, but he is stopped by Nikolai hinting at him removing Saren from the equation. He knows she is the cause of the changes Owen is exhibiting, and promises him a spot if he succeeds, but Pavel is sure he won't sit by and let that happen. Nikolai assumes he is trying to say he isn't going to do anything about Owen. He is pained because it was he who brought a young Owen out of that basement and made him into the man he is. He doesn't remember training him to betray the kindness he showed Saren. Since she saved his life and he is willing to pay her back, he gave her a pass, just a simple warning and a chance to escape Eden. He didn't expect her to influence Owen to the point that he'd offer up his liver for the child and is determined to make her experience some harsh times if he does. Pavel, on the other hand, doesn't see how Owen's decision is a problem. As the one who made the mistakes, he thinks it's fitting that he pay for it. Although he says that out loud, on the inside he doubts Owen will sacrifice his liver for a child he should hate. He fears he is planning something else. Still, he reassures Nikolai that his grandson is too selfish to sacrifice himself. The old man agrees, adding that it's probable that he'll soon leave Saren. Since they are spending a lot of time together, he concludes he'll get bored of her soon. Pavel, on his end, worries about what the old man told him about his desire to eliminate Owen. He promised him that if he tried an attempt on his life, he'll pay with his. He thought his grandfather would protect him. That helped him understand he was on his own. Unaware of what's on his mind at the moment, Nikolai announces his shock that Pavel, who is supposed to be his grandson, is so fretful. The weak grandson isn't even listening. He thinks about leaving Eden City before Nikolai puts his hands on Saren. He is aware that if the old man has his way, Owen will drag him into this somehow. That aside, he doubts Owen will follow through with the donation of his liver. Nonetheless, if he does, he can take solace in the fact that he will have a knife running through his arrogant body. All the same, Pavel has to escape Eden. At Owen's home, Saren wakes up to meet him discussing with Yuri. She knows it's about work and this is his first time bringing business home. She suspects this has something to do with her, but he ends up ordering Yuri to burn it so she'll never know. Since that's handled, he has a bit of free time and wants them to go out, a plan she is okay with seeing as she would like to go visit Hyan with him. Oddly, he ignores her statement, urging her to put on something warm since things will be somewhat chaotic today. The instructions keep her guessing, especially because the weather is warm and he advised her to prepare for the cold. She did too much though, feeling so hot that she doesn't hesitate to donate her scarf to Owen after he claims he is sensitive to cold. Coincidentally, while putting the scarf on him, a memory of when she did the same to Hyan crosses her mind. Because of it, she freezes for a moment, and he gets curious to know why. Since she doesn't think he is childish enough to want the same treatment as Hyan, she dismisses the thought. Once she is done, they continue to the car, and the journey to the mystery place begins. On their way there, they cross the bridge where Owen had the car accident. Saren gets goosebumps from just recalling what happened. It leaves her fidgeting so badly that he has to ask if she is scared. Freely, she admits she is, comparing the fright she got that day to one far above the fear of the threats she got from the dangerous people that loaned her money one time. Well, he knows about the debts. He had to settle all of them to bring Hyan over to Eden. But it wasn't just the debts. The people she owed took it personally. He dealt with them regardless, subtly, as always, just as he dealt with the accident. It scared her how cool he was about the crash. She attributes his attitude to the life he had to lead, and she feels somewhat sorry for him. He's a lot to think about. Even so, the sight of their destination becomes more important than he is right now. They are at Eden's Dam, the one from her late sister's diary. She wrote that spring here begins when the ice melts, releasing huge amounts of water from the dam. It was an annual event most people came to see. She is aware her sister came for it and is so elated that she boldly shares everything she knows about it. Her bravery stops nonetheless when it's time to get closer to the natural event than she planned. She is probably worried because she is afraid of heights, calming down when he warms her up with her scarf, brings her close and asks her to open her eyes and enjoy the view. With his help, she ends up enjoying their time at the dam, after which they go somewhere else. Whether it's home or the hospital is uncertain, but he instructs her to head in, since she is cold, promising to join her shortly. He didn't know shortly might take a little longer, until Yuri informs him about Pavel's flight ticket purchase. Once briefed, he goes in, tailing Saren while she looks uncomfortable. When asked for the reason behind her look, she replies that she had thought he was going to drop her off and leave because he is a very busy man. It seems they are at the hospital, but that doesn't matter. He wants to be with her now, and even talks about him having more free time since he could lose his job. Frightened, she asks what he means, relieved when she hears he is joking, before he permits her to go into the room first. Behind the door is Hyan, who greets her with a bright smile. She responds similarly, eventually settling down so she can show him all the neat photos she took at the dam. She invites him to come with her next time, a request that doesn't fool the smart boy one bit. She expects him to be happy, yet what she gets is a demand from him, wanting to know if he'll live. He has a little faith in Owen, who told him that although his father is a bad person who wants him dead, he'll pull through and would like her to leave now. It's a bold request from a child that leaves her stunned. Even so, he continues, informing her that his late mother told him she can leave one day. Truly, she can. The only problem is that she has no idea where to go, without the sweet little boy. She can't understand why he is acting like this. Could it be because he met his father, who he always dreamed of meeting and got rejected? Is that why he is behaving strangely? She thought the rejection would leave him feeling alone, as no matter how hard she tries, she can never fill the void her sister left. She can't replace the woman, and he is here saying she can go because he has an uncle? Why can't he appreciate her feelings as well? The answer might be in the words of her late sister who told Hyeon that one day Saren would leave him. Even though his eyes are running, he permits her to leave. It's looking like it's a charge coming from her sister, so she weeps for a bit and then assures him she won't be going anywhere. She has nowhere to go without him, even though his father is a bad person who promised to never leave her alone. The kid worries about Saren, but he assures him she is safe in the capable hands of his uncle. Hyeon trusts him. Still, he fears Pavel will hurt her. Looking at the boy, she can tell that any mistake will bring his morale down, forcing her to leave, unable to find a way around this situation. Outside, she meets Kirill and Gayun, the runaway couple who don't look like runaways. The couple surrounded by a calm atmosphere that they must have attained through all they had to face together. They probably couldn't trust each other at the start, but she is sure they do now, and asks herself if she and Owen can get to that level someday. She gets so lost in their bond that her man has to step in, warning her about staring at people. She claims she was carried away by how calm they look, but they interpret it differently, reminding Owen and his lady that they aren't their enemies. The Doberman admits she hasn't confirmed their loyalty yet, but Gayun doesn't care. She's on Saren's side and makes that known. She is sure he knows that as well, hence his reason for letting her come, but his problem is that she is loyal to his woman, not him. He knows that if it came down to it, she'd try to convince Kirill to betray him and convince Saren to run with them, an anomaly he doesn't want playing out. For clarity's sake, he firmly tells them that he hopes their little alliance works. For their sake, if it doesn't, he promises they'll have to add him to the list of people hunting them down, a list they admit they don't want him on. The men leave to discuss while the women bond, and bond is what they do, starting with Gayun expressing how grateful she is to Saren. She thanks her for making it possible for her to come here, even without knowing, although they agreed she couldn't speak Korean here. Owen doesn't want her conniving with Saren. The language barrier became a problem at the cabin. Even though Gayun thinks he doesn't have the right to stop her from speaking what language she wants to speak, she had no choice but to obey. Away from that, Saren is curious about what the men are discussing, returning to the language topic by defending Owen and the chances of him feeling frustrated for not knowing what they are saying. Gayun, still as smart as ever, guesses Saren is speaking for herself. She doesn't understand Russian and is slightly frustrated when she doesn't get what they are saying, which is what her friend thinks, but she tags it as mere curiosity, nothing more. Speaking of curiosity, Gayun wants to know if Owen will actually sacrifice his liver. Saren is somewhat convinced he will, staying calm until he notices he is staring at her. She can't tell why, and Kirill can't tell if he has been listening to him or not. He doesn't give a proper response. Instead, he asks his cousin if he had ever gotten the feeling or desire to end someone. He's had that feeling ever since he met Pavel and is relieved the time might have come for him to get his wish. Kirill supports his idea, thinking he can follow through with it because he has nothing to lose, all thanks to Saren. He gave up everything, something only people blinded by love do. This is new territory for him, the man who never had to give up anything before. For the sake of this plan they are cooking up, Kirill is certain they'll have to off Nikolai as well, something he thinks Owen is uncomfortable with, because he owes the old man for saving him from the basement hell. To his allegations, Owen gives no response, ignoring him as he leaves to meet up with Saren. He fears she is tired, hence the reason for her uneasy look, but she is reluctant to speak. Gayun, who is not so reluctant, rats her out, informing Owen that she isn't too comfortable with being left out from all the discussions in Russian. For her sake, he is willing to translate, but she refuses, understanding that it might not be something she can handle. She guesses it is something dangerous, and it is. Nevertheless, just by the atmosphere, she can tell she is a hindrance to Owen's plans. She can't say what the plan is, but knows that the organ transplant and having to deal with Hyeon's recovery was not in Owen's plans to begin with. Once all that is done, she can't tell what's left to do. Unaware of the thoughts in her head, Owen asks if she understands the situation she is in. She does, to an extent. Specifically the part where she has somehow made things more complicated for him by making him worry about his problems and hers. He is glad she gets it to an extent and takes her hand to calmly tell her that she'll have to stay away from Eden for some time. First Hyeon, now him? She didn't expect this and doesn't even understand fully what he is trying to say. Gayun, out of concern, tries to explain it to her, only to get stopped by Kirill. He gets the fact that this isn't a matter she should interfere with. All they can do is watch and see what unfolds, with Saren adding a little spice to this by standing her ground, declaring she wants to stay here. He promised to give her whatever she wanted. She wants this. Seeing this woman who is easily scared act so fearless when she has a way out, moves Owen to kiss her. He'd love to do more, owing to the fact that seeing her worry about him makes his head spin, but he won't. Her effect on him is the reason why he has to send her away. To stay alive, they need to stay apart for a little bit, even though she doesn't want to. Even though she is told she'll have to watch him do some things that'll make her sick to her stomach. She is so stubborn, even so, it won't work this time. He doesn't want to have a vulnerability or any second thoughts when he has to do what needs to be done, and having her here will always give him that weak spot. He wants to do away with this for a little bit and begs her to listen to him. Instead, she weeps, recounting her discussion with her nephew. His reaction says he already knew what was about to happen. It hurts that she was the only one in the dark. Still, she has to do this. She finally gets that he is doing this fine her, and agrees to leave, with something to remember him by, his ring. Having it will help her feel like she is holding his hand. He agrees with her plan, but upon wearing her the ring, he sees that it doesn't fit and offers to get her one her size. Before he can take his ring back, she pulls away, claiming this one is perfect for her. Even if it doesn't fit, having it gives her the assurance that he'll come back to get it. It doesn't make sense to him that she thinks he'll come after a silly ring, so he corrects her, promising that it's her he'll be coming after. She is okay with that, so they go their separate ways, longing for the time they will meet again. Sadly, that time may never come. But the conflict she foresaw is already underway. It hasn't gotten to her yet, though. Her and Ga-yeon are safe at the moment on their way to the safe house at night. It doesn't look like much is going to happen, but Saren seems uneasy because of the accident her and Owen survived. She shares her worry with Ga-yeon, who promises to keep her safe. Right now, it seems like they are both on the run, which is okay with Kiril's lady, since she intends to support Saren till the end. Why would she say that? And why are her and Kiril protecting her? She can't say. They also stay silent about it, so she asks for the details of their agreement with Owen. Ga-yeon reveals that he promised to find them a safe place to settle if they protected Saren, and she is happy to hear that. She is sad, nevertheless, that she can't help them. She is grateful that everyone is so helpful to her. Instead of taking the credit, Kiril gets all manly, declaring that this was decided long ago, about the time Owen just got back from Russia. It was early winter. He was told to attend a banquet to welcome in a new cousin from the Nikolai bloodline. Everyone gathered at the mansion in Moscow for the occasion. Rumors spread about Owen's roots, and none of them was pleasant. The young lad, aware of his roots, tried to settle in as best as he could, but Pavel just wanted to make fun of him, treating him like a corpse. Yuri, aware of the disrespect Owen was facing, took a young Pavel away to see Nikolai. The proud child had no idea he bit the hand of a man-dog. He gave the villain a reason to want to trample on all of them. Fast forward to today, Pavel is on a plane basking in his dream to flee the country and go to maybe America or Europe after handling some things in Moscow. He plans to use Nikolai being distracted with Owen to escape, like Owen would let that happen. He had tracked him down and was on the plane with him, announcing his presence sinisterly. Pavel can tell he is here for no good and gets up to leave, promising him that if he tries to harm him, Nikolai will go after his woman. The threat bounces off Owen seamlessly, but seeing Pavel act so spinelessly almost makes him feel bad for him. He remembers when they were kids and he had a spine, believing he lost it because he had spent so much time doing whatever he could to survive. He'd like to know where the courage that made him kill their father with his bare hands went. Fear is written all over the coward's face, and it grows after Owen tells him he needs his liver. He should have seen this coming, because they are twin brothers. Still, he wants Pavel to prepare himself for the inevitable. What happened to him not being eligible? Well, he gave up drugs for a while because of Nikolai. Back to their father. Just like a man behind the wheel under the influence, no one expected his life to swerve so suddenly. He died, and the drugs they found in his body made it seem like he just couldn't listen to his father and quit even after he was asked to. Pavel surprisingly takes the blame for his father's death, while begging that their father was bound to die early with the way he lived his life. He was never going to quit drugs, but an excuse like that doesn't work with Nikolai. He'd been present all along, he heard the confession and is pissed. For his grandson, who he raised on his own after his mother abandoned him to do this, he can't hold back his rage. Pavel, realizing that he is in trouble, kneels to beg Nikolai, pleading that it's not what he thinks. He blames this all on Owen, accusing him of putting the idea in his head. Back then, he was always under the influence, and Owen kept whispering advice continuously, until he snapped. What really happened is that Pavel murdered their father because of drugs, a point his brother banks on, stating that although he wasn't in his right mind when he did what he did, he still refuses to quit his habit. That's how bad drugs are, he says while Pavel continues begging, hoping to win over his grandfather. He fails, in the end, and gets struck on the head by Nikolai. Staying quiet might be the best thing to do, but he doesn't get the memo and rambles more about Owen being at fault. The triumphant twin begs to differ. He wants Pavel to take the blame on his own this time. After all, Eden City is too precious to Nikolai. Precious enough for him to let his favorite grandson off the hook when it came to his son's murder. I'm sure you are wondering why this sly man waited until now to expose his twin. He knew his secret all along, showing he had his reason for waiting. That reason is that he finally has control over Eden and stands in a position where Nikolai wouldn't dare challenge him. Before now, his grandfather saw him as a loyal, obedient dog, allowing him to do as he wished, not knowing that Owen worked so hard in the dark until he became the ruler of Eden. Pavel is smart enough to deduce this much, raging like a madman. No doubt if he pulled this move during the era of Nikolai and Pavel's closeness, it wouldn't have worked. He bided his time until he had a reason to get the grandfather to turn on his grandson and establish himself as the next most useful person to Nikolai. From the height he set for himself, he plans to watch his brother's downfall, the perfect payback for the malice he threw at him all along. For some reason, instead of taking Pavel with him, Nikolai lets Owen have his fun as he torments his twin, acting deaf to his cries for release. Although he claims he paid the price for tormenting Saren earlier, right now Owen wants him to pay for something else now. He torments him until Yuri steps in to beg on his behalf. Because of him, he decides to have a little chat with his twin, starting by admitting it's funny tormenting someone with a similar face to his. It feels like he is trying to kill himself, he says, enjoying every second of his brother's pain. As a last resort, Pavel asks Owen how he plans to handle the aftermath of treating him like this. He doesn't get how hopeless his situation is, so it gets spelled out for him. How fate isn't in Owen's hands. Understanding that, his pride fades away, replaced with begging. He hopes to get mercy from Owen. To show how desperate he is, he offers intel on the hitmen who are going after Saren. The ruler of Eden doesn't think now is the best time for him to be worrying about others, especially hitmen who will come after him once they find out he ratted them out. He wants him to worry about himself. As for Saren, he brags about hiring professionals to protect her. Pavel scoffs when he hears this, guessing the professionals he is talking about is Kirill and his lady. He definitely stands no chance against the Dmitri brothers, the same men who trained him. Owen is astonished to hear that Nikolai got his oldest hounds to handle someone as little as Saren. He'll get to that later, though. For now, he has to worry about his twin begging to be free, promising to never set foot in Eden again, and news that Nikolai's people are on their way here. Because of the latter, he doesn't think his brother will ever come here again. He intends to let Nikolai's henchmen take him, not minding his pleas to be released immediately. It's not like he can't set him free, he just wants him to plead with their grandfather, for the fun of it. Even though he fears the old man will kill him, Owen stays deaf to his cry, wishing him good luck. Once he gets taken away, our boy returns to seriousness, wanting to know if they got a reply from Barov. Pavel replies that Kirill couldn't convince him, meaning it's likely he is dead. Kirill eliminates everyone who refuses to reason with him. They needed Barov because he was the only one Nikolai trusted back in Russia to handle his funds, and they wanted his help to cut it off. It was expected that he would be hard to convince. Now, Owen has to find another way. Elsewhere, Kirill decides the best person to run to for cover is the woman who birthed him. Even though she looks less than happy to see him and is mad he found her place, he asks for her help with the Dmitri brothers who are chasing him. Denying his request is what she would have done if not for Saren walking into their chat by bowing to greet her. The first thing that catches the old lady's eyes is innocent Saren's earrings. Next thing they know, she welcomes them in. For her sake, she allows him to check out the armory in a cellar, so he informs the ladies about his plan to head there. Gayan, in a bid to make herself useful, begs him to bring back something she can use. Obviously, he refuses and leaves, suggesting they get some rest. Seeing them so uptight makes Saren feel guilty. She apologizes for the position she has put them in, but Gayan refuses to let her take all the blame. She admits Saren set the wheels in motion. Everything else is on them. Moving on, Kirill's lady apologizes for them being too hasty to introduce her to their host. She states that the older lady is Kirill's mom, the first lady of Russia. It's no news that they aren't on good terms with her, but they had nowhere else to go and had to shake off their pursuers. Once that's settled, they plan to journey to Belarus, although it's not their final destination. Europe or Asia is the goal. Sadly, Saren didn't come with her passport. She thinks it'll be a problem, but it's the exact same reason why Gayan has been pestering her about them taking a picture. Maybe she'll get her papers with the selfie? We'll figure that out later. As for now, Saren gives in to the exhaustion and rests laying down in the sitting room, only to wake up to the sound of pages flipping. Initially, she peeks to see the cause, waking up instantly when her eyes catch the stunning sight of Kirill's mother reading by her. She can't help but feel overwhelmed by her presence and apologizes for some reason, but the older lady refuses to take it. She thinks it's her that should be apologizing for not taking her to the guest room. Sleeping is natural. Saren apologizing for causing her trouble is not, somehow. Still, Kirill's mother came here to talk. She is aware Kirill has taken a special liking to this girl and her father, Nikolai, is upset. Enough reason for her to consider Saren as remarkable. As if this isn't odd enough, she thanks the younger woman for helping her sleep well these days, something she does not understand. It looks like they are about to have a lengthy heart-to-heart when things take a turn in the form of the arrival of the Dmitri brothers. A maid comes to inform the First Lady about it, so she orders Saren to lay low and avoid doing stupid things like going out or opening the curtains. The atmosphere in the room changes, but Madam First Lady stays ice cold, willingly inviting the brothers in. The pair look rather intimidating, but she stays cool, accepting pleasantries and allowing them to talk about how her father wants to make sure she is on his side. Tired of their rambling, she seeks the reason for the visit, which results in them telling her about their need to find a certain girl. Instead of denying that she is housing the said girl, she warns that all guests who come into her abode are under her protection, so they can return. If only it were that easy. One of the brothers, acknowledging her stubbornness, tells her that her cooperation will result in Kirill not getting harmed. That bold threat makes the old lady see red. In a fit of rage, she strikes the loudmouth and challenges him for threatening her. This should be enough to make things go south, but the brothers still attempt dialogue, requesting she open her door and leave the rest to them. They don't scare her one bit. Her father, too. She doesn't want any part in his evil intentions and warns them to leave her property. Kirill, probably ready for war, joins his mother at the door, as he comments about how early the men are. The loudmouth replies that they are always fast on the case. They were faster this time? They know. Moving on, Kirill requests they be lenient with his mother. He claims she isn't used to this kind of thing, but they find that funny. She is the one who has stayed the longest with Nikolai after all. Everyone knows she didn't just live peacefully as the daughter of that madman. She is arguably the one who suffered the most from being involved with him. Away from that, her son thinks it's wrong, Nikolai employing so much firepower to handle a girl. He believes the old man's judgment is clouded, but they don't. They just think him lucky for being of the same bloodline as Nikolai. The only reason why they are letting him talk to them, his superiors, disrespectfully. Growing tired of being civil, they try using his need to protect Ga-yeon to get him to give up Saren. To convince him further, they remind him that he and his lady are like stray dogs. They have nowhere to call home. The first lady, sick and tired of this nonsense, warns that touching her son or guests on her property will be considered as insubordination. She is the one who has stayed with Nikolai the longest, something she believes is enough for him to consider. She doubts that in the end her father will pick one of his dogs, and that angers the brothers. They stay calm nonetheless, giving her until sundown to do the needful. They employ her to remember who gave her everything. Again with the ultimatums, this time she can't help but laugh, especially after the man they claim gave her everything, took everything from her. The Dmitri brothers can already tell she won't budge and promise she'll regret it, but that changes nothing. It's about to go down, even the rain knows that. So with the little time they have, the mother and son decide to get ready for the worst. They have a little over 10 attendants to help out and the security system in place, meaning what's left is ammunition. They head to the underground cellar to get some. Kirill is not one to keep his thoughts hidden, so he opens up about not understanding why his mother is going so far for them. He didn't expect this much, but she reveals she is moving because the Devil of Eden City kickstarted this. She knows now is no time to sit on the fence, meaning she is on his side. Recounting the day she first set eyes on him washed in lack. She had seen people like him, those at the bottom, and was no stranger to their hunger. He was a repulsive existence she didn't want to associate with, even though Nikolai was proud to have someone so despicable in his bloodline. Returning her focus to the one at the center of it all, Saren, the First Lady notices nothing peculiar about her, save her odd eyes. Ignoring her sheepish countenance, the moment they set foot into the gun-loaded cellar, she hands the girl a gun, wanting to know if she can shoot. She can, Owen taught her. Sadly, time will not permit her to do any shooting practice. If need be, she wants her to test her skill on any lining target that comes against her. Gun in hand, all Saren can think about is the sacrifice they are about to take. Sure, there might be benefits and interests she is unaware of, still doesn't count as who for the risk they are about to take. She worries to the extent that she thinks she might have felt better if someone offered to deliver her to the men outside. Her deep thinking doesn't change the plan, though. They proceed to the underground tunnels, their escape route. Kirill, the only man here, tries to be manly, reassuring the ladies by asking them not to be nervous. His words would have held water if he didn't suggest to stay back and buy them time. Ga-yeon detests his plan greatly. The look on her face says it all. But aside from Stahl, he is sure the Dmitri brothers will think Saren is also in the building, once they see him fighting back on his own. His girl tries to talk him out of this. Sadly, it's too late for that. Siding with Owen was always going to lead to this, he knew. It doesn't matter that he promised his lady he would stay with her until the end. He is even better off without her, since if they are together, he'll have to worry about his safety and hers. In the end, dying here isn't an option for him, so he asks Ga-yeon to go on without him. They've been on the run for too long, Kirill and Ga-yeon. Their freedom can only be gotten after they chop off its roots. His lady understands what has to be done and leaves with Saren, while his mother gets lost observing him. In his body is an organ that wasn't his original. She wishes to feel that part of his body, but he stops her, promising he'll be fine. That organ is the remaining traces of the man she loved and the boy she cared about, Kirill's stepbrother. He loved Kirill so much that he didn't hesitate to donate a part of his liver to him. That's why his mother, Karlena, couldn't forgive her father. He had Belpo unalive the boy after he had served his purpose for Kirill, handing him to a fate so terrible that his body was never recovered. The mother and son part ways for now, on a good note, and as he goes to handle his business, they handle theirs, heading to the dock to get a boat. Halfway there, they meet a body dressed in Russian military uniform, proving that the Dmitri brothers anticipated them coming this way. Nikolai is so powerful that he can move the military at any time, a power Barov gave him. It all makes sense now, the reason why they gave them a little breathing space. It was for them to gather the necessary military manpower for the siege. Will she back down now? Karlena hasn't even decided when a tank is fired at her house, bringing the building down with ease. Kirill was in that building. His possible demise leaves Ga-yeon heartbroken. It's a feeling Saren understands, which is why she allows her to stay back while she heads on. She is grateful they got her this far and doesn't want to ask for more because if she was in Ga-yeon's shoes and the building came down on Owen, she wouldn't be able to ignore him. It's now up to Karlena to take Saren to Minsk and Belarus. There they are to locate the Pobedi Hotel and meet up with a guy at the front desk named Joseph. They are to tell him Kirill sent them, until they meet again. Ga-yeon wishes her friend well. The old lady and Saren continue to the docks, arriving to meet a boat Karlena had prepared for them, yet they have a hard time getting it running. The problem is the overly tight knot which Saren is trying to untie while worrying about the safety of everyone else. Since they prioritized her safety, she should have done the same for herself. But no, she didn't. A mistake that allows one of the Dmitri brothers to catch up with them. Even after coming face to face with this dangerous man, On her own, Carlena strives to protect Saren. The man before her, clearly uninterested in harming her, gives her a final chance to turn on Saren. He claims she isn't worth all the discomfort. The First Lady can't believe he is saying that to her after they fired a tank at her home. It's amazing the way she stands her ground, even though she is defenseless right now, after making the mistake of dropping her gun by the engine when she wanted to start it. Mercifully, Nikolai's hound gives her one last warning. It's over for Saren, she can tell, bowing to pray when all of a sudden, Carlena snags the gun she gave her and steps in with a shot of their own. It not only proves lethal, but also allows the pair to escape. The old lady was sure they were goners until Saren pulled the move that saved them. The poor girl, on the other hand, is suffering mixed feelings because of her actions. She should be happy they survived, yet she can't help but feel troubled about the gun she handed to Carlena being used to take a life. We can't say the same for the First Lady, obviously. She is happy she is alive, getting Saren to another dock before suddenly asking for payment for getting her this far. The payment, to the young lady's surprise, is her earrings. She can't tell why and doesn't even have the time to ask. What she has time to do is get into the car Carlena prepared and change up, like she is asked to. On their way to the destination, she tries to memorize all the key names in Gaian's instructions and the order they come in. She thinks that's their way out of this, only to be told they won't be following the plan. Yep, they aren't going to Belarus to see Joseph. Carlena thinks it'll be wiser for her to become someone who doesn't exist anymore. We can't say how they plan to achieve that. What we can say is that Kirill is alive, back at the mansion, but alive. He is able to make his way out of the rubble, strategizing his next move, one different from what one of the Dmitri brothers has in mind. According to him, Nikolai ordered that they take his lady if they saw her. That's why he has her in his arms, refusing to let her go. Now Kirill, he doesn't like this, his former master too. To some extent, he thinks it'll get messy if he lays a finger on her. Maybe it's because he knows Kirill will chase him to the ends of the earth for causing Gaian harm. To prevent that, he offers a trade, his woman for Owen's. This man taught Kirill all he knows. No wonder he underestimates him, thinking he has the upper hand. Meanwhile, his former student is scouting the area. He can tell the tank is gone, because of how quiet the place is suddenly, and signals Gaian to make her move. Gracefully, she maneuvers her way into locking her captor in a chokehold and then begs him to take the shot. Our boy already has his gun in hand. Sadly, his first shot doesn't get to his target. It gets to the other brother, the one we thought Carlena handled. He stepped in to protect his kin, a sacrifice that ends his life and angers his brother to almost end Gaian's. A shot is heard, one fired by Owen, in a shocking turn of events. Wasting no time, he asks for Saren, advising him not to tell him any lies. Kirill thinks his being here means he convinced Belef. Still, he came too late. Saren already left. Gaian wastes no time, dropping the location she sent her to, having no idea that she is nowhere near there. She believes he can catch up with her if he hurries, but we know that's not going to happen. In any case, she is safe. Crossing the river with the First Lady assured her that. Hearing this should have calmed Owen down, to an extent, yet it doesn't. He is aware of how much his aunt hates his grandfather and her husband, Belaf, who she desperately wanted to escape from all this time, understanding that she intends to use Saren as leverage to achieve that. To be safe, he orders Pavel to get a search party, assigning some to the airports and others to the train stations in Belarus. As for the receiver that states Saren is nearby, he demands soldiers be organized to do a search within a 1-kilometer radius of it. His dogs will even join in the search, they just haven't arrived yet. As for his deal with Kirill, he nullifies it, on the grounds that he was unable to protect Saren while he was away. Firmly, his cousin denounces the deal as well. His reason is that he helped Saren because Gaian asked him to. He also makes it known that her safety, without his mother, couldn't have been guaranteed, facts Owen is aware of. No one is to blame here, he just finds this situation that slipped out of his hands unpleasant. For his lady's sake, he asks his cousin to help out with finding his mother as soon as possible, if he wants to continue helping out. Boldly, Kirill asserts his mother will bring no harm to Saren, a truth Owen is aware of. The woman is too scared of him to bring harm to his girl, but just in case, he employs his cousin to hurry. If not, he'll put hands on the people around him. The woman all this is for is in Moscow, safe and unaware of his many threats. She arrives at a bookstore with Carlena, wondering what they are doing here until she has her passport taken, and hands her a huge bag of money to help her stay in hiding. Saren can't thank her enough for this, whereas she doesn't want thanks. Everything she is doing here is for her personal interest. To say this at a time like this to Saren during this ongoing rotten fight, without getting a reaction from her, proves she doesn't know how to doubt anyone. It's no wonder Owen is so protective of her. Onto more trying matters, the plan is to use the little time she has to get her a passport that will allow her to go anywhere. For clarity's sake, she warns that once she leaves, she can never come back here. Merely thinking about returning is a sin. She doesn't know the current fate of the Dmitri brothers, but is sure that if even one of them survives, he will hunt her until the end, since they can't take out their anger on her and Kirill. She gets all this. She really does. And would have gone quietly if she didn't have to worry about her sick nephew. Bringing his existence to Carlena's knowledge, nevertheless, doesn't get he pity. It gets her advice against focusing on the wrong thing at a time when all she should be thinking about is staying alive for as long as possible. For one last time, the old woman observes the lady she just saved. The first time she did that, she notices the earrings. Now she notices the ring on Saren's finger. "Did Owen give it to you?" she asks, settling into her chair after hearing he did. From the start, she didn't like him much. Shouldn't have mattered because there wasn't a child she liked or any who liked her. Even her dead son, the one she liked, loved Kirill more than she did. He'd always cling to him, not minding her request that he stayed away from him for fear that something was going to go wrong while he was out with him. Owen's arrival into the family, the aura he brought with him when he entered into the mansion, was all she needed to know that the devil who was going to destroy their family just walked in. She has waited for him ever since, certain he was going to move eventually. She looks at Saren as the final step that was necessary for him to move. What happens now is something she is curious to discover. She thinks one of two scenarios will play out. The first is that he'll end the war himself, and the second is he'll ignore the losses and swallow everything without stopping. Whatever happens, she'll be here. She is convinced Saren won't, though, especially if she listens to her and removes all thought of coming back. As the nail on the coffin, Karlena advises Saren from getting involved with men of her family. Listening to this remains a problem to her, the woman who has Owen and Hyen here. The woman, the First Lady, admonishes once more to forget everything and take the chance to start a new life in a place where no one knows her and nothing is holding her down. She's the third person giving Saren a way out. Will she take it this time? Elsewhere, at an airport to be precise, Owen and Pavel have a little chat about their plans. The subordinate thinks Belov's slush funds will compulsorily move through Eden. It's good for them that he has no bloodline to succeed him and is hell-bent on amassing slush funds to prepare for when he steps down as head. Slush funds management is the duty Nikolai assigned to Owen, giving him an edge over Belov, who plans to put someone in his camp in Nikolai's position the second the old man steps down. While he goes on and on about business, his boss begins to feel woozy, almost collapsing before he notices something is wrong. The problem is Saren, the tracker's location moves away bit by bit, as if it is drifting. He helplessly imagines his lady being tossed in a river, while Pavel thinks it fell off while she was running. Two trackers falling off simultaneously is very unlikely, don't you think? The subordinate fears for his master, who urges him not to worry, claiming he is perfectly rational, now more than ever. He is sure Saren is alive, so he searched the river to confirm that. There's no way someone like her would come to his side only to fly away fruitlessly, never. As if she can feel him worrying about her, Saren is elsewhere moving cautiously. Then suddenly, she hears a voice similar to her man's. She thinks herself so desperate that she is hearing things now. Taking her mind off him is the ticket Karlena hands her, along with information that she'll be departing to New York in an hour's time. It's here they are to part ways, as she gives Saren a few final instructions and vanishes into the crowd. Once more, the poor girl is alone again, just like how she was when she came here. Back then, unlike now, she didn't have to worry about when next she'll see Owen or Hyan. She didn't even know him. She also didn't have to worry about whether or not Gayun and Kirill were safe. She leaves in uncertainty, returning as she came, a stranger, someone who needed protection, so much so that she had to step back without being of any help. Her final wish, now, is that Owen gets what he wants. He was the man who made her once predictable life into something more interesting. Thoughts of all the good times they had flooded her, drawing tears from her eyes, so visible that a stranger has to ask if she is okay. Although she claims she is, she stays hopeful that this is a hallucination. Whatever Owen is doing to find her, he better hurry. In an hour, she won't be in Russia. Oblivious to this, he goes to see Nikolai at his home in Russia. On his way there, news about the murder of the Dmitri brothers is all over the place. All that is in his past, his future will be determined within the walls of this mansion. Upon arrival, Owen gets all cheesy, reminding Nikolai that Pavel loved this mansion the most. If he had stayed in his lane and taken only what he was given, maybe he would have been here today. Is he even alive as they speak? It isn't certain, especially after Owen airs out his condolences. It's fine though, the old man refuses to look weak. As for their little conflict, he questions the lust that made Owen go against him, even though he knew that everything he had was going to be his at the end of the day. To avenge his grandson, he is gunning for Saren. An eye for an eye, he says, meaning he thinks he can get to his target. Owen wastes no time to burst his bubble of hope, no less. Assuring his grandfather that the lady in question is safe, he made sure of that. Nikolai, being the vengeful man he is willing to punish Owen in her place. He doesn't think that's how things will play out for him, the man who is running Eden on his own. There's so little he lets Nikolai handle. To him, that's enough reason for him to stay quiet and exist on his fictitious throne. The old man warns his grandson to know his place, claiming one city isn't enough for him not to punish him. Owen thinks it is. This city is his dream after all. Once upon a time, even he didn't care about the ruined land. He intended to trample and destroy it even more. Saren came in and changed the fate of the city. He likes her a lot and advises his grandfather that for the sake of Eden, he should show her some courtesy if he happens to find her first. Nikolai refuses to get the message. He looks to threaten Owen even more, stopping as Owen promises that if he touches him, the dam will burst, flooding the city. He can't tell how long it'll take to rebuild the city or if he'll be able to rebuild it since he doesn't have much time to live. Having to worry about that while rebuilding Eden, he surely won't live to see a second Eden. This level of ferocity he has does the old man proud. He can tell he raised well. This man he picked from the gutter. All this macho is his last resort. He wants to take down Nikolai if it turns out his Saren is truly in the river. Both men have guns to their heads right now. It's all about who pulls the trigger first and who's ready to bear the bigger loss. Speaking from his vantage point, Owen instructs his grandfather to get Karlena for him. Last he checked, she was with Saren and is the only one holding their lifelines together. He has to hurry to ensure she is safe, especially because the longer she stays away from him, the more danger she is prone to face. Finding his aunt shouldn't be a problem with Nikolai's help, that's for sure. The man practically owns Russia due to his many ties in the place. He unwillingly gives up the struggle with Owen, airing out his hope that Saren is safe, so his city can be equally safe. Fast forward to 2 days later, Karlena arrives at her father's mansion, where she locates the finest room in the building, a sacred place he permits no one to enter. She is elated he is letting her use it and plans to sell it to the highest bidder. Until then, she decides to bask in her glory and maybe head out to find somewhere to rest. She is tired, a detail the maid ignores when she tells her about Nikolai waiting for her in the basement. Annoyed, Karlena repeats that she is tired and wants to rest. If her father wants to find her, she wants him to come look for her himself. This message is enough for the maid to leave, urging her to call if she needs anything. In the corner of the room is an image of her as a ballerina, the life her father planned for her that is insignificant right now. In annoyance, she rips it to shreds with a dagger, stopping because of Owen. He doesn't care about the image. He is here to find out where Saren is, threatening to end her, while she decides to withhold that information from him, the consequences of him sending her away, which she wants him to accept. Remember the earrings? They had trackers. That's why Karlena took them and tossed them into the river. With that, she gets the courage to lie to Owen that Saren drowned and she was too weak to help her out. He doesn't believe her, how can he? They are a family of cheats and liars. To make things easier, he attempts to make a deal with her. All he needs to know are her conditions. She claims she has none. Carrying out his request is what she did, seeing as he works better without her around. The smart man gets the message instantly. He is aware Karlena would be the happiest if Nikolai turns up dead. Saren is like a hostage to her, and she will do away with all her hostages once that happens. It looks like Saren's life is tied to the old man's. She can see in his eyes that he gets where she is going, and brags about the vulnerability valuable items cause. She mocks him for not keeping someone he claimed to hold dear, close to him at all times, sharing their last breath together if it came down to it. Owen doesn't know much about last breaths. As for living on with her, he looks to see it through. It's vivid now, the reason why he sent her away, his fear that the kind, affectionate girl he loves will find out the devil he is. Karlena could tell he feared the girl's heart would grow cold toward him. To Owen, all this is nonsense. He wants to know where Saren is, even though this woman asserts there is nothing to say about a dead girl. He'll leave her now, he doesn't want to probe any further. Although later on, if he finds out anything happened to Saren, he'll be back to make sure he defaces even more. The memory of the son she loved. Remember, Belov harmed him badly, leaving her with just a piece of flesh to bury. Owen heard Kirill has another piece, meaning she'll have to do a second funeral. That's not his problem, though. He returns to Pavel to discuss finding Saren. They've searched Russia. Now he wants them to look at records of flights and trains that left the country within 4 days. He knows she isn't in Russia, news that stuns Yuri. From interrogating the old lady, all the threats he made, he saw from her reaction, the refusal to show fear, that Saren is alive, in a place where she is safe. To further the search, he wants Yuri to look into forged IDs, passports, and travelers with no criminal records that have been in Russia for quite some time. It's not like he can't do it. All this is peanuts for them. Even so, they are working based on Owen's best guess. It could be that Saren is dead or worse. Nevertheless, Yuri can't stop him now. Stopping this monster means everyone dies. As for Karlena, she suddenly isn't tired anymore and goes to see her father. As soon as their eyes meet, the old man offers her what she truly desires in exchange for Saren. He knows she wants to get a divorce, ending her marriage with Barov. Fast forward to a few days later, the same man comes to the mansion where Nikolai holds his son's memorial service for another year in a row. Most people don't understand why Nikolai treats him like his son and even gave him his daughter's hand in marriage. The old man didn't expect to see Barov at the memorial. He's a busy man, but has the guile to lie to the old man that he came here because he heard his wife is here. Now Nikolai picked this man because he knew that with a little help, he was going to spread his wings and become a powerful man. Bringing his daughter into his life was his way of making sure they shared a bond. Once that was settled, he made him the president of Russia. He's given the man everything, he has him in his pocket, so why are they acting like he is the husband and son-in-law of the year? Is he truly loyal to this man? It's hard to say, but he knows him well enough to see that his skin is darker than what it usually is. He heard rumors of his health declining. Could it be that the rumors aren't rumors? If it were him in this position, he would be in hiding, not greeting guests in the open. Watching the man pretend to be fine is amazing. He might be doing this to pretend all is well. The truth of his declining health comes out to an extent as he curses Owen for backstabbing him. A simple act that messes up his mood so badly that he becomes unable to do the toast in honor of his sons. He does it every year. This time, he wants Barov to do it. He trusts him. Handing him this sacred task shows that. But how sacred is it? The old man had 3 bottles of special whiskey made in honor of his late sons. Each year, he drank 1 glass with Baroff at the memorial service. He made up his mind to stop commemorating the death of his sons when all the bottles were spent. Today's toast will be one of his last, if not the final one. After 1 cup of whiskey, he struggles inside, with Baroff offering to help him along the way. Nikolai, being the proud man of Russian descent he is, refuses a hand, taking it that if he can't handle 1 cup of whiskey, it is his time to die. He may sound bold on the outside, but internally he fears for the worst. He can tell something is wrong, he isn't sure what, yet he counts out the whiskey. He can't call it the problem if Baroff is perfectly fine. Trusting the younger man, he listens to him, settling down to wait for the doctor. He is worried this might be bad, unaware of the danger he is in, even after getting a surprise visit from Yuri. A part of him would like to know what his subordinate is doing here, but that part gets overshadowed by his need for a doctor. Little does he know that no doctor is coming. The only people who come to see him are his grandson and daughter. Baroff follows hesitantly, showing him that his time is up. Of all of them, the only one who feels pity for the old man is Yuri. He apologizes to him, even though he is the reason why Yuri was orphaned. He forgot that he had done away with the man's parents when he was young. They were his political rivals, and all Owen needed to do to make Yuri his rival, as well, was to leak that far to him. As the person who seemingly lost the most because of him, he is allowed to do the honors of ending his life, while the others watch. Once the deed is done, Karlena shuts his eyes, expressing how surprised she is that after he ruined her life, he got a quiet death. Away from his death, she now has to worry about the devil who has been released from his leash. With his freedom, he plans to continue searching for Saren. She wishes him good luck, asserting once more that she is dead. Unsurprisingly, he doesn't buy her claim. He retorts that all living things have traces, like the piece of her son they found. Defeated, she shares her hope that being found is what Saren wants, all the proof she needs to know Saren is alive. On her way out, Baroff returns, yapping about how they have to make Nikolai's murder look more like death by natural causes. He also talks about preparing a speech to discuss the old man's successor, a speech he might not even have to give, since Owen has something else in mind. To strengthen his position, Baroff opens up about a list of possible successors Nikolai compiled. It was to be made up of people closest to him. Owen agrees with him. In fact, he wants his successor to be the person who seemed closest to him than them all, Karlena, just when she was about to leave all this behind. In the days that follow, Nikolai's funeral is held privately. Only his family attends the quiet burial ceremony as for the questions that arise about his death. Some people believe he passed away suddenly, enough reason for an autopsy. The family refuses, nevertheless, dismissing the suggestion, claiming Nikolai died of old age and that they want to let him rest in peace. Immediately after the funeral, Karlena takes over. She inherits Nikolai's position and assumes control, even though her rise faces little resistance. Her saving grace is Owen, the man they saw as Nikolai's most trusted confidant, openly supporting her, the assurance they need to accept her authority. That's that for the Moscow chapter. And Owen, he returns to Eden City. The first place he visits upon arrival is the hospital, allowing Hyan to wake up to meet him by his bedside when he wakes up. Hesitantly, he calls him uncle and is offered a warm drink. Hyan is grateful for it. Following the gift is a piercing silence, which Hyan ends by attempting to communicate with him with his translator app, which he uses to ask about Saren. Owen reassures the child that she is safe somewhere in New York, giving the child a measure of comfort. Young Hyan seems elated to discover she went abroad, showing his uncle so much joy that he is left smiling. The boy has made the difference between him and his aunt clear. How can they be similar? He isn't her son. He sounds hurt when he airs out. Maybe that's why Owen attempts comforting him with claims that he shares some similarities with his aunt. The child smiles, switching up to a deeper conversation about his aunt. He is curious to know if she is doing well. Owen admits he doesn't know, after which his mood drops. Hyan notices this. He'd like to know what's troubling his uncle, but instead of asking, he hands him candy to cheer him up. Observing it, he thinks about Saren. He was able to track her down to New York. Other than her being there, he has nothing on her. With time, he'll find her. Not just for himself, but also to find the little boy who guesses he likes his aunt. Owen accepts his feelings for her boldly, adding that he likes her very much. The rest of their time together is peaceful, so peaceful that the boy eventually falls asleep again. His momentary shut-eye allows Owen escape to join Yuri outside. His subordinate reports that they still haven't found Saren, but he is focused on making sure the boy gets the surgery. Delay could worsen his condition. To worry about the child when it's possible his aunt has run away makes no sense to Yuri. To Owen, it makes a lot of sense. If Saren really ran away, it means he wasn't kind enough. He doesn't want to fail her nephew, even if he failed her. In a continent millions of miles away, Saren rests at a park, alone. Karlena might have given her a new passport and a plane ticket with advice that she should start a new life, but she didn't give her any plan. Where is she supposed to start from? Because of the passport, she now goes by Julia, the name her new friend calls her when she comes to pester her. As the proper citizen of the state, she is here to advise her on the best ways to spend her time. She doesn't advise killing time sitting on a bench, which Saren always does, but at least she looks better than she did when she got here. Her first 2 days in the States, all she did was sleep, to the extent that her friend feared she was dead. She thanks the blonde woman for worrying about her, so she is moved to do more and informs her about the homeless person who was murdered in the alley. Hearing about how they get buried if they stay unclaimed after the waiting period, low-key terrifies her. Her friend might think what happens after death doesn't matter, but she thinks dying here as Julia instead of Saren will leave her unknown to the ones she cares about. She keeps telling herself that she is fine with not seeing them, when all she does at night is pray to see them in her dreams, her man, her nephew, and his 3 dogs. Eventually, New York started to feel lonely. The more she longed to be around people she knew, the more she was aware she had to leave. Unaware of what was happening back at Eden, Saren decides to go home, Korea. There, she does a lot of work for an old woman who didn't expect her to stay long. To thank her for all her effort, the lady brings food for Saren, killing 2 birds with 1 stone with it. Not only is she satisfying her hunger, she is also doing this because Saren has dodged having meals with them for too long. Why is she here again? Well, she never really left her hometown. Plus, when she returned, she was welcomed so warmly by the village head's wife, who told about her debts being cleared by a mysterious person. Owen, he must have cleared it so she could always have somewhere to return to and did it behind her back to prevent her from suggesting to pay him. She is grateful to him, really, sparing him a thought when the old lady lets her in on the rumor about the men who lent her money. Word reaching her is they are back in the community saying that she miscalculated the interest in her debt in order to keep some money to herself. She knows her debt was paid in full. That's how Owen rolls. That doesn't matter at the moment. The old lady wants her to stay safe. Keeping away from here is the best way for her to do that. She advises her to run as fast as she can if she is endangered, but Saren doesn't want this kind old woman worrying about her. As soon as she leaves, our girl eases up. Carlina advised her to start a new life from scratch. It is easier said than done, but at least she is home. She came back to Korea to prevent dying in a foreign land and ending up as a Jane Doe, forgotten by everyone. Reminiscing on her past with Owen, she fears she is disheartened by the fact that she'll never go back. Observing Owen's ring, she wishes she could. Eventually, she snaps back to reality, working hard until afternoon when she gets up to go to the market. She intends to go before sunset. It's a 30-minute walk to get there. She is at the door when she overhears the loan sharks around the corner. Their leader plans to come and extort her, planning to go as far as charging her rent because they think her father is wealthy. As they search for her, she hides in a corner, frightened by their desperation to find her. Since she doesn't know what to do, she intends to first get to a place with more people. To do that, she gets up and sprints away as fast as she can. She should have been more silent, really. Her inability to escape quietly lands her in a terrifying chase, which comes to a pause at the gate of the village elder's wife. Saren calls for help desperately, but no one replies. It's as if she isn't home, the opportunity the loan sharks need to catch up to her. Their boss, all cocky, expresses his concern that she tried to run from him when he came to have a peaceful chat. Before he can get to her, she starts running off again, intending to get to the river route, the only way she knows that leads to the village. If she remembers correctly, the fields the village head's wife works in should be along the way there. She runs as fast as her legs can carry her, praying to get there on time, but she doesn't get the answer she seeks. The leader of the loan sharks catches up to her. He is mad she made him chase her under such a hit weather, refusing to listen when she begs that all her debts have been paid. He tries to use the excuse they were cooking up when they got to her house, the one about miscalculated interests, but soon understands that she overheard them. Switching up his plan, he looks to rough her up a bit so they can get her rich father to send them more money. During his disgusting attempted extortion, he notices the ring Owen gave her. She customized it into an earring, remember? The loan shark suspects it's valuable, snatching it from her and refusing to listen to her when she begs him to give it back. During their little tussle, the rest of the loan sharks notice a car pulling up at this isolated location. They wonder what it is doing here, but eventually ignore it. Their master, more focused on threatening Saren than he is on his surroundings, is annoyed that the necklace isn't platinum, as he thought. Angrily, he tosses it into the river. It's the only thing she has of him, and she is about jumping in to get it. Stopping her is Owen. Wait, Owen? Is he really here? Or is she seeing a vision of him, accusing her of finding a new trick to drive him mad? She is here, right in his arms, the one place she wanted to be this few years, and she doesn't even believe it. She is scared to see the man behind her, for fear that all her hopes will be dashed away again, so she just holds on to him. Around them are the loan sharks, their boss. Agitated by the man who is interrupting his scheme, charges at Owen. His voice echoes past Saren's ears, proving that this isn't auditory hallucination, because of how distinct it is from Owen's. To Owen, the man just needs to be handled. He goes to take care of him, giving Saren a chance to confirm it's him. Words cannot describe how pleased she is to see him. He is obviously glad to see her too, but deals with the loan sharks before they get to talk. Once they run away after he tosses their leader into the river, she gets back to his girl, keeping his cool when he asks her what she is doing here. He had discovered that back in the States, she was living in a hostel that only accepted cash payment. It hurt him that she had to squat in such a place. Since that was heartbreaking, to him, how would he feel when he hears she came here so she wouldn't die unknown? Again, she came here to not only wait for him to find her, but also to make sure that if she died, at least someone was going to let Owen know about her death. The latter was her last resort. Her first was her hope that he wasn't lying when he said he could find anything in this world. No matter where she went, she had thus faint hope that he was going to find her. Hearing this lights his spirit, he can't believe she was waiting for him and hugs her as his way of thanking her. At least now she doesn't have to lock her up for fear that she is trying to run from him. Her voice tormented him wherever he went. Right now he can't hear it. He is too caught up in the joy of being with the one who is his alone. They leave the bridge minutes after to Seren's home, an apartment with a likeness of a place that hasn't been inhabited for a while. She might not have been here for long, but that doesn't matter to her right now. Her man looks like he has lost weight, meaning he might have been suffering from her absence as much as she has been suffering from his. Moving on, she wants to know about Hyeon. Owen reassures her that he is fine. Given the shabby state of his health when she left, it's only normal that she has been worrying about him all along. He alleges he is also doing good when she asks him. So good that he began gathering jewels as a new hobby. Simply from observing her, he can tell what jewel will look good on her ears and around her neck. Each will have a tracker embedded in them, but it'll be worth it. As he observes her, she does some observation of her own, noticing his ring mark. It moves her to apologize for losing the ring she planned to give him when they reunited. Out of nowhere, he kisses her, reminding her that he doesn't value things like that. Even though he always wore it, he came here to find her, not the ring. His words aren't the least bit comforting. She made the ring into a necklace and wore it close to her heart, trying her best not to lose it. It was like some sort of talisman to her, and just when she lost it, she found him. Since he claims it isn't important, she'll get him one later. Hopefully he'll grow to like it even more than the old one. Her words touch him, but it doesn't change the fact that he is angry at her. Pleasantries aside, he wants to scold her. For what? We can't say for sure. The village head's wife distracts them both by coming to visit her. She heard Haeyeon's father came to visit her in this place where they do not get that many foreigners. They admire the man for his tall frame and god looks. She was trying to keep his arrival secret, yet somehow the rumor spread throughout the village. For his sake, they came with gifts, planning to bring even more later on, but she stops them. This kind of reaction is expected when the whole village is crazy about Owen. To cancel out some of the rumors, Saren corrects the belief that Owen is Haeyeon's father. She lets her know that he is the boy's uncle, something the village head's wife doesn't understand. The boy looks so much like him, she owes them nothing. Still, she sat the old woman down and explained things to her properly. When they leave, she heads in with their gifts to meet Owen resting. He asks if she hated so much the rumor about him being the father of her child. His words, tone, and the statement make her face red. Instead of staying quiet, she tries to explain herself more. She only makes her face more red by explaining. He can tell she is flustered and uses that to his advantage by calling her to him. When she gets to him, he plays with her urges, mixing desire with his interrogation, to get her to reveal that it's not like she hates him being called the father of her child. But Hyeon is the son of her late sister. It's sad that all it took was his looks for them to mistake him for the boy's father, and she doesn't want to hurt him with things like that. Owen teases her for first running from him, and now worrying about him. She replies that she didn't run away, in a time that is about to make their time together get even warmer than it is now. Yuri, always coming at the wrong time, interrupts them. He went to the market and has returned with food items, wishing to know when they plan to make dinner. 2 words, get out, is all it takes for him to run off. He just interrupted happy hour, forcing them to continue inside. The pair put many years of longing into practice, letting all their desires out. In the end, our ice-cold Owen is all giggly much to her surprise, but enough to make her equally happy. By morning, after trying her best to fall asleep, she gives up, waking up to meet Owen fast asleep. She notes that he looks terrible, meaning he hasn't been sleeping at all lately. She lets him rest and goes out to catch some sunshine, when a bag of groceries flies past her and lands by the wall with precision. She looks to see who tossed it, to discover it's Yuri. With her permission, he jumps the fence to meet her, talking about handling her luggage. She can't tell why he didn't use the gate, but can see from the full bag of groceries that he and the rest of Owen's men haven't eaten. It's a bit concerning. He doesn't let her think about it, though. Using this opportunity, he has to apologize to her for how rude he was to her back at Eden. He goes on to also apologize for hoping she never popped up again, but she already gets it. She wasn't a very helpful person, and no one likes that. Out of loyalty, he continues, stating he was against the transplant. Confused, she asks who Haeyeon got a transplant from, hoping it isn't Owen. Yuri can see now that he spoke more than he should have. The moment Owen comes out the door, she rips his shirt opening, pausing when she notices the stitches. She can't believe he told her he was okay, and even though she was happy when he talked about donating a part of his liver, she didn't think it would happen this soon. Kindly, he lets her cry in his arms, claiming he and Hyeon agreed to make sure she never gets hurt. This goes against that agreement, but with a face like this, all he can remember is that he missed her. Still, she asks him why he is going this far. He replies that the organ will grow back eventually. He believes this simple act of kindness has bound her to him, removing all plans she would have had of running away or leaving him. It's a game he was planning and he's won. Eventually, they get comfortable. He takes a coat from Yuri and hands it to her, only for her to return it to him for fear that he'll get cold and his ripped shirt would let air into the wound. Although the surgery mark is red, the wound is healed. It didn't take time to do so. The poor condition he was in was caused by Saren's absence and would have continued if he didn't find her. He lets her worry that the surgery is the cause of his appearance, since it feels good and even goes as far as abusing it to get extra cuddles. Owen is a child, really. It helps him win further. Because of it, she promises to never leave his side. As for Hyeon, she wants to see him as soon as possible. She also wants to take the dogs, Blue, Yellow, and Pinky, for a walk. Suddenly, she hears Pinky's bark from the other side of the gate. Owen didn't say anything about bringing them, but also didn't say anything about coming alone. He lets Yuri send in the dogs, permitting her to share some love with them. It seems they missed her as much as she missed them, or according to her, they like her, because she likes him. Saren carelessly professed her feelings for him and gets up to run once she realizes that. But he stops her, confessing that he likes her too. It's only sane that he has feelings for her. No man gives this much unless he cares. She assumes what he feels is close to love, yet she plays hard to get, telling him he doesn't have to say it if it's too hard to air out. She spells out all he has done for her and her intention to see it as him liking her. Owen doesn't shy away from that statement. He owns up to his feelings, after which he suggests they pack their bags and return home to Eden. Summer in Eden is always short. Saren completely missed it arriving during the start of autumn that's as cold as winter. Upon returning, she walked the dogs daily, eventually coming to realize that this place is more familiar to her than her hometown. Suddenly, the thought of Owen crosses her mind and she stops, leaving Pinky and the others confused. She apologizes for the abrupt stop, while thinking about how Owen is so busy, flying in and out of Eden, that the word busy isn't even enough to quantify how occupied he has been since they got back. She hasn't seen his reign for 4 days, which would have been a problem, but the time she spent on her own is more than the time she spent with him. Because of him, she'd unconsciously stop during walks, standing there doing nothing, just like now. Saving her this time is Gayun, who comments about how the dogs are magnificent every time she sees them, unlike their master. As for Saren, she'd like to know what she is thinking about, especially after she had this short personal debate on whether or not she should disrupt her deep thinking. She is with her man Kirill, giving Saren a perfect chance to thank them for all their help. Gayun thinks there is no need for all that, and the dogs agree by growling to show how much they don't want to be here. It doesn't take her long to calm them, and because of them, Gayun suddenly wants a dog. Kirill is okay with the idea. Following the dog talk, the trio sit to have drinks together. Bill's on Kirill, obviously. His lady is busy interrogating Saren about her sudden disappearance. She wishes she gave her a heads up, but it was completely out of Saren's control. At least they are all here now, safe and sound. She had heard from Owen that they were okay and wanted to see them at least once. Gayun can't believe Owen said they were doing well, after all the tantrums he threw while his lady was away. She would have told Saren about it and many other things that happened while she was away, but decides to keep this to herself, to prevent getting on the devil's bad side. At least she told Saren about the tantrums. She imagines him acting like a child, something Gayun doesn't want her doing, because of how big he is. The pair laugh freely at their inside joke, leaving Kirill and the dogs in the dark. It's all good, nevertheless. Their fun time continues, and all Saren can think about, from her lonely end of the table, is what Owen is doing at the moment. The thought is caused by Kirill pampering Gayun. Watching them makes her understand that she has never reached out to him. It's always been him making the first moves, calling to check on her, while she stays on the receiving end. Is that why time with him never feels enough? I get that she is scared of interrupting his work, but this isn't a way to live, a life of not striving for what you want. All she does is get lost in thought, doing it again until Gayun helps her snap out of it by asking if she misses Owen. The question startles her, making her drop her coffee, but also shows Gayun why he likes her. They live in a world where relationships are built on mutual deception, a world where those who wear their hearts on their sleeves are easy targets. Saren is one of those people, easy to use, break, and cast into the depths of hell. Someone like her will surely be appealing to a monster like Owen, don't you think? Saren doesn't see it that way, nevertheless. She thinks he fell in love with her because she saved him, something Gayun disagrees with, but doesn't stress about. Interrupting them is Owen. He wants to know where she is. When he hears she is with Kirill and his girl, he asks her to go home, warning her not to let anyone in until he is back. He doesn't say when he'll return, so after he ends the call, she sits there lost. Gayun helps her out, advising her to go to him if she misses him so much, but she doesn't know where he is. Only Yuri knows he is in a room covered with bodies. He knows this because he is with him. The man had to handle a little problem in Russia, one that started with the Karlina Barov divorce. It turned out to be the divorce of the century. Every paper wanted a slice of the drama, but people of the underworld knew different. They were aware that after Nikolai died, his daughter was going to take his place, but doubts in her ability lingered. They all knew she lived a quiet life as First Lady for quite some time, and also questioned her hand in the death of her father. The illusion of peace Owen created was slowly fading away, with former members of Nikolai's camp rebelling one after the other. Karlina intended to let those who hadn't been fully corrupted by doubt to live to be persuaded, while those who harbored doubt were left to Owen. He was deceitful enough to lure them all into a room and gun them all down with the aid of some of his men. You'd think he didn't gain anything from their deaths. But before their grueling fate, one of the men opened up about Barov, accusing them of having a hand in Nikolai's murder. He could tell he wasn't lying. So many died that day in Belov's house. We can't say for sure what happened to him, but Yuri gets assigned cleanup duty. Owen wants everything handled with discretion, but this wasn't his first act of violence. He had been cleaning up Moscow's underworld for quite some time, wiping out every seed of discord that reached his ears. Each life lost meant a new position was opened. He gave that position to someone who craved it in exchange for loyalty. His methods were too crude for even Karlina, but she yielded eventually. All it took was assassins arriving in her bedroom. As cleanup continues, a group is sent to the airport to get Saren. She came to Russia with her nephew and the lovebirds, who took him to Karlina's house to allow her to be alone with Owen. Taking her to her man is a group of Owen's men, but throughout the ride there, she hopes she isn't bothering him while he is working. She's made up her mind to leave if he looks too busy. He doesn't let that happen. Welcoming her so warmly immediately, she steps into the cold premises of his home that all she thinks about is him. The air between the two starts getting all warm and fuzzy as she opens up about how much she missed him and he confesses he was waiting for her. Is that enough to count as him missing her? It should be, but she can't dwell on it long enough. A stain on his face catches her attention. She thinks it's blood, even if he tries to make it look like something else. She isn't done processing all this when another thing catches her eyes: the workers cleaning the place. He claims the building's interior is dirty, alleging he doesn't know how dirty it is because it isn't his house. It's the crime scene, obviously, but he is ready to buy it for her if she likes it. He might be trying his hardest to make this feel normal, but it isn't working. Saren thinks it's high time she stopped asking questions, wondering what next to do. Meanwhile, Owen was already steps ahead of her. He leads her to a tree, helps her clear her head intimately, and then suggests they grab something to eat. Saren expects a meal. What she gets is far more spicy: intimacy at Nikolai's old mansion. It now belongs to Karlina, and Hayan is there. She doesn't see that as a problem until he walks into the corridor sleepily. Owen volunteers to return the boy to bed while she goes in and waits for him. She does as he asks, happy when he comes to her later to satisfy the urge that made her risk her life to come to Moscow. A month goes by. Saren is still in Moscow with Hayan, resting peacefully one morning as Owen comes to check on them. He didn't expect to run into Karlina, who warns him against thinking about having a child now. He argues that even a tainted household can produce good people, with the right person raising them. True, it doesn't change the environment though. In their family, they are bound to become monsters who grow indifferent even to human life. Karlina has seen too many to think otherwise. She hasn't seen a bloodline raised by Saren, that's for sure. He thinks of her as the hope of their bloodline. The old woman doesn't, but she had no right to talk. If he follows in her footsteps and has one that he'll regret later, he sees nothing wrong with that. She can tell he is indirectly stating that he doesn't want advice from a woman who has made so many mistakes that messed up all her relationships and left her with no child on her side. She takes the hint and is asked if she thinks Saren will like to have children. She replies that it's up to the girl, adding that if she is in her right mind, she will frown at the idea. To find out what she thinks, he wakes her up stylishly, getting all warm, exchanging spicy comments that she fears Hayan will hear. Fortunately for them, all his love noise does is wake the boy up. He is happy to see him, rushing into his arms like he is his biological father. He has accepted him wholly, never one day asking about his real dad. Watching them bond makes her happy, a joy that is short-lived. Upon her recalling the news about the death of Nikolai, she had no insider information about it, but could tell something fishy happened. Ultimately, this is no environment to raise a child smoothly. If Saren was in her right mind, she would have sent Hayan away. It's not that she isn't thinking straight, it's that she has experienced life with the boy outside Owen's care. It was not pleasant. She is experiencing the warmest of times with him, the only reason she needs to stay by his side. While she thinks about her past and future here, Hayan gets bored. Obviously, it's Owen who notices. Just outside, Kirill and Gayan are having fun with the horses. He can't join them because his immune system is still weak. All they can do is say hi from their side of the window. Even the dogs were kept separately. All he does is wallow in silent boredom, waiting for someone like his sweet uncle to talk about them visiting an interesting part of this old house. They let Saren accompany them on a small excursion that leads to a guarded room. Owen says he's been here since he got back from Ireland. A small storage vault with more to see in it than at the Russian museum. It's a combination of artwork Nikolai greedily amassed while alive and some of the jewels he meticulously picked while Saren was away. She hasn't worn any since she returned. He fears the ones he got her were not to her taste, and secretly wants her to pick any she ends up liking. She might do that after she is done being amazed by the stylish basement vault. Even Hayan is smote, leaving them to explore the basement on his own. Owen, using his absence to his advantage, takes Saren to pick new jewelry to make up for the ones she refuses to use. She shyly refuses, content with what she has in the dressing room. Meeting someone this content is a new feeling entirely for Owen. Everyone he's known has had a certain level of greed. He is no exception, he just didn't fancy jewelry. Reluctant to let this go, he asks her to ask for anything she wants. Saren maintains her stand, declaring she doesn't want anything. She has him. That's enough for her. It's his first time hearing something so bland. He doesn't sparkle like rings and necklaces, yet she praises him for shining brighter and being more beautiful. The assertion cracks Owen up hard. Turns out she is also greedy. Her greed is tied to him. She'd like to know why he is laughing, but he keeps it a secret, shifting her attention by asking her to get him a gift. She said he was more precious than all the shiny things in life. He wants her to back that up. Fortunately for her, she has just the thing. She leaves to get it. He almost stopped her, really. The PTSD of her leaving is something he hasn't recovered from. Every time she goes, he sinks endlessly. He doesn't let the feeling get to him that much. Today, though, sitting back to rest until she returns. Once he sets eyes on her, he grabs her, wanting to know what was so important that she had him waiting for so long. Well, a ring. It caught her eyes while she was walking the dogs one day. She wants him to hold on to this for now, promising to get him something better later. A ring with a diamond embedded in it, to be precise. She hopes this can replace the one she lost. The same ring he kept saying wasn't so important. Also, she wishes he got him a ring for any finger other than his index finger, whatever that means. Anyways, it's Saren, so he lets her put it on him. He wants her to take responsibility for the ring she got for him. She has a hard time doing it, but when she finally does, she sees that it's a perfect fit. Honestly, Owen wishes the ring was for his fourth finger. He wants to treat this one like an engagement ring, nevertheless. Saren can't understand what he means by engagement. Could it be that she just wanted them to have a wild time together? Even if that's what she wants, he looks to have more, say a child of their own. Yeah, we know he didn't see the best representation of love while growing up. Take Baroff, for example. He always thought him a fool for destroying everything Carlina had, in the name of love. He had the guts to justify every wrong action he took against her, only to end up with nothing. People like him made Owen question what love was supposed to be. Having no answer, he mocked it and thought it pathetic. He didn't foresee a future where he'd gladly want to bind himself to it by any means necessary. Saren didn't see this coming. She thought he hated these kinds of things, and he does. It's all insane to him, yet he wants to try it out with her. His impatience shows him how serious he is about this. He could have left things like this after all the sacrifices he made for her and Heian. He would have, if the sacrifice felt enough to make her his. He wants to create an excuse for her to never leave him. Saren, on her end, thinks she might not be able to do this well, when he thinks she can. Saving him and giving him the ring are all the assurance he needs to ask her to take some responsibility for him. Luckily for him, she feels the same and agrees. As for the ring she lost, she is desperate to find a way to make up for it. That ring was blessed by some priest, meaning it must have been more important than we thought. Owen at the moment is open to more gifts, requesting for something more precious to make up for it. Tears of joy. She could no longer hold them back, all thanks to the most beautiful thing in the room filled with glittering precious stones, his golden eyes gazing into hers. She sees them as the one and only jewels of her life. This romance between the two began one night. We were with her when she got to Eden and misplaced her wallet. We watched Pinky find it and give it to Owen, who opened it to see a photo of her and her sister. We saw her demand for the wallet because it had the only photo of her and her sister. That night, she lied to Owen about working at a casino and offered to compensate him for finding her wallet. Him, the owner of Eden. Wait, that wasn't Saren but her sister. This was long before Saren set foot in Eden. Anyways, Yuri arrived, so Owen hurriedly compensated her for his dog playing with her wallet. He left shortly after, and she continued, saving the photo she took with Saren before tossing the wallet. She planned to send the money he gave her to Saren back home to help her get something delicious to eat. This happened right after a meeting with Nikolai in Italy. He sent Owen to Eden without telling him how long he was going to stay there and took Pavel with him to Moscow. Owen made up his mind to use the time he had to handle his grandfather's work and solidify his place as heir to the Mafia throne. Yuri believed it wasn't possible for him to rise, not when Pavel was all over Nikolai. Only he saw his twin as nothing but a lapdog, a man his grandfather could never be satisfied with. He knew Eden was only a place where the old man washed his money, yet he looked to rise from here, as opposed to the family's plan for him to stay washing money all his life. To warn his right-hand man never to speak ill to him again, he put out his cigar with his signature all-white suit, praising him for such entertaining words. Frantically, Yuri apologized. Owen's focus left him soon after, to the girl who they just ran into. They watched her walk into the casino as the memory of her younger sister with the dull eye that looked like he was staring right at him resonated in his mind. He thought it was a defect in the picture. Yuri noticed his attention was focused on her and asked if he wanted the girl brought to him. We all know what happened next, although not fully. It led to here. It's a memory that was buried deep in his memories that never resurfaced again. Recalling it won't change the future he wants to build with Saren. Enjoying this so far? Comment Saren below for the next part. Until next time, ciao.